Absen Prof. Halo ya. Selamat siang. Halo Ceskau. What's up? Ya ilah, datang-datang Spider-Man coy. Halo Daren. Jangan lupa like guys, langsung like. Jangan lupa dibantu like-nya. Selamat datang warga-warga. Sendiri Prof, nggak tahu ada warga atau enggak ya. Prof, kabar baiknya apa? Kabar baik bro. Ada apa tuh kabar baik? Pusing nggak ya? Pusing, kepala gue pusing guys. Lolos play in, kabar baik lolos play in anjir. Yang lain nggak WP, gue nggak tahu. Gue pokoknya ada di Discord aja sih guys. Nggak tahu boy. Kepala lagi pusing boy, lagi mual. Tes Pro Palo bangun. Kayaknya sendiri, mungkin. Lagi mual boy, enak gua. Jadi nyantai aja ya streamnya ya.
On top, especially in a high pressure match, he's usually the guy that will carry the team, everybody on his back.
Yeah, I've been loving seeing how he's grown on his team roster. One thing
Aman area aman. Masuk angin, iya mual anjir. Capean, pusing. GS strong. Punya kesempatan menang lah. Jago kok. Jago GS. Ya thank you Kilby. Reject jago banget. Regional. Sore sih pos. Nggak ada summit langsung di ban. Halo Raka.
Taking the send, I think, makes so much sense considering how they looked on it with that Yoru, and then how we saw Nongshim play on that map. They've looked a little bit lost there, so a very targeted pick from Global.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was one of the big things looking into this veto is just the fact that one team has adopted Summit and the other team hasn't adopted Summit. That always puts you at a bit of a disadvantage in the map veto. If you go back through all of Nongshim's series throughout that last tournament as well as this stage, the veto is always pretty straightforward. They don't ban a set, they don't have a good record on it, so every team picks it into them, and GE have done much the same here as Full Sense have done. Didn't work out well for Gen 2 though, because Nongshim is a little bit more flexible with their comps.
Prediknya udah terbelah dua ya.
We have our predictions up on the board. It seems like Big Time is really pulling in the points here for the predictions. But you went for GE today. I'm actually surprised that a lot of us have gone for GE today versus Nongshim.
Big time GG prediknya big time.
I think for me, I think Nongshim are trending down, Global are trending up. I think they can have those great days. Do you go for Nongshim?
I think this is always a very, very close matchup. I think that the motivation is going to be an all-time high here for Nongshim to get a win in the group stage. They need a championship joint.
Yes, they need a championship point.
By the fact that GE has been winning these close series over them a couple of times now.
Yeah, exactly.
Ngawe Gaming. Adaptasi patch.
Let's set it to the stage for our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Nongshim taking on Global Esports.
Itu tadi Asen. Main Yoru mungkin. Kalian nge-cash nggak minggu depan? Halo. Siap, mampu nggak kayaknya? Nggak tahu gue, mungkin skip gue. Lemas badan gue.
Nongshim taking on Global Esports, a team that's looking like they're in their fiercest form yet. And Nongshim, they need this to get some momentum back in their
Giants
favor.
enggak sih kayaknya sih.
Losses in a row, and some
Nyantai
teams,
lah gua kayaknya.
including their current opponents on the other
Probably
side
skip,
today,
probably
they're
skip.
getting dangerously close to those championship points that Nongshim
Probably
has.
skip.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have some serious concern around this roster. It's an ongoing identity crisis. Maybe they're a little fatigued for
Demam gua
their
kayak,
good
demam,
run in
demam.
the off-season. They actually had a really good placement over at EWC
Enggak
recently, so I
enak
thought
juga.
they were
Demam
gonna
gua,
come
demam.
into this tournament, but things have been a little bit slow for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think that they are long overdue to ramp things up, especially against
Sore
Global
Indra,
Esports.
lemas,
But
lihat
they're
Fnatic,
looking
lemas,
so,
lemas,
so
lemas.
good right now. This is the GE that we've been waiting for, the GE that was promised. And the recent matches against Nongshim didn't exactly look too good, but they have managed to win against Nongshim on this particular stage. Can they do it again?
Yeah, this is the GE that isn't just fighting, they're finally winning 2-0 here in the group stage without dropping.
Kenapa
a
tim
round.
oren?
They're looking fantastic
Gue
right
bahas
now.
dari kemarin.
Statement win against Full Sense will mean
Temen nggak
confidence
ngecimo.
and momentum
Tunggu diajak
is at
aja.
an all-time high here. I think the veto looks
Sosial
strong.
energi lagi minus.
You know, Nongshim having to ban Summit is a real advantage here for Global. So can they continue and end this Super Week on a high?
So you would say that GE are like screaming and screaming and they're winning and winning?
Apparently so.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like.
yeah,
That's
oh,
what I would say.
It's I finally understand the song this entire time.
13
been leading
iya,
all
iya.
up to this moment.
Nonton dong makanya.
Take notes. I want to see it.
It has to happen. It has to come full circle at this point because Global Esports are that team right now that's had the biggest sort of glow up here in Pacific.
They're in phenomenal form. I've really been enjoying what we've been seeing from them. They are really on the warpath to make their way after their first Masters qualification all the way to their first Champs qualification. If they
Kok kayak
stay in
seneng
this
pala
form,
lu.
Nongshim looking to break up that momentum. As set going to be the first map of this series picked by GE. This is not something that Nongshim are unfamiliar with. Every single team is looking at Nongshim's record on this map. And
Udah duga nepu, mantap mantap
shoot for a
mantap.
sore spot in your map pool.
I mean, it's been a massive weakness for
Nepu kalau map satunya kalah emang nepu udah itu
anywhere
guys.
here. So let's look really to see what they're doing.
Haven kalah mah.
You know, do they want to keep Dambi on that neon?
Tante mana nggak tahu gua.
Success with that. So I really hope they do, but who
Prediksi.
knows at this point?
Nggak tahu, nggak tahu.
I do think
Susah
they
susah
need to
diprediksi.
really just survive through this
Susah.
and try and finish strong throughout this series. But if they steal a
Susah,
win
susah.
here, all of a sudden this series flips on the head.
Similarly for GE, I felt like
G
they had a
kayaknya.
fair bit of success actually with the
Mana Beben nggak tahu gua.
rotation up against full sets. I thought
Tebak
that was
guildnya
quite a
gua
good
admin.
so I don't mind the fact. I think it's just
19.
a forward pick of a set, looking at Nongshim's weakness and their recent strength.
Yeah, we've been seeing Yoru being
Selamat-
picked quite a lot.
halo, selamat sore ya,
like,
penugas.
the past few days.
Jangan lupa like,
Bring
jangan
up
lupa like
the
guys.
Agent Thompson
Ooh.
right now.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
This is some changes for Nongshim role-wise. They've kept the exact same comp, but Francis is on the Omen.
Busuk,
Exos back
Bris.
onto the
Ya, busuk
Eco
mau gimana?
RB will play the Jet. It's been a
19,
little
19, lock.
RB on that duelist role. We know
Bentar,
that
guys,
something
toilet,
he's
toilet.
capable of, and they're going to start out on the attacking side. They had a 9-3 attack with this comp, with people shuffled around in the different roles up against Gen G. So they picked the attacking side and allowed Global to start on defense, where they had some really nice retakes in their game against Full Sense.
Yeah, it was disciplined, it was smart. Look for Autumn to get this operator rolling and those scoped weapons. That's where he's at his best with Yoru.
Ooh, Nongshim with a little bit of that callback with a duelist, with RB on the duelist. I am excited to see it. I'm excited to get this match started. We are heading into Ascent first. We're gonna toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and somebody who is not paper thin. It's some elfish guy.
What year is it?
2026.
It's not 2021. It's not 2020. Is this first rank?
I'm
Am
sorry. I'm
what-
sorry.
What
It's not.
is this? This is a blast from the past. RB is playing Jet. This is something that I haven't seen in years.
I mean, it could be in response to the fact that Nongshim have not exactly been having the greatest of starts to this split. Things have been a little bit awkward. They've been changing those roles around a little bit. We've seen Extros on the duelist. We've seen Francis on the duelist. Now it's RB's turn to see if they can maybe make that work. Hopefully something can turn Nongshim's season around.
Nggak ada orang kah?
I see
Beben
why
off
they're
kah?
doing this, whether or not it's going to be a good
Wah,
match.
kok kayak gini mah gua satu match aja guys.
RB in his own right, very capable of fragging. I think that that's not the biggest concern here. It's more about the shifting around.
Kok nggak ada orang, guys?
That I have some pause with Francis moving over to Omen. You know, Exos going back over to the Initiator. That's where I kind of have the most concern. But if we follow the trail of breadcrumbs, we can get to a solution here, which is basically they say, okay, we're playing Ascent. We therefore need a Jet. X-Ross can't play Jet. Dambi has tried to play Jet and it hasn't gone super well. Who do we have? Oh, RB, hey, you used to main this thing. Let's have you do it.
Let's see how it goes. I mean, there's certainly a lot that needs to be done for Nongshim as they didn't have the greatest of starts last week. 0-2 out of week 1. They come into week 2 with quite a job at hand to try to recover this split, and they're going to try and do it. Kicking things off here against GE, who, by the way, did start very well last week.
Bakal banyak nggak lah.
On this week. On this map, I must
Nepu.
say too, Ascent Autumn back onto that Yoru. He looked
Momo
fantastic.
palingan, iya Momo.
Right here, if he can back that up again today, it is going to be a tough day at the office for Nongshim, and they might be starting 0-3 in split 2.
Sampai tes nggak tahu.
Very
Tuh lihat.
brutal, not just for the team, but also for the fans here.
Nggak nyaman gitu gua hari ini dah.
Last played Jet 2022
50-50.
There you
Iya.
in July.
50-50.
So we are 4 years off the last day.
It's surely like riding a bike, isn't it? You just pick it back up, you get back on, no worries.
Yeah, there's definitely no intricate movement, micro, and
You just got to pedal.
well, let's see if he's going to be able to hold on. As it looks like Nongshim maybe anticipating a bit of a mid push. It's kind of been the flavor here in Pacific when it comes
RB
to
Jet
Ascent.
nyoba kayaknya.
Yes.
No crunch to be seen. Said Global, they're stacking up here at B lobby. They're ready for this trap. Does Nongshim fall into it is the question.
A bit more of a forward hold. It certainly seems as though Nongshim are headed in that direction. It's going to be a difficult one to get past, particularly if that paranoia from Patman does connect.
Well, there's that first contact. Hasn't needed it yet. Now will be sent flying. Tuck in behind the box. Extros and Francis trying to stay in cover, but Autumn able to find a kill.
Nice banget,
Peels
udah
back
kan.
one. RB will get taken down, and this is a very good trap sprung here. Is Ivy now going to be found in mid as well?
Yeah, brilliant start for GE. Exactly as you
Lihat nanti
like it
guys,
to
lihat
go.
nanti.
As soon as
Sampai
those
G
players
atau
come around the corner,
sampai
that
TS atau
first kill
enggak.
goes the way of GE because they have so many players there. Then they're able to continue trading that down easily
Like
and
dikit mulu.
effectively. And not much chance for Nongshim unless they win this exact duel right here.
Pasti nggak nepu-nepu.
You sort of have those numbers that can sort of stabilize the situation, and good shot hit by Autumn, and at that point, Patman and Harvey starting to come in and reinforce as well. So
Sendiri aja, nggak tahu, nggak ada yang datang.
Very well set up now.
Telat lu prop, lu telat.
Complete pivot. Now they have the A side stacked. Is it Yuton? Jump spot. Question is, Francis, has he seen Autumn there at Wine? Patman at the ready.
Gila, Valor.
Just pre-firing the angle to find Dambi. RB will be able to get one, but much more able to be found here as Extros just staying tucked into the corner. Ivy once again going on a walkabout, trying to see if he can get anything done, but
That's it.
the last one standing, and he's going to be caught from the left-hand side as Crystal. Okay, well, plants his feet, clean shot. Survives with a health in overall. Pretty clean anti.
I needed that headshot to
Apa,
survive
Anda?
and take it as GE, that's for sure.
Gue tiba-tiba jual ya, mantap superior, thank you ya.
Patman, who might have started slowly last week, had a much better performance earlier on this week. He seems to be on the board early. Autumn as well, very happy to make these aggressive moves on the Yoru that we saw him having so much success with in that game
Solo,
against full
iya.
sets as well on the defense. So
Hitan duelis si Gale,
early days, but
mungkin.
this is looking pretty good so far for GE. Always
Iya,
to see
tiba-tiba banget
firing
Ahans.
early as well. Will that
Patman
blade
calling
storm
for
up?
a judge.
Gebrakan.
He's got it in hand. He's going to look to try to ruin their day.
Not sure that he's going to really be too proactive with that though. He's holding by a tree. You can't push any further.
Gandron.
Really want to be holding middle at a long range with a weapon like that one.
Tapi
So
itu
he'll
dulu
probably just
banget,
stay
Jet
put for the
player.
moment, maybe come pivoting back over to A if there is anything spotted out by Autumn, who does have that gate crash available to get out. He'll probably have a little bit of look here.
Well, trying to bait this peak. And we'll now have that suspicion confirmed.
Stuck
but
kah? Nggak tahu nih, lagi
gonna have to
eksperimental,
reflex,
tiba-tiba
so
kayak T1.
peak crash over to relative safety, and he's going to re-wrap over to Heaven.
Sangat berbahaya.
Wrapping towards B. It's been quiet on this front
Cara
here for
permainannya.
Ivy. Drone just now coming through. They'll look to clear that out, and overall, that's not going to be a ton of info gained for Global.
Emang mungkin
But,
aimer
They
sih.
still have quite a bit of space. Nongshim didn't really clear out A main. That's now been re-cleared by GE, so they get that early information, and as a result, Autumn is already back on his way to B.
Yeah, double check over to main off the back of that paranoia sense, and now they're starting to get the key information that they need. As up and over, slide through the nanos, shrugging off that damage for now. Still having to make their way forward into this site, and Crystal, well, he's going to be
Tajam
able to draw
banget,
first
bisa
blood.
bonus guys.
RB struck down. Push coming in. Crystal looking for a second there from both.
Ini Safi satu kill bisa bonus.
As well, but Javi still here
Tuh
playing
kan.
it silently now, striking. Gets himself a second. Yutan gets a piece of the action, and that's just going to be Francis dead. Bonus is converted. And uh-oh, Global Esports still looking good.
I mean, they're looking great, aren't they? They are just reading this game to perfection. They have their players where they need them to be. They're making the moves at the right times. They're getting that info outside of A main, like we highlighted. Autumn very quick over to the B site, but what's also more important is that was a really well-played round by Harvey, just sitting back in that boat shed. You're not necessarily expecting that double up as Nongshim. And so he bides his time so nicely, gets that crucial kill. Yudotan picks off of that as well. And together, they close that site. So everything working perfectly in tandem right now for GE.
A little bit of a half investment here. It's going to be rough around the edges for Nolan.
Dia lagi wangi.
What the comps sound like as they try to
Lagi
pull
jago,
out
lagi
Thrifty
jago.
here in
Asli
round
lagi jago
number
banget
4.
guys.
레디
툭박을 한다.
수박 찍고 망사
제니 애들 시작해.
하나 둘셋 헤븐 제트 헤븐
Heaven. Anjir, sakit banget.
유체인 듯. 하나 더.
Oh!
해븐 하나 더 조심. 아울로 갖다 숨어 있어라.
해븐 둘.
조심해.
나 스모크 안돼 15초야 할게
해븐 둘.
헤븐
나
안
슛만
나오게
볼게.
빨아서만
나 슛만
Heaven
볼게.
2.
헤븐 안 나오게 빨아서 싸워
Heaven 2.
나 왼쪽도 아까볼게 나 젠낙하
Hati-hati kanan, wencok. Anjay.
슛만 본다 얘들아.
헤븐 벌렸는데
Off to a very good start. Just RB Casualty on the entry. 3 more players to try to get there to make this Thrifty go. 1 weapon being recovered. The drop down Crystal going to be taken out of the equation, and Autumn cannot find anything else. It's going to be a Thrifty pulled off here as Xross gets the 3K and Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for GE. The initial defense on A just not quite going their way, and when you inevitably are having to push all together from the same line, and it's going to get a little bit awkward at that point. You thought when Unitime picks that kill up, you're like, okay, well this round is pretty much
Absolute
over.
cinema.
2 headshots from 2 different sheriffs. Ivy and Xross getting the crucial kills in the round, and at that point, yeah, just a flood back in. You're all coming from one angle. It's a little bit too easy for Nongshim to cover. They've retrieved a couple of weapons there as well.
Pakai Sheriff sakit banget, parah sakit banget.
But for GE, they'll look at that and hope that it's just going to be a small speed bump.
Yeah, I want that just to be a minor blip here. As Knives are going to be out, it's going to be Autumn taking that first blood there as Dambi's going to be struck down. RB
Gila ditabrak sama RB, bro.
dashes in, but Francis is able to find Patman. Oh, still out into the open though. Now Autumn finds the kill, immediately puts the mask on. 5 health to the exit. Skate crash as well. He doesn't have a real exit strategy here. Just has to push back into A main, give up the space, and maybe try to get something done here from main now.
All he has to do is be annoying. He can get himself one or even draw some attention away, but with Crystal falling now, he has a bit more of a responsibility.
Let's try to make something happen. Attempted gate crash to the corner.
Would be bold.
He also very easily wall banged through that box, so maybe just a fake and then a swing on it. Trying to see if he could bait them. Yeah, will just be that fake going through. They spot it out though.
3-2 sengit kayaknya.
They still haven't been able to take him down. Xross now will find it.
Udah lost Cem? Belum.
Hobby, none the wiser. We'll just have to try to back away and hold on
Belum,
to Soden. So it's going to be a second round built up here for Nongshim.
Yeah, the difficulty there with Crystal going down is it kind of feels like then the onus goes on to Autumn to be the one to kind of push the issue back into the site. You don't really have the ability as the guy coming through from heaven to really have that much impact.
He's found him.
Harvey will go down. And obviously Autumn was on 5 HP, so there's really only so much that he can do.
Tidur.
Nongshim, nice resurgence. 2 rounds in a row off the back of the Thrifty. GE's money starting to get a little bit lower here. And the initial setup, again, looked pretty good for GE, but 2 quick trades through from Nongshim. They roll their way over that site. That, I think, was the crucial kill in my mind. Crystal losing that duel makes that retake so much harder for GE.
Ada Tiff. Menang.
Apparently Nongshim's pretty happy with things.
Yeah,
menang kah?
Going on there. Vibe starting to pick up. Maybe just needing to find that footing here. He said, get back on the bike, shake off the rust a little bit.
Duit mamping aja hasil poster.
See though, I mean, still very good opportunity for them to more than rest.
And
they are going to be starting from that attacker's side, so would expect the Global's going to come
Kerungkat.
top.
Oh. Bantai 13-0 memang lagi jago ada Tiff itu.
Another key early advantage in the hands of Global.
Dambi under kah?
Into a round win on their own half buy.
Under.
Hefty defense over
Underwater.
Remember, Autumn can come across pretty quickly as well. There are some upgraded weapons. Rifle here for Crystal.
Oh, that's a dink on RB. Down 10 health. He's still able to find one, but the trade back is going to be good as Autumn gets himself a second, and now suddenly it is just Ivy. Left standing in a 1v3.
Crystal's just got to survive for now, try and provide time for that rotate to come across.
Relatif kuat.
Force from GE.
Tap of the door.
Siapa siang?
Evacuated the area. Paranoia going to be sent flying.
Too good. Too good.
There's just no way to try to get this planted. He has to take the fight to them. And as he tries, Unitime will strike him down. So Global Esports not quite a Thrifty, but damn near close. We'll stop Nongshim in the tracks.
Yeah, it's a nice recovery from GE. Things got a little bit awkward, a little bit messy in the mid there, but responded quite nicely. Crucial kill again from Crystal, tasked with that Phantom in hand as well. He had to have some kind of impact. Autumn continues to be impressive here on Ascent. This is fast becoming, I would say, his best map of the split so far. He's looking very, very comfortable on the Yora. I wouldn't be too surprised if we started to see
skill RRQ disedot mana Tiff? Disedot skill, banyakin lu ya. Halo Zel.
Oh. Is that a whiff? It didn't actually get the ping reveal on the Autumn, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, bit off on that dart. Thanks, Ross. It's been a little while since he's been playing Sova, I suppose. Now, Patman.
Tembusin! Ah, pinter banget, sumpah, respawnnya cakep. Gila, struktur lo ini, tim. Pinter guys, asli guys.
They know there's multiple players there, so in the end, decide to slow things down.
Pinter
You're
banget.
still gonna have to push your way in at some point, and it's a
Glow up
slow
asli emang bener
progression
setuju
from
gua, Ge. Glow
Nongshim
up banget.
rather than a committed hit this time around. They do take that tree control. They got a little bit of space in mid here as well. Danby starting to work the angles. GE hunting for info. It might be Autumn's job now on A to make a bit of a push and see what he can see.
Ada aja planningnya licik anjir. Nggak yang flash, nggak apa, cuman kayak recon hancur tembusin satu titik. Easy kill.
Here's the approach coming through. Danby trying to lead the charge. Javi on that peak, just trying to play in Crystal.
Wah, cakep banget ini angle-nya.
He'll be able to find himself his second kill.
Enak banget ambil
Not
duelnya,
fast enough
guys.
reactions from Nongshim, but Ivy
Suka.
very snappy on that one. The pace
Low.
out has to
Susah,
come back
susah.
around the corner, 24 health. Clear the camera. This puts a lot more pressure
Frost
on Arby's
adalah
shoulders.
kiri.
I mean, Ivy's stuck. There's nowhere for him to go. They're going to try and dig him out.
Breaking the door and RB falling makes that a catastrophe. Clean retake here from Global.
RB niatnya mau bantuin dulu tuh Ivy karena ketahuan ya. Sayangnya gagal, guys.
Rp10.000 dari at ranks ini hitungannya match
Lagi
tim papan atas
posisinya papan
gak pro.
atas, man. Bener, man. Setuju, man. Lagi papan atas, man. Thank you, man, cebannya, man.
The 2K to come in from the side. GE are playing off of each other really, really nicely. Looking very comfortable. This was a little bit fortunate, but a nice sort of heads-up play. And Crystal's only able to do that because I think it was Harvey at the backside that had already taken the contact. They're a little bit concerned, preoccupied with where Harvey is. And then Crystal gets the easy 2K. So the setups are looking great from GE. They're hitting the shots that they should be hitting. They're up 5-2 right now. And
Papan atas lah poinnya.
not looking great for Nongshim. We had high hopes for RB coming onto this jet, and so far that has not been delivered upon.
No, not at all. Although, in his own right, does have 3. Danby has really been the one struggling here so far. A couple early, somewhat unlucky picks on himself, but needs to start getting activated now as Ivy. There's the neural depth reveal, and knows that he doesn't want to re-swing that corner.
100%.
Play this back. Paranoia ends up going out wide. Haven't completely missing the mark on that one, and Ivy will be able to collect. Clone to lead the way. This double phase going to be going in, and Ivy nearly.
Ivy jago banget.
I thought he was going to be able to find that reset. Either way, he has bought an immense amount of time and space for the rest of the team to get that spike planted. And
Gua bukan terus man, anjir. Siap man, kan semua man, gua panggil man. Thank you Ren, oke. Mamen, ganti men ya. Mamen Ren. Thank you man. Thank you man. Pakai reso berapa? Kayak 1280.
A bit of individual brilliance from Ivy, really. He gets the 3K in that round. First kill, he pops that neural theft. And so, not sure that that's going to be something that Nongshim can take too much heart in just yet. Particularly if they lose a couple of on the way out here.
Bikin mahal ini mah.
Allowed to lose out on that was just RB with the knives. Danby wanting this kill onto Autumn, trying to get that operator out, make sure that he has to rebuy it, but won't quite be able to displace Autumn. He tucked in. Gun gonna be saved. Third round found here for Nongshim, and a little bit more damage dealt.
Yeah. Not necessarily going to be a replicable round though. It's just big individual stuff from Ivy. Good kill to start things on Yudotan, and then, as you said, Patman just caught a little bit unawares, and a third.
Yang kena yang belakang sapi.
Ivy is GE tried to salvage that round, but kind of ran into a brick wall.
Beben mana nggak online, nggak tahu. Nggak ada siapa-siapa di
With the overdrive here. Not Yudotan, Danby I should say. See what comes from that for Nongshim.
All the while though, Extro's getting closer to this next Hunter Sphere.
Dapat dong, kabur dong.
How does Autumn get out of there?
I think team's gonna have to be really prepared for GE on this.
Susah emang Sen si Nongshim busuk guys. Makanya dia ambil kan.
Another pot shot out, but it's gonna be RB. Eliminated is Javi. Finds that kill. TV gonna be burned.
Anjir, sekali nyala baru ngomong susah, jago banget langsung rata guys.
Seems like he might have just woken up a bit.
Yeah, Danby just got a little bit too much space.
Oh, libur nonton audisi. Gue juga belum nonton tuh.
Camera set up cheeky little spot there in the mid.
Yeah.
It heard the footsteps, I'm sure as well. They knew that approach was going to be coming in, but that second little added layer of protection, now a tripwire on this market exit. Danby, that's a little bit of an overheat. Doesn't quite have to go for that one, but Ivy's here to pick up the pieces. Now into a 1v2. Patman, he's going to like his odds on this.
Certainly will. Try and get a bit more space with that dark cover. Hasn't seen either of these two players just yet. Has no idea exactly where they are. Ivy drops now into the 1v1.
Sakit banget
These
nembaknya.
opportunities, there's no shock darts, but he just doesn't really have the time. Hold the half, the swing to come in! And he's got it.
He got
He's
it.
absolutely got it. Nongshim handing over the keys to the kingdom in a Red Bull clutch into the hands of Patman. Because they overheat, they overpeak.
They overhit, they
No
overpeak.
way he should be getting away
Oh, well.
with that. I mean, it was looking pretty grim. Dambi gets an insane 3K to get into the site for Nongshim. And then
Menang, yes.
brilliance from Patman again. So cool
Sick.
in the clutch. You would think it's impossible. And there was really nothing given to him necessarily. I mean,
Yeah, I
put
think
down
nggak perlu
there,
nge-pick
sure,
sih
could have
sebenarnya.
played a little
No
bit
need.
safer maybe, but
Sampai
I don't
tunggu
think there
dekat
was any
aja tadi,
absolute
jadi
mistakes
bisa
really
di
made
bait.
by Nongshim in that 2v1. It's just Patman
Kalau ke save
doing
tinggal
what he
kasih
does.
tap,
Should have never
main
gotten to
bareng.
that point, but also
True.
you
No
can just
disiplin,
stay toxic,
sang
wait
brut.
for a tap of the spike, then activate, then start moving together. Rather than allowing him to get these isolated picks. That
Sejak tadi.
That should have been an unlosable round for Nongshim.
Could be a very losable round. In fact, actually for Nongshim here.
He's trying to make that judge go.
Pas lane yang ngebantuin, backup Hunter Fury, planning. Nice paranoia, chat.
Ross will be able to find the one, but he's completely blinded up, and Patman will just run him down. Swap over the gun. It's a
Too
right
hard.
click across, Ivy down to
Too
30.
hard.
Now, very much similar scenario for Nongshim, where it feels like this should be impossible, and it would take a hell of a lot for Global to
Yep, too
surrendering
hard.
this one over.
Everything is calculated.
Nice solid shot from Autumn.
For South,
Cleans
good.
up Ivy, and he very much has a bead on where Francis is coming from. That drone will confirm the info, and another easy 2K for Autumn. GE are powering through this first half.
And now here's my big question. As the timer continues to tick, not this previous round, the one before that, the one that Nongshim absolutely should have had done, that they squandered, we still have not seen a timeout call. Just last week, I watched Silkanon call a timeout after they lost a pistol. How is there no intervention after a massive overheat round? Like the one we saw 2 rounds ago. Maybe they just really believe in this defender side. But I feel like they absolutely need everything they can get from this attack.
Jagonya per
Pretty
per
confident in the second half.
nggak tahu lah,
Second map
per
even
momentum per
potentially at this
turnamen
point as
kayaknya.
well for Nongshim, because this is starting to look a bit like a foregone conclusion.
Ow.
That's
Waiting from Ivy.
nice kill from Ivy.
They're all left out again. It's a solid start for
Ow.
them. And Dami able to find Yodotan before the
Ow.
door gets shut. So, okay. Can they
Ooh,
close
Patman.
this? Is the question.
How?
Patman's still standing and Dami now dead. Gets us back into a 3v3. Mind you, there is still a lockdown available and the spike is stranded in market.
Yeah, that's not a good place for it to be. Quite difficult to actually retrieve. The drone's going to find it as well. Patman! Oh, he almost does it all on the site alone. Spike's retrieved.
Ooh, the reveal. That's more damage going to be found. Ivy is down to 14 health. And again, Crystal, he's just been tabling this lockdown. He hasn't needed to invest this at all.
Nongshim just pausing, hoping to draw GE into their crosshairs. Eventually they're going to have to make a move.
Ivy's going to change up the position. He's going to try to see if he can catch them off guard, make them think and hope that they believe that both players are playing there within the site. But lockdown now going to be invested. Big reveal onto Francis, tagged through the wall.
Where do you go?
You have to go forward. It's your only recourse. There's nothing else to do. You have to try to swing that corner, but Javi will have him dead from market. The Odin will be carried over. It's an 8th round for Global Esports. And as they go into the last round of the half, Nongshim again just don't have much money.
Yeah, and the fundamentals also, again, just far too good for GE. They are so cool, calm, and collected. They seem to be so in sync, no matter what the situation is. Clutches, comfortable, 2v2s, comfortable.
Terlalu kuat.
Even when they lose the opening pick or two, the recovery is great. This
Good defense.
can be causing a couple of issues, but I think it was that kill from downtown from Harvey that really changed the way this round actually played out. That was the one that caught the spike in market. Had they had it in the 3-on-3, Nongshim might have been able to walk their way into that B site, get a quicker plan, and put that time pressure back on GE, but they had to go on a bit of a recovery mission first.
It's a 3v5 at its peak.
Indeed.
And now you're going into the last round of this half. Half armors abound, the operator's still in hand, the Odin's still there. Dimensional drift. And X-Ross needs to find something with his Hunter's Fury. It feels like it's Patman. Are you sticking that? X-Ross is not watching for it. And there goes your ult. The one you had, the one that he had just built up, it's gone.
Okay, double
And
pick.
for a second, it looked like Patman was going to be able to get so much more.
Still, it is causing such a ruckus for Nongshim that it's kind of eaten away at about a minute's worth of their time to play this round. Not to mention, like you said, the Hunter's Fury out of the picture as well, so you're limiting the resources of Nongshim if they can even find themselves a plan here. Going straight into the setup in mid.
Quick peek, a kill, the knives out. DOTA finding himself in second. And I think it's time to stick a fork in this, at least for the half, because this is donezo. Dami maybe could try to make me eat my words, but nope, he is blinded up, absolutely screwed, and it's going to be 9-3. Global Esports well out in front.
Yeah, 100%. This change up from Nongshim has not worked. We'll maybe get to see whether or not RB has some more success on the defense on that jet, but by and large, this whole half was really dominated by GE. I think there was a couple of rounds in there as well where you look at it and say Nongshim probably could have won maybe 2 more. They were in advantageous positions a couple of times that they really did let slip.
Main, Breeze main.
Dramatically with that scoreline.
Yeah, at least 2 rounds.
Yes.
Colossally tossed.
Yeah.
So this absolutely could have been a 7-5.
You can't afford that, especially like at this level.
Mbappe,
right,
boy.
you know, I think you say, okay, we're only in week 2, right?
Bisa menang nggak ya? Nggak tahu ya. Gue lagi pusing banget. Bisa kali.
Let's be real, you're going to be 0-3 right now after 2 weeks of
Nggak
play.
yang seburuk
It
itu
cannot be
kok mainnya.
a good time to be in the Nongshim camp, right? That's going to be a mental breaker. On the other hand, you're obviously potentially giving these championship points over to a team like GE, who is, by the way,
Jago,
right on
jago.
your heels. So I think this is the worst case scenario, really, for Nongshim. Early days, obviously, in this game, but if it continues the way that it has so far, GE are going to walk away with a win, and they're going to walk away with a 3-0 start to the season, and all the momentum that comes with that as well.
Sorry, Speed.
I mean, coming into this, Nongshim was already kind of handicapped a little bit because of
Ya kan pasti ada koreksi, Car.
banning the Summit, especially after what Global showed.
Sure.
On Summit, you have to continue to ban that, but that just
Pasti ada
allows for
perbaikan,
Global to be
bro.
like, okay, well, you've been looking pretty rough on Ascent, so we just pick that, and it should be pretty much a guaranteed map win. But then Nongshim still continue to try to change up the roles here. It feels like we're back in stage 1, where, you know, Yoru just gotten nerfed. They were
Trying to figure things out.
you know, Dambi on Phoenix,
Oh,
putting
Fadlan.
him out there, and having
Yeah.
Francis play Neon. It feels like we're kind of back to that, but it doesn't need to be that way. I think if they just stuck with the comps that they had been running and just shored those up, you'd be finding a lot more success compared to what we're seeing at the moment.
Unfortunately, you're not in the coaching booth for Nongshim.
Could do. It's like a 20-second walk. It's got to go down the stairs.
Yeah. I don't know how the language barrier would go. I mean, you've got a bit of
Pardon
Korean
me.
under your belt.
Well, I mean, I think I could get through.
Yeah.
Igo, this comp, Suregi.
I have no idea what that means, but...
That's why it means trash.
Okay.
Not liking it so far.
Yeah, fair enough. GE trying to make their entry into B here.
Okay. Well, Xros able to find himself a second and third now.
Menang pistol.
Maybe
Kah?
they can just run this pistol. Is Autumn running out of
Oh,
bullets.
okay.
Turns over to the
Punya
side,
Crash.
cleans up Ivy, and now gets it down into a 1v1. Xros low on health. Takes a TP. Xros not really buying it. Now has it confirmed. The swing. The
Ya,
reset.
nggak ada
And
pelor.
Autumn gets it done.
Xros ran out of bullets, and Autumn at that point, he knew he had it. 10-3, GE can do no wrong on Ascent.
Tim terburuk kah? Ya, maybe.
That
Bisa
was just
jadi.
an all-out brawl on B, and you thought for a second maybe Nongshim have the numbers. They actually
Gila,
did
Exos
have
sudah
the
3
numbers.
kill,
They
masih
had
nggak
all
cukup.
the players over to B. There was a pre-rotate. They were ready for that, and yet GE still somehow find a way to come away with the win. It's that clean kill onto Ivy that Autumn gets that actually makes that possible. If he has to use any more bullets, he might be in trouble there, but in the end, he's provided enough space by that quick kill that he can reset and win the 1v1 to close that round out. And frankly,
Kuat.
maybe close this map out too.
And I mean, I know that you are playing from the defender side.
Enggak, nggak ada pelor dia.
Points for Global, but
Wah, depan cokor.
oh my God, jump
Wah, ditinggal tuh.
Ivy still able to find the one, but Autumn just leaving.
Jago emang, GE.
Jumps out of there. Meanwhile, Ivy just able to find the one kill. But I was going to say, I'm still shocked that I don't see a force buy here from Nongshim, given the deficit.
Yeah, I think it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Really, there's not really the right choice per se. Plan's going to go down. Ross and Francis obviously will try to put something together here. And it's not impossible with some sharp shooting, but the lines are long, and you've got
Jago, bro. Ben.
Sharpies on the
Si
other
GE.
side of that. Crystal will fall, but Patman and Autumn do not. And it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. So 11-3, GE claim that round.
Bantai-bantai, coy.
Money for the buy now because they
Ngeri
don't
banget
buy in
ini.
that previous round. But essentially what you're asking for them is now 10 in a row. And that is a pretty tough offer.
It rarely happens. It has happened, it can happen, but it rarely happens.
4 mainnya tajem. Autumnya jago.
About as rare as a 13-0. Shout out to crew. But 19-7-1, I mean, Autumn has just been, it's just been dumpstering.
It's the same thing as we saw earlier on in the week. You know, I think he's really thrown
Emang
down the
kecil,
gauntlet for
kecil.
GE's opponents going forward to say beware of what we can do on Ascent. And honestly, I'd love to see him on this Euro a little bit more.
Gede,
It seems
langsung
like
gede,
he's just
poinnya
so
gede.
comfortable on it.
2 win kayaknya oke lah.
Back, RB having to give up that space. Well, Dambi, okay, scale forward, over at Tree. So you'd thought going to be contained into the corner, and this looks like a good anti-bonus. Surely.
Iya, Beben ninja guys.
Yeah, look, not really too much put into that round by GE. They're kind of just deciding, you know what, we're going to try and walk our way forward, aim dual Nongshim, see what we can do around Tree. You're not really seeing much of the attacking side there. They've still kind of kept that in the back pocket.
Yeah.
So it's just a bit of a testing round to see how easily can we actually get through Nongshim today. The answer is, you know, you do actually have to dig a little bit deeper than that, but I think it's worth a try, particularly when you're up 11-3 as GE, just to see what you can get away with.
Crystal with the Sheriff might still be good for at least a kill here, but trying to break this high-low.
One would be a dream here.
I mean, hey, if he gets it done.
30 seconds left.
Smattering of damage. RB down to a one-tap range, but okay, Francis around the back out from main. We'll be able to catch him. A flawless, exactly what Nongshim need if they are going to try to run this back 10 in a row.
9 now. So with each passing round, it theoretically gets a little bit easier. Nice opening duel from Dambi. And he got a couple there as well with the backup of Francis. So overall, these Nongshim guys can still shoot when they get given the right opportunity. But I suspect what GE's going to have for us on this attack is not really going to give them such easy rounds going forward.
Dambi is trying to keep the energy flowing here for the team.
It's a tough ask.
7 rounds up, Global Esports. Another full buy behind this. See if they can push this up to match point, or Nongshim going to be able to get themselves a 5th.
Wah, flashnya miss itu kayak timing.
Just go B, I think.
Just go B, I think.
Let me look this one, please. Can you guys go B? I think you ulti from mid, Kill. Oh yeah, just push your TP, just do the simple B. Okay. Let me fake A also. I use one small, just smoke CT, Kill, you just go market, okay? This all.
1 HP. Oh no, minus 80, 3 middle. Cypher B, Cypher should be B.
Let me just fight the mid. I cannot smoke you boys, I just smoke market, okay?
Get it on. Able to find RB with that headshot. It wasn't quite 1 HP as the call out had said, but you know, with that Vandal, we'll be able to make it so. Javi now, last one standing.
Wow.
Trying to fight his way out.
Ketahuan orang Belas.
But he manages to isolate this into a 1v1.
He's got that fast rotate as well. He is going to beat Ivy to the side. Should be able to get a plant down here. Oh, he's going for an open plant. That could be awkward. We'll hear Ivy.
Yeah, here's it. Has to get off of it there for now. Recon to the back, tuck forward into the cage. Ivy just waiting this one as the drone will come through. The drop down, just trying to collect it. Oh, and he's just down, whittled away to 5 HP.
Whoa!
I mean, how do they
masih
keep getting
menang
away with
anjir,
it?
nggak jelas.
Too good! Every single clutch of the game.
It's another one that should be done. That is insanity that he manages to win that out. And unfortunately, Ivy's going to be kicking himself, but he's been doing so much to try to keep this team afloat.
Yeah, I mean, he got the crucial kill, by the way. We got, during the listen in there, Autumn was sort of wrapping into that B side, I think, with the dimensional drift, but Ivy knocked him over. Had that kill gone the other way, that's an easy round for GE. In the end, it comes down to the clutch. It doesn't matter. Ivy still drops it. So 12-4, Nongshim are getting a
Welcome back, Chodet.
right now on a set.
Thank you, lagi Chodet.
I guess when Crystal said 1 HP, he was telling Javi 1 HP is all you need. You've got this. Cover going out. The extra 4 was just a bonus, but okay. Early damage found again.
Pusing rek. BU rek.
14, but we have to.
Speechless.
I feel like I just can't even count
25.000 dari Rangga.
Pesan, GM menang lawan FS di Breeze, apakah akan menang JG Prop di ENS Breeze ini?
Ya kalau nembaknya begini bisa, Rangga. Lagi tempo banget dari game kemarin. Lagi jago sih emang kayak solid banget.
Lot of mid control established for Nongshim. All it would take for them is to maybe catch one of these
Mau
players.
$25.000 gua baru enak.
Extros isn't that far progressed. Harvey's now having a bit of a look. Harvey needs to be careful here.
Menang.
Oh, you can't be losing that duel as Ivy.
RB needing to deliver more than just the one that he was able to find. Extros to that Hunter's Fury, empty-handed, but does manage to redraw the weapon, leading up a kill onto Yutan. 2v3 with a spike not yet brought forward. As Francis strays to the smoke, and now the time is going to be gone.
That's
the round done and dusted unless Patman can kill them both in the blink of an eye, but Extros can just stay tucked away. Francis will find him on that swing, and okay, Nongshim stay afloat for now.
I wasn't really prepared to call a spade there just yet for Nongshim, because I thought maybe
Agent nggak
there's
tahu
still a
penting
chance
juga
Patman could get this
buat
done.
game plan.
We've seen stranger things in this game.
Kembali cocok nyaman sama pemain-pemainnya.
Little bit of a fumble from
Ultimate enak
Looked
banget,
like
mainnya
it was a done
bebas.
thing, but that kill through the
Ngepik-ngepik
smoke in
TP.
B main, dropping the spike. It's kind of just bad luck really there for Autumn. Good spam.
Iya, mendingan Francis
good
pakai
intuition
Yoru sih balik
from Francis,
zaman
but
master.
on another day maybe those shots don't hit. So not a concern necessarily just yet for GE. 12-5 scoreline. They've still got a lot of time to close this out, but they will be taking a save in this round. See if maybe Yudotan can have an impact with that Blade Storm.
Well, if he took that tailwind forward, it would have been right into one of the trips.
Yeah.
Still two situated here to try to get that catch. TP pass for the one. Shots ringing out. Francis giving away his position, but still will find a second as Hobby will get taken down. Just catching that strain from all side forward.
Okay.
They knew exactly where Patman had ended up, and they managed to flush him out. So
Faktornya apa ya, ganti pemain?
they're very easily going to avoid giving over the Thrifty this time around. Crystal will still do well to find the one, but not much more for Autumn to do but to swing out and die.
Rp20.000 dari Bangun Tak Tidur. You bisa you sampai TS.
Lihat nanti bangun tak tidur. Kalau ini cepat banget boleh kali. Gua lagi mual anjir.
A game that sort of feels like it's in a holding pattern
Nggak enak badan
until we
dah.
get to such a point where Nongshim realistically do feel like they can make this retake or recovery happen, or until obviously GE do eventually close this out.
Timeout.
Wow, they do exist.
Apparently.
But strangely enough, it's Global Esports,
yeah.
of course, who are calling the first time out. Platoon just wanting to bring this map to its end.
No WTS, nggak tahu.
I think. You know, you've had your fun, you've had your opportunity as GE to try to close this out as a 5 without necessarily having any input from the coach, but let's try to nip this in the bud before it gets too outrageous.
Lihat situasi ya,
This
entar
is
lihat
GE and
situasi.
say, we've still got a lot of time to close this game out, but we saw what happened yesterday to Paper X. Let's not have the same thing happen to us.
Couple claps there, Platoon.
Sampai nyener, lihat nanti.
Still a very comfortable lead. Take 6 more in a row for Nongshim. Get this into overtime. The moment still.
RB-nya kalah nembak mulu jadi first man, mana jadi Egil
A lot of
juga.
half armors, 4 players, 2 halves, 2 regions. So if RB can get that outlaw online yet again, this could be pretty brutal.
Patient early setup from both teams. A little bit of movement happening over towards B main for Nongshim.
Sorry Phoenix.
GE are also playing, a very reserved style in this round, hoping to see anything from Nongshim.
Underdog bangkit.
So we'll get a little bit of a slower round out here, which I almost think might play in the hands of GE. Given that a few of these rounds they've been losing some opening duels, there's been quite a number of sort of chaotic early to mid rounds.
Genji, ya begitulah. Kok Genji mah masih cacing-cacing naga-naga.
GE might just have enough to bust their way through, but they have a couple of trips to get past once again.
Leaning into the weaker stack. One going to be cleared out. Extros at the ready with that recon as the paranoia comes through. It's going to be that drop down, point blank though, and Yudotan
Buset, menang dong atas Fury-nya, cakep. Dia sabar banget. Kesabaran adalah kunci, guys.
Yeah, this might be
Kesabaran
adalah
kunci.
Kesabaran
adalah kunci. Underdog gak? Masih. Tapi jago.
But taken down, Francis for 2.
Lockdown now going to be invested with Patman now with a third. RB having to do it all, and he just can't get off the starting
Sabaran
point.
udah
4K
kunci,
for
anjir.
Patman, and the round closed out. As well as the map for Global Esports. 13-6.
Yeah, and they're not even excited about it, which I don't think they necessarily need to be, right? That was a foregone conclusion for quite a while. I mean, they know they've still got a bit of a job.
Jago boy, GG boy.
As well. But yeah, a little bit too easy, I think I have to say there for GE. Patman had a great day, Autumn had a great day, and then you had a pretty decent cameo in there as well from Unitan, who I think kind of flew under the radar a little bit, but still put up 17 kills in that map. So overall, everything working to perfection for GE, and it feels like I think by and large it didn't really feel as though they turned up in the server. There was a couple around there where maybe Danby had his moments.
Bisa menang nggak? Possibly, mungkin ya masih. Kalau nembaknya kayak kemarin, baru 2 game sih nggak tahu performanya stabil atau enggak. Enak ya closingnya, rapi-rapi, struktural. Struktural. Bener gak Prof? Patman 19 ya? Enggak, salah. Selalu salah gua.
I think it's going to be very rough tidings and maybe a very early exit from the evening here at the studio for Nongshim Red Force. Global Esports, they've clearly showed up prepared. They've showed up heated up. And yeah, they now have the upper hand. We'll see what happens when we get over to that breeze.
Mau tebak-tebakan? Boleh.
That is right. This could be over a lot sooner than we anticipated.
Buat meriah. Boleh.
Takes this very quickly.
They are in just such sick form right now. Yeah. Honestly, like this is the best.
Sick form right now. Yes, I'm agree.
Like honestly, this team is looking phenomenal.
I mean, they're looking fantastic. They're yet to drop a map here. Absolutely dominated Nongshim. But I mean, you have to ask the question of what's going on inside Nongshim, because this is horrendous. It's not even close to good.
Godman lagi Prop.
Can't get a summit together.
19.
Starting every series 0-1. I think Ascent is just not looking good, especially this defensive side. They've shown 3 different looks on it now, and just nothing. I'm not convinced by anything they're putting together.
There's a lot to unpack here in this map, and we're gonna get deep into it, especially that gentleman over there on the jet, which many years ago, this was a sight to behold, but we're gonna dig into that a little bit later. First off, though, we have to really commend how far GE has come. The mistakes that they were making over at kickoff are nowhere to be seen today. They've managed to work through all of these things to make them into one of the scariest teams here in Pacific, and certainly their defense is among the best in Pacific, if not the best.
I mean, the Ascent defense against full sense is something that we already praised in terms of the rotation timings, in terms of both the Jet and the Yoru being able to find opening kills. It felt like that whole first half, GE either had opening kills or 3 players on the right side with blood potential against a Nongshim that was always behind in terms of the rotation game, quite honestly. They were way too slow keeping the info game on.
Formula 1.
Beautiful mid-round push there for GE. You see they execute into the site for Nongshim, and GE already have 3 on that site, and they're ready to flood straight back on in to win the bonus.
I mean, it's perfect. They have 2 people in backside for the B hit. This is the goal of the macro here. They just had the read every single round. I think the mid-rounding is fantastic here from Harvey. It's clearly a map he understands well, and they were just a leg up on Nongshim in every occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's another perfect example of it. Nongshim is trying to work that map control. Catwalk peek comes in from Unitan, you get the opening kill, you're already up 5v4, and then the rotations are perfect. You've already got the flood out marker from Autumn, the other players are rotating from the other side of the map. It just feels like GE were always on top of them.
And it just feels like that hive mind that Nongshim had at the very beginning of this year, even in last year, it's just nowhere to be seen at this moment. You can just tell that what they used to do just does not work with what they're trying to even do. It just doesn't seem like anything's clicking.
And they're lost. They're lost on this map. And to be lost on Ascent is crazy. Everyone in the world knows how to play this map. It's been here for such a long time, but you can't be getting out macroed like that.
But historically, it's a map they used to avoid. It's a map they didn't play. When they originally went and qualified for Pacific, they used to ban it, and they even ran like a bit of a troll harbor comp because it's not
way.
something that they played regionally. So, I mean, I know we're throwing it a long way back, but honestly, Nongshim as a team and the core of this team has always had a bit of a weird relationship with this map. They found some success on it with like the Viper Neon comp for a little while. But yeah, I think the whole conversation around Nongshim, it's not the case nowadays, but the conversation around Nongshim used to be, Dabby can only play
13,
Neon, and a sec
10,
is not a Neon map. Nowadays,
18, 18.
like, nah, that doesn't work, bro.
Well, speaking about things from
IV.
a long way back, we had a sighting that we haven't seen
13, 10,
since
18, 18,
2022.
IV.
RB on the jet. The last time we
ACS
saw
tertinggi
this was
si
in Masters Copenhagen.
We wanted to point this out in the content.
Autumn.
Us is gassing him up. You're a superstar, bro. You were the Korean 10s. They put him on the jet. I think he started to believe some of that, unfortunately, and maybe that was a mistake.
Look, 10's retires, guys. Like, I mean,
we might be heading in that direction, honestly. I'm a little bit worried, bro.
I don't know what's going through their brains to think putting RB back on jet is a good idea. Yes, he could do it back in
Wah,
the
harus
day.
menang.
The game was so different back in 2022.
Sometimes you still believe.
Mual gua,
Sometimes
mual.
it's like, you know, you still believe that you can
Asli
do
mual
things
gua.
that were
I
long
don't
time ago,
understand.
Morgan.
I was sick. It's like the armchair, armchair dad in NFL. It's like, yeah, man, I used to play quarterback.
Yeah, I would have made it. I had an injury in the knee. But I can't understand it because they have X-Ross who I felt he was fitting that second duelist role so well. This is also a Phoenix map. Why can't we play Phoenix on this map? I think this is so much instability within the team where they don't know if they're coming or going. I think it really shows to me that they can't find a true answer if you're having to try RB back on the jet. It makes me so scared.
Enggak enak badan, bukan
This
makan.
is their own pick. Breeze is also a
Enggak,
strong jet.
obat.
I
Enggak.
don't wanna
Skip,
see
skip,
them
skip, skip.
do it again. I'd much rather see the Neon Phoenix. Let RB be a support player. He grew into that role so well.
Morgan's advocating for Neon Phoenix on the desk. We've surely lost
Anything.
that much.
Bahkan begadang mungkin ya. Tidur gua ya nggak bagus.
I don't know. I'm really uneasy about this. Even though like seeing RB on the jet was like, oh hey, flashback to whenever, but there was a reason why, you know, he left that, you know, when the world needed him most, he vanished.
Okay, okay.
But
Time for Nongshim Copium. I'm a Nongshim picker.
Okay.
Time for Nongshim Copium. Since the last stage,
Kaget
they
gak
have
enggak?
played Breeze 7 times against Pacific
Jago.
teams, including GE that they beat them on this map in the EWC qualifier, and international teams. They are 6-1, guys. If there's a map Nongshim should beat anybody in Pacific on, this is that map.
I do think also we have a big question mark on the side of GE.
Bisa,
was a
Breeze.
map that they were
Oke lah.
actively picking before. Going into London with this Sage comp, they looked very, very
They
strong.
beat
It
Full
was
Sense, lost to XLG, right?
Yeah,
And this
over
was
in
with
London.
this chamber kind of neon Sage comp. They played this comp for so long, though. They were playing
Yes.
this comp back in Ho Chi Minh, so I almost feel like it might be time for a new comp for GE. What do you think?
I mean, I liked the Sage. I thought they understood how to play it. I really liked Javi on it. And I think into this Neon Phoenix, this is where it's at its best. You know, we saw them bring out this comp. The first time we saw it was against Nongshim. And we thought, hey, was this a deliberate counter? So I would love to see them stick with that because it worked so well before.
I still think though that even if they do change up the comp, Breeze is a map that GE are comfortable with.
Yeah,
Avi is clearly comfortable with it, and this is so important, especially for the IGL. It's such a big map, so I think that no matter what comp they're on, it's gonna be something that these players can easily adapt to. Nongshim, on the other hand, I'm not sure if the team is entirely in sync, and that's what scares me the most about this going into the second map.
Yeah, it did not look like it on a cent. I mean, that's a map they've struggled on, though. Breeze should be well drilled. They've got a fantastic win rate on this map. They need to do some serious soul searching.
Enggak,
We
Cat,
need the leadership of Nongshim to turn this ship around. The coaching staff. We need these veteran players like RP needs to completely flip his performance. We need Francis doing the IGLing to be able to do a good job here on Breeze because they're 0-2 down in this group. 0-1 down against GE in this series, an opponent that they played a lot of close series against. And if they just get blown out of the water 2-0, yes, GE are in phenomenal form, but we're getting further and further and further away from Nongshim's kickoff and Santiago run, and I'm starting to get concerned.
This is a team that needs Champions points. It's so important for them, or they could miss out on the biggest tournament of the year. Can they turn this series around right now on their own map pick of Breeze? Taking a look at the compositions, yes, thank you. So much better. Dambi on the Neon, X-Ross supporting him him on that Phoenix. I'll be back onto the smokes on that Harbor. This is what they've shown before. This is where they were getting the wins.
This is where GE, we've been talking about their role swaps since the coaching staff change and, you know, kind of discussing who's going to play what. Harvey on the Omen, no more Sage in the comp. There's going to be a different look that Nongshim is going to have to adapt against. And Autumn, instead of on the Chamber, will be on that Vito. We've talked about in this current meta, the choice between Vito and Chamber.
RRQ play in.
Plays very well into
Nyoba, jangan tanya gue. Percuma mau gue yang ngomong. Yang ngatur kan mereka.
Especially on the defensive side, rather, can create some opportunities for GE.
Well, maybe.
Lemes,
I mean,
pusing
changes
gua.
all around, changes for
Pusing,
the better,
pusing.
That remains to be seen, right? Hopefully, this Neon Phoenix, as much requested by Big Time here, will do some good on the side of Nongshim.
It's the lesser of two evils.
You can see how resigned Big Time is right now, and changes on the side of Global Esports. We'll see if this means that they can close this one out, or if Nongshim begin their comeback now. We're gonna toss it over to Achilles and Elfish.
Okay, well, we've avoided a potential catastrophe. Back onto the same comps here on Breeze that Nongshim haven't been running, because the RB Jet, it was fun. It was fun in you know, in the thoughts, but when we got into practice, kind of bad.
Sure.
It was like a nice little bottle of wine that you set on the shelf for 4 years. You finally popped it open, and you're like, oh, this has turned to vinegar.
Yeah.
So, didn't really hold up too well. They pivot back. They go to what has been more comfortable for them, what has been working on this map. Global Esports also changes for themselves.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, for Global Esports, an uncomfortable map. We've seen them on Breeze quite a lot. You saw the stats there. They have a pretty reasonable win rate on it, so I think it's still going to be an uphill battle for Nongshim with the form that GE are looking in today. That said, I do think that Ascent map probably could have been a little bit closer had Nongshim converted on the rounds, which they should have. It might have even gone double digits, so let's not count Nongshim out just yet. GE
Sorry.
campaign in an attempt for a 2-0 today. It's not a great start. RB with some tags through the smoke gets the better of Yudotan and
2-0 aja. Ya, boleh.
Avi will be able to find X-Ross, but RB with a second. Smoke's eliminated. This a bit more difficult for them. Just that Viper Wall to really try to have any scale forward onto the A site, but and really even try to lean in that direction.
It's going to be slow progress in the rest of this round for GE. Shift walking their way toward A main, hoping they can find a duel against Ivy. It's probably not going to happen. This is a pretty impossible line to win a duel on. It's more of an info gathering line for Ivy. Pixel line.
He needs to back up a hell of a lot faster than he is, though.
That's surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a slow creep back. It was a delayed reaction on the initial shot as well.
Now Patman's out on the side. Hobby's been heard.
30 seconds left.
They're going to be spotted, and they have enough of a distraction, so RB will be able to collect that third kill. Crystal down to 2 will fall, and Nongshim will get themselves their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, scary for a moment there for Nongshim, though, to be fair. When GE was walking their way onto the side, I thought, okay, anything could really happen here. RB, nice 3-0 start to this map. We had our criticisms on that first map when he was on the Jet, but he can come back alive here. Nongshim could still be in the conversation.
Well, they don't squander this one here. Seeing, in addition to the round 4 trips, there's a hell of a lot of anti-ecos getting dropped across all the regions. There's a jump out through that smoke, and well, Uton, he's able to find X-Ross.
Yeah, wants to pick the pace up, but slowed down by the relay bolt.
Spray and pray. Francis rewarded as dash in. Tambi able to find the hip fire. Does take a good amount of damage himself, down to 11, but the rest of the team should have him covered as Tambi fishing for that pick. Will eventually be able to find it, rather. As that'll be Patman dead, and okay, one casualty. All the key weapons going to be carried over. Just the Marshal left on the floor. Nongshim get the 2-0.
Yeah, get a plan there. Something for GE. I thought maybe Patman might get one more on the back end. Could have brightened the day a little for GE to start the map off, but not the end of the world. Gun round yet to come. This will be the big one for GE. To have a bit of a better idea of what they're going to bring to the table on this attack. Pretty easy hold, particularly with that spam through from Francis to bring about the second kill. Once you get to a 3v5, it tends to feel really quite comfortable. You have a lot of coverage still with those 5 players rotating over to the same side. So solid stuff from Nongshim. Let's see what we get here though. The bonus round.
Right here. Let's see if they can try to get this Phoenix activated. It's been very slow to start. Strauss to find too much, so not in that ideal position where you would be having that ultimate online going into the bonus. TP the corner. Meanwhile, okay. Strauss with the critical kill.
And Danby was looking for it as well. Crystal here with a shock dart. Ooh, under a bit of pressure. Danby wants to go forward and be.
Was stripe kah? Was stripe.
Just collect the vandal.
Lanjut, Patman. Nice trap.
Patman able to find an opening, but now they have to try to push forward.
Hilang arah gini, guys.
Ivy, he is re-wrapping out towards window.
Got to be quick though, because Nongshim are on the move.
He hasn't made enough noise. That's the head spotted.
Oh.
They ping him out. Meanwhile, the Patman going to be taken down, and now rather than go through the window, I mean, they know where he's at, but they're still giving him an opportunity. They managed to win the fight. A little bit of damage going to be suffered. The dash forward, though, and Yudotan taken down. So now it's just spike in hand contained here at main. High-low setup. And, okay, Nongshim Red Force, they'll get a bonus conversion of their own.
Nongshim are looking much more comfortable already here on Breeze. Rubber the Green is not going the way of GE anymore. These opening picks, I didn't think that was necessarily a bad attempt from Patman, but perhaps would have liked to have seen a double swing there in main. He's going to go for a dry peek like that, have someone else swing from the other side as well. At least then you can go 1 for 1.
So far so good,
Nongshim.
Nongshim.
Maybe just feeling it a little bit too much off the back of that first map, thinking, okay, we can just roll over Nongshim here, but need to see a little better.
Francis Danby bermain.
Close this out 2-0 today.
Ini kah?
We listened in the Nongshim in the previous map. They were able to get a Thrifty in round 4, so I'm going to try to offer that over to Global Esports as well and see if they can very much do the same. So they try to bring these Sheriffs and Bandit to bear. Let's see if they can take down Nongshim.
They shoot through smoke, so they don't know. They shoot through smoke from side.
Guys, I do a tight wall,
Okay, guys, they will drone right now. Ready?
Okay, ready?
I drone.
I flash left side, I flash left.
Backside,
Neon,
Yudo.
neon.
Harbor also.
I flash mid side, then.
Harbor backside.
Oh, sorry, you do. However, left side, guys.
Berat, berat.
Okay, I go with Yudo.
Oh, he's behind the box, behind the box.
I got stun Yudo, I cannot pick.
One enemy remaining.
Boy, he's close. And yeah.
Well, NT there, but it's a flawless for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Not allowing for that Thrifty to come through, so 4-0 to start. Global now back into another bye.
Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes not much you can do in a round like that one. There was a bit of an idea, obviously, from Crystal there to see if he could get the troops in, but as soon as you don't get the entry in a round like this, it becomes very, very difficult to recover as the team that is running around with pistols. So every second you delay, the rotation's coming through. That means there's an extra 2 or 3 players on that side to provide even further angle coverage. Another flawless out from Nongshim, and it has been flawless in the second map thus far. 4-0. Extros getting confident, it would seem, wants to play close towards A main. In the end, pushed away by that dark cover. Slow start to this round, which GE might appreciate. Haven't really been given the opportunity to just take map control without some kind of harassment happening. Here they've only got so much. It is only that A main position. Nothing really explored toward middle, nothing over towards B really. Taking their time about this attacking side, GE.
I'm out of here.
Nowhere to run. For the split. Just Fear to try to open things up, but Extros, he can't hold the door on him, just pushes forward. Will finally be finished off as Francis does manage to find the one, but Danby now dead. He sights severely weakened up as near side just come through. RB able to find that kill on the Patman, but Francis now fallen. 2v3. Nongshim on the back foot as RB swings the corner. Javi's dead.
Yudotan was not spotted on the cross, though. I don't think they're going to expect him that deep in the side.
I don't know if Crystal's going to be ready for this. He's looking on the angle, though. Seems like he has a decent read, but I still trained forward. Swing in and okay. Gets it done. Keeps himself protected and RB
yeah, they had no idea where Yudotan was. He was really in a strong position. It's easy to overlook. You would have thought he was playing back towards main, maybe over to the right side there. Instead, he was on the left.
Sakit.
And GE have their first round of the map.
4-1.
It's early days, obviously, but it is something to build off of.
That's a big one to be found. You did have that Hunter's Fury invested, so kind of needed to be able to get it off the ground, but you also do get that reckoning out of RB, so Some added benefits here sprinkled in for global esports, but still a little bit more costly than they would like.
Yeah, it's still hanging in the balance as well for GE. You can't just win this one round and then go on to lose the next one or two, because the circumstances don't change too much. GE now need to find a way to put a bit of pressure back onto Nongshim, and it might be Autumn with the op that will do so.
He's on the move with the wall raised, allowing him to try to get onto a little bit of a deeper angle, but Autumn's trained in.
That's crazy, because that is a defensive Ivy wall. Danby knows when that's going down.
Dia jadi
Autumn does
mantap.
not.
Strong emang, strong banget.
He puts himself out. It's just a little bit too much exposure. Cannot nail the hospital flick. So, the advantage again.
Mulai dapat tempo ya.
Is Crystal, he's going to be the one having that passed over as Autumn take up the Vandal.
Batman off angle, not going to work out for him. No backup, no coverage there from the rest of the team. So, nice, intelligent mid-round push from Nongshim brings this back to a 4-on-4.
Really good re-clear for them.
GE will respond by trying to clear out the A side. And it looks like Harvey's going to be able to port in deep as well, which will be a headache for Nongshim.
They register where Harvey had TP'd too. Ultimately now it doesn't really matter. They could have fanned out to this position anyway. Hunter's Fury going to be called in. Does interrupt that plan. Unitron taking that first pulse, manages to dodge out the remainders, and Extros now on the floor as Autumn will be able to find that kill. It's a 3v4 now.
Harvey trying to get
Still trained in at mid with that operator.
Yeah.
Push out, whip the shot, but
Oh ya, pelanggar emang.
Begitulah. Will be able to scale in, finds himself one RB, gets another. Unitron going to be taken down. Autumn, the heal coming in from the evolution, pushes him back up to 100.
Satu peluru.
Crystal here, this is such a thorn on their side, so Cove has to be called in to try to block off that vision. He's going to try to scale past it again. The off shot going to be going wide. Looking for the timing is Autumn. He ends up losing his life. Tap the defuse, the spot out. RB softens him up, sees the gun barrel, gets the 4K. And Nongshim stop global esports from beginning to run this back.
Yeah, you're exactly right in what you're saying, that position from Crystal was a real problem for Nongshim. That Cove perfect, it forces Autumn to push his way forward. He actually doesn't have to do anything there if Crystal is holding that line, because the info is there. You only swing if the shot comes through, but in the end it's now kind of Autumn isolated on the site. He feels like he has to make a play. He thinks he has to push, and he does, and he kind of runs into an awkward fight in the end. And obviously at that point, I mean, it's pretty much round over. There's really nothing Crystal can do here. He tries to jump spot. Ends up going down, and things not exactly going to plan here for global esports. So time to get a bit of an earlier timeout from Platoon, which, you know, we really didn't see at all in the first half of Nongshim. So let's see how much of an impact GE's coaching staff can have in trying to turn this half back on its head.
Well, called one to close out the previous map. Ended up working there. See if it can be very much the same for them to try to find another round win, because they do need to have quite a bit of recovery, it feels like, already.
Coach baru iya si Platoon.
Rough on that attacker's side. I have to suspect that they wanted to get the Sova into a deeper post-plant position, utilize the shock darts, so therefore Crystal gets the operator, but certainly a little bit less ideal compared to having Autumn just maintain control of that op. Is going to be a lot more reliable with it, as shout out to our lovely cosplayers. You ever done cosplay?
I have. Do you want to have a guess at what I cosplayed? It wasn't a VALORANT character. This was well back in the day.
Is it a game or
a TV show?
TV show?
TV show.
I'll mull that over.
Yeah. I think when if I tell you, you'll go, oh, that makes sense.
See if I can suss it out. For now, that can come in. Hero Vandal, but okay. Well, Zombie with the op, able to find Patman. Knives are whiffing. Francis is not. Unitron dead. Seems like they try to get the Thrifty over the line. Not to be. So there could be some pretty critical turnarounds here in this round, but yeah, that's not.
Apa telat ya Natama melihat keganasan GE.
Doesn't seem like it's in the cards.
Yeah, Unitron was really the key to victory there for GE, and certainly had the opportunity with the Bladestorm to get something done. Got a number of those knives off, but just not connecting, and so there's no punching power for GE to get into that site. Another flawless. This half is starting to look a little bit too easy for Nongshim, and we may be getting a repeat of map 1 to map 2, but the roles are reversed. It is GE now that are getting beaten up a little bit in the server, and even off the back of that timeout, having no success. The question will be whether or not the timeout discussion was for that Thrifty, or whether it was for
map 3
this
ini.
round here. Guns in hand. GE have to make this work.
Supposed to be ya, melihat performanya tiba-tiba menyala kakak.
But RB Wise to this mid scaling. Drone to chase forward, see what it can spot out. We'll just catch Patman, but doesn't let them realize how far forward Javi has gotten. Did he catch a glimpse? Javi certainly did see B, but I don't think the ladder had been spotted, but Javi just finding a very nice time to slide in and nest.
Another opening pick for
Terlalu berat nih attackernya.
matters worse for GE.
Polosan semua individual kayak
This
guys.
is really a 50-50 fight for him. It probably doesn't go his way in the end with the Guardian. Francis gets the better of him. Just an awkward one in the end for DOTA, and that makes, again, matters a little worse for GE as they're now down to a 3-on-5. They do have some territory in mid, but that pre-rotate over towards B is going to be reinforcing the site nicely, and Dambi's just making no mistake right now with the op in hand.
Just didn't have enough to try to get that headshot in cleanly, so does dink him and take him down low, but hasn't been able to finish the job. And yeah, we'll just run him down. It's going to be back-to-back flawlesses here for Nongshim, now up 7-1. And if you're global, if you're platoon, you're probably considering having to call that second timeout already, maybe ahead of the next buy, but this has not been going your way whatsoever.
Yeah. GE are really struggling to find the opening fights, and not only that, but even in the duels, like even if it's just a 50-50 duel, they don't seem to be closing those out to the extent that they should be. So that's making matters worse. Scoreline 7-1. Nongshim are looking supremely confident at the moment, and just nothing working for GE. They can't take space comfortably. They can't win fights.
I mean, 13-2 for RB, 11-1 for Francis. Need X-Ross to do a little bit more. He's on my build there, so.
Yeah.
Keras banget.
Your build is
Supposed to be Mark 3 ya kayaknya.
Yeah, they didn't give me my points from yesterday. By the way, robbery, either way. Coming out with the Outlaw, trying to find the quick and easy shutdown, but Javi TPing over to no man's land, but Patman unable to find a couple kills.
Flashing.
Trying to keep this competitive. Meanwhile,
Oh gila X-Ross.
looking for that second,
Masih
but Crystal
dapat.
will be able to peel one back, but RB still alive.
RB-nya jago
Still
banget.
looking to thrive. The blind is in. Yurdan's dead. 8-1. The pain shall continue.
Yes, GE starting to have to think about sunset maybe. Because there ain't no sunrise right here
Nggak tahu,
on Breeze
enak,
for
gua
them
nggak
right
nonton.
now. They are just getting walloped. This was a good attempt, I will say. Nice little port there from Javi, kind of throws the aim off. The swing comes through. The spacing was nice for GE, but just at the back end there, that wave strolling through the site, making it a little too easy for RB to isolate these duels, and then DOTA.
Siapa yang ide RB Jet? Mungkin coachnya, mungkin RB-nya.
So 8-1,
Nyobain.
Nongshim on top, and they're going to go aggressive into A.
This just feels like we flipped a switch here.
Namanya juga nyoba.
Polar opposite performances from both of these teams.
Emang dia busuk. Biasa aja sih. Ya tergantung Patman kan kalau ngomongin kemenangan kemarin-kemarin. Tergantung dia punya top track. Ini sih berat guys. Lagi berat. Lagi berat-beratnya.
But not before he finds Javi. Gets that follow-up kill right before the ult expires. RB's got the finisher. It is 9-1.
I mean, this is just such a non-event for GE, isn't it? Like, it's crazy. They can go from doing this to Nongshim on Ascent to now having it done back to them on Breeze. It is a complete tale of two maps. It sets us up for a nice finish on Sunset if we ultimately do get there. I think that's obviously where we're headed right now, but these rounds are not even close. GE are getting
Tiba-tiba jago banget. Random memang nih tim. Sekali cups, sekali jago banget.
It's kind of a little bit refreshing to see Nongshim have a decent map here and there, because their season so far has been pretty rough.
Gitu juga,
I really
makanya.
thought they were going to get rolled here 2-0 after seeing that first map, but credit to Nongshim for the recovery.
Kagetin, Patman. Oh, trip. Keras. Nongshim keras.
A 2 for 2. Is Yurdan going to be spotted the spam? Taking him
Berat.
Paranoia. Ivy.
Oke. Terlalu percaya diri. Fanatik gue kenapa ya, gitulah.
Either way. Walk forward, kill going to be found. A little bit of damage in. Shoutcaster ends up rebounding a bit too deep. As Yurdan will find Francis, and okay, global. Looking for that second round win, unless X-Ross can do something about it.
Wouldn't be too surprised to see it.
He's got a blaze wall, can heal back up.
Big
Crystal though, he's going red, but Crystal will have the headshot. Clean little one tap and global, they double up.
I mean, it's something. Obviously, you're going to need this third
Amin,
half
Ragna,
to
amin.
have any semblance of anything for GE in the second, plus of course the pistol in that second half. Another kind of messy round. GE just sort of thriving in it a little bit more so this
At
time
least
they
ada
get
jagonya
instead
kok,
of
nggak
2
kayak
for 1
NX
trade, they
Oren.
kind of go 2 for 2 in middle there and
Kenapa dia lagi yang
find those
kena?
openers over onto
Sabar gak
B.
sih?
Ivy though, I mean he very nearly recovered from that paranoia in time and maybe could have ended up actually winning that duel, holding that side down. So these little things just working out for GE in round 11, but still got to get past one more in this half. Don't have anything to say.
And that's Paranoia out nice and early. Can't find the kill though. Dash in, attempt on that op shot. Won't be able to find it, but has a backup weapon. We'll just give it that space. So a site going to be claimed here by Global
Contender champion
Esports.
ya.
Look to make this a 9-3.
Jago.
Nongshim though able to
Blow up,
collected.
KGE.
Clustered back up for a swift retake.
Nggak PGE. Oke, tapi ini lagi dibantai. Kayak emang tergantung partner nih map.
Everyone is alive. Only a big boon. Ivy on this approach. Yuzan just now making noise.
Woi, Afif sabar.
Ivy's got the pit now.
That he does. Pitting back in from this position going to be tough though.
I'll be one away from the wave.
See if he can get into a spot to actually utilize it. As you say, that reckoning, I think a lot more of an urgent threat here for Global. Evolution going to be popped to jump up over the top, and Autumn has run out of bullets. Xross able to find the one, finds the second. Francis cleans up Javi, RB dead, but to no matter. Xross will find the 3K. The pit will be popped in celebration as Nongshim make it 10-2.
Yeah, got there in the end with the pit, didn't we? But didn't really feel like any of those ultis that were mentioned ended up having any
Buruk performanya tiba-tiba langsung kayak roller coaster. Buruk. Setelah melihat map pertama yang sangat imba. Ini buruk, guys. Evolution.
Nice stuff from Xross again, and I think worth highlighting, you know, having him back over onto the duelist seems to have really worked
Ingat
out
10-2, itu tim Oren.
RB looking more comfortable.
Ini
Xross
Nongshim.
looking more comfortable. Nongshim in general looking more comfortable. So maybe what the Des was saying certainly ringing true here for map 2, and you have to say I think
Mapa Teki ya, Teki guys.
because Nongshim surely can't lose it.
Teki cap.
It's big numbers for RB, big resurgence. Turns out, my man's been playing Harbor a lot lately. He's going to be a lot more comfortable compared to playing a Jet from 4 years ago.
Unbelievable.
Unthinkable. I can't think which character you cosplayed as. For some reason, my brain initially said House, but like
House.
Biar gak kena flash.
I was much younger when this was like I was a teenager. When
Lagi banyak meta flash.
So we're talking like, let's say a Scooby-Doo character, not Scooby-Doo, obviously.
What, Fred?
No, I'm flattered. I really am flattered that you think I'm a Fred and not a Shaggy, but it was Shaggy.
Ini lo dibully apa ya? Kalah lah. Kalau menang mah gak bakal dibully, bro.
Well, team 4 and 5. Just a shocking performance here in a positive way for Nongshim. Glance up, can see the outline of Chober up there on his co-stream setup doing the boaster pose, but I think it's been out of relief this time rather than out of sorrow and despair for the previous map.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's a very winnable series now on both sides. It does have to be said. Who really knows what we're going to get from Sunset? Slow and steady wins the race in the pistol. As far as Nongshim are concerned, a pistol round win here would pretty much win them the map. So they don't want to make a mistake, but GE are being pretty active. Push out of B, hasn't seen anything.
Okay, well, Yuratan, he kept his eyes trained on the window, but Ivy's able to find that kill.
Real problem is Javi has slipped past, so you do lose a player there, but you gain some serious territory.
I mean, Javi's basically just said, nah, I'm not going to deal with that.
And I think that's the right choice, right? He could make a massive flank happen here.
Tumben stream iya ya, tumben ya stream ya.
At least intercept any rotations, but as we can see, Nongshim, they are just piling forward. They want to get this plant enacted on this side of the map. The approach, hitting ever closer here from Javi, trying to play it out a little bit more patiently, finds that kill, but now Nongshim reading this one.
Pistol kah? 10-2 momen kah?
Damage to the hands of Global Esports. Spot for the one, Patman. Oh, the one tap clean. RB looking for a little bit more. Will end up getting run over though, and it's Ivy now on the approach, but the plant is just not going to be for him. The defuse could just be stuck, and he's got no snake bite to try to interrupt this, so this pistol ends up getting out of the hands of Nongshim very quickly.
All right, how doable really is this for GE? How strong is their defensive half? It's time to find out. Maybe the dream is
Jahat
still
banget
alive.
amat sama tim Orange, sabar.
It's a grim-looking scoreboard, does have to be said, but
Ya emang kan namanya sebagai fans maunya menang mulu.
And then a bonus round win as well. If they can get rolling, if they can start to get those ultis online, maybe. Autumn.
Kalau menang gue donate Dortuska.
On this map in the past. Perhaps we'll
GE.
see a little bit more from Eurotan as well on that Jet 6 and 12. Get a bit more freedom on the defense than you do on the attack.
Siap.
Son looking to try to catch any stray kills that he can get. Quick little dash backs on the Hobby, the real reveal there, but he's able to slip the net. Gami now going to be taken down as Autumn arrives over at half wall.
Spike planted.
Towards tunnel, nothing spotted. Shock dart to the corner. And not to be led by a curveball. Yudotan will just plant his feet, holds it up, cleans it up, and that's going to be a flawless anti-eco for Global Esports.
That's what you want. And to be fair, I think we could say that Nongshim did a little better in the second half of Ascent. Maybe that's GE's turn now to pick up a couple of rounds here, see if they can get some hope going. That was the easy job. Now they've got to get through the bonus, which will be a little bit tougher. Investment's going to come through here for Nongshim. We'll start to see Danby get put to work on that Neon, seeing if he can slide on in, find some space. Extros will be there to back him up. This is the first proper test for GE in the half.
Tambahin dah
Get past
400k.
this one, they can do it cleanly. We might start to believe, but for now, still feels as though Nongshim are very much in control of this game at the moment.
Mana mungkin, dia nggak ada yang tahu sih.
Interceptor. Slow.
Kalian slowly gaining a momentum.
Just waiting out that util.
Here.
Okay, just set up with a smoke. Just trying to get X-Ross forward, collect that orb in all likelihood. Meanwhile, though, Javi, more of an unorthodox position, top of bricks. Let's see if that ends up going red here. Drone out, should be able to spot it. Go through, has it confirmed, and oh, well, okay, he gets the one, but he's going to die to the blaze wall.
Not something you see every day. GE forced away from the site for now. Going to have to be happy rather to play the retake.
Lights in, no mid approach, Ivy. Just stay tucked to your doors, and now the Reckoning going to be online for RB.
He's holding for it, waiting for the perfect time, and it looks like it's going to be a damn good one.
Scale getting ready to come through. There's the wave. The crash across holds them back for now. Is Ivy unable to maintain control of that position? Now in front of Pyramids. Susceptible. Big scale forward. Curveball in the face, and Francis to find the first kill. Yudotan will get taken down. Crystal finding one. Ross looking for the cheeky little readjust. Loses his life, but in the end, Nongshim able to close out this anti-bonus. Two players surviving.
Yeah. First nail in the coffin for GE on this map. It was a good attempt. Thought with that opening pick on the retake, they might actually be able to make something happen, but just still a little bit too much to do. That wall still up with the wave kind of cutting the site in two, and then RB very comfortable sitting inside of his own util, peeking out on the perfect timing as well.
Love that angle from Francis as well. Just set against the wall enough that he can get that headshot through in the wall bang and also avoid the curveball from his teammate. But Nongshim now looking to try to push this up to map point and extend this to sunset. Let's see if they can get it done as we take a quick little listen in on our first big buy round.
전진 나온 거 조심하고. 둘 다 넘어가봐. 스모크 해봐. 스모크 뺑깡. 깠어.
전에 한번 붙였다.
뺑 깔게요.
망상 못 가. 야 잡았다.
올리자. 공 쓸게. 아니. 사이트 있다. 드론 봐. 천천히.
Drone dah, 천천히.
왼쪽으로 밀어줄게. 기다려.
왼쪽 가난 hati-hati.
왼쪽 트랩 있다. 찍었어. 가운데 찍었어. 교전 볼게. 뺑.
Rapi.
1번 있었어. 2번 있었어 얘들아.
얘들아 미드 하나. 나 들켰다.
I mean, plant in, and I think you have to be considering the save here. Try to play this out. I don't think X-Ross would have been able to spot them, but how much is that going to matter? We'll have to just wait and see. Ivy's still going to be on this later lurk.
They're looking for it. At least Yudotan is.
If he dies, which he will, I think you have to try to abandon this.
It doesn't seem like GE thinks the same, and
Yep.
they're just going to be giving those
Rapi komsen juga guys.
Batman gets one, but I mean, really, what can you expect here? He's just going to get picked on the way out. So Francis is now one away from the Hunter's Fury. He picked up all three in that pose plan. That'll be a nice tool for Nongshim to try to close this map out. You'd presume that he'll probably be the one to get the plant down if it does come for Nongshim.
Very curious. Felt like a pretty obvious 3DX safe scenario there for Global Esports, but maybe just trying to make a miracle happen.
Timeout.
Well, it's going to be the timeout call here from Platoon, perhaps just to rescue the mental and get them ready for that third map.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine this is anything but, because it really at this point, if you're going to call a timeout here and have anything to say about how can we win this, this half, why would it come at 12-4? Why not come at 10-4, right?
Yeah.
It surely has to just be, hey, look, guys, we're probably not going to win this map, but we've still got another map in the back pocket. Let's see what we can do here, but not get too agitated if things don't go our way. Not even really much needed to be said on the Nongshim side of things. Looks like they're taking the opportunity to just have a bit of a rest. I think that's their prerogative, given they're up 12-4.
Apaan 3-6 main challenger?
Well, if they're going to be able to spark an 8-round run back and take this into overtime and close it 2-0 off of this timeout here, I don't know what I would do, but I'll find them. Props to Global Esports, I suppose. It does feel like it's just a matter of shaking off this loss here, getting ready for that third and final map of the series. Evolution going to be popped nice and early here by Autumn.
Hunter's Fury as well for Francis. He picked up the orb. So Nongshim ready to go.
Ivy.
Timing banget.
I think he slotted just enough against the wall to not be seen. Yeah, Yutan has absolutely no idea, but absolutely still snap on for the kill. Meanwhile, Autumn, he's going to go on a walkabout, and Ivy does win the fight. Big misstep, but the execute is happening elsewhere as Patman, spotting out that hand, and next Ross will fall. Judge able to find some value as Crystal gets himself a second elimination.
Okay.
Now all on Francis. Just trying to collect it, but there's the recon reveal. Yutan finds it, and Global Esports will get themselves a 5th.
Job's not yet done for Nongshim. They're going to have to try again. Money's still there to afford a bite. GE reinvest.
Still one off a pit though. Haven't been able to find that second kill. You would have that ready to go into that next round. He decides to try to push out into B main to collect that orb and just have that ulti online. Hunter's Fury still just able to be tabled.
Menang
really get any
sejuta.
easier for GE from here. They are fighting for their lives. Every single one of these rounds they have
Tambah
to
impossible anjing.
GE fighting.
Indeed.
Ivy. Getting ushered forward, Crystal seemingly having the read, but it's going to be Hobby
Oh!
the shot, and meanwhile, everything
Nice
back
shot.
over on B. Still not working out so well. It's going to be Francis alone yet again. This time in a 1v4.
Well, that was clean. Blink and you miss it. That was a great round from GE. If they could have a few more like that, then they might start to believe. But the problem is, again, you make one mistake and this game is over. If GE starts in the defensive side, or if they even have maybe 4 or 5 rounds to play with instead of 3, maybe we could make something of this half. But right now, this just feels like it is such a stretch for GE to make this one competitive. I'm not even hating what I'm seeing on the defensive half, I think it's decent enough, but it's so hard to pull back when you've got 0 lives left to play with. So all it takes is someone to lose an angel at an awkward time, and then that's the game over. And that just sometimes happens. No buy-in this time from Nongshim, just that hero rifle for Xros, so still kind of trying to play with GE a little bit, but not over-invest. Attention will be turned a little bit more so to the actual gun rounds.
Francis tagged up a bit. Still a drone at the ready. Curious if, off the initial contact, if Patman just moves forward, drops the pit.
Take flight.
Would love to keep it though. It's just going to be exchanged. Relay pulled towards back of sight, dodged out. Patman having it just tuck away. Blinded up for now as Hunter's Fury is going to be invested into this one. Francis wants to try to bring this to an end right here, right now. X-Ross lost the sauce here, spamming away, trying to find that elimination. Won't be able to make it happen though. And It's a two-player advantage in the hands of Global Esports. Spike is planted. They're going for the reckoning, but RB's already dead. Nongshim are sending absolutely everything at this. Finally, they're coming up
Terus
nearly
sets.
empty-handed.
Nggak pernah denger sih kasusnya.
35 swings the corner, dead.
Oke,
Ivy now having
snack
to do it all.
bite.
Snake bite will slow them down a little bit.
They are dangerously low. And only finding nothing to tap.
Oh.
Turn to the side. One player dead, has to go to the
Dua-duanya low.
reload. The double up on the angle. The kill will be there, the defuse will come in. That got very close to going Nongshim's way, but critically it does not, and they invested a ton.
Yeah, definitely a little too close for comfort for GE, but they're very happy to get that over the line. Like you say, a lot invested, Hunter's Fury, Reckoning as well. So Nongshim were certainly giving that one their best crack, and unable to get it over the line. It kind of relieves a little bit of pressure, I want to say, for GE. You saw that he had a
masa sih?
number of ultis
Tahu
online
deh.
ready to go. And,
Nyoba namanya, nyoba. Nggak ada yang tahu
well,
invest
but,
semua di kok.
this
Nyoba.
Dare I say it, slowly starting to look doable for GE. Another round or two, and I might be fully on board. It's going to be ripped early for Patman. I think that's a wise decision. You need to have some kind of tempo in this round early on in the piece, and having him drop that pit over towards B just sort of frees up what Crystal can do around the rest of the map.
Paranoia out. Bobby just to reposition. Smattering damage found on the Dombi. Now Francis as well, tagged at 48. Their own pit, however, going to be in play, but I think the spike is just outside of it.
Hard to see on the minimap there, but
it's not in it. Not at all.
No, not at all, yeah.
Ada kejauhan sini
maybe a
drone.
bit of a misfire here. Either way, this now has to have them stay
Oh, tapi
forward.
kena
Dombi's going to be taken
atas
down.
Fury-nya.
Hunter's Fury comes in. Yudosan up and over. Will eventually be
Oh,
tracked by
time to
RB,
kill-nya
but
terlalu lama.
Autumn just backfills that space, cleans up another kill.
Oi, X-Ross!
Over two big ones.
Supposed to be.
Now one away from having that run it back online. This should be Nongshim getting this over the finish line as Hobby tucks
Ketahuan
away.
off.
Shockdown, however, takes
That's
him
it.
lower. Ivy on the spam, finds the kill, and pit be damned, seems like they just don't need it. As there's nothing more for Autumn to do. He'll get some kills, nearly closes it out, but it will be X-Ross. Showing up with a 3K to make this a 13-7 in Nongshim's favor. We are going over to Sunset.
Yeah, unfortunately for GE, that did kind of feel like it was an inevitability after the second
Nongshim
half.
kuat. Tiba-tiba fight back kuat. Nggak semudah itu anjir. Setelah ngeliat map pertama, kuat.
And sort of putting that one back together unless you have some kind of miracle. So, as we were saying, throughout the majority of that map, does feel like Sunset is on the cards, and now it has certainly been confirmed.
Kuat banget.
Some good to obviously take away for GE once again, but you know the takeaways really are there for Nongshim, that they can still compete and they can still come back from a bit of a battering on map 1. So I'm quite looking forward to a map 3. I think again, composition-wise, there was a lot of conversation there for Nongshim, and I'm sure that that map is going to start to answer some of the questions that might have been had. Whether or not we see RB back on the jet, I think remains to be seen, but I'm leaning to probably not.
Yeah, I think, you know, a little flash in the pan experiment, and if it never happens again, I think that's totally fine for both the team and myself. But, yeah, Global Esports, I think we're going to just be seeing same comps. They played this Sunset versus RQ, were able to take that 13-9 in the first week of games, so I think that they're going to be going back to feeling a little bit more comfortable. You get Yudosan over onto the Neon, you got Autumn back over onto that Phoenix as well, so should be a pretty decent setup for them. But Nongshim, the Sunset,
Nongshim dong.
shake a stick at, as you know, with the way that they've been
Bisa
playing.
Nongshim kayak guys.
So this could still very
tapi
much go
abu-abu
their
juga
way.
sih.
A best of one on
Nongshim.
Sunset to decide it all.
Ini lawan RRQ kan emang RRQ-nya kocak guys.
Saya akan lawan.
I don't know. I was believing a little bit. It wasn't
Banyakin
really
lo BYD.
for GE to be able to make that comeback. They've done it before, but Nongshim
Banyakin lo BYD.
had that in the bag. Other than those last few rounds, I mean, they were feeling pretty confident this was a much better Nongshim.
100%. I mean, both RP as well as, I mean, big turnaround from him, as well as Francis really leading the way. I talked about those leadership figures for Nongshim wanting to come online, and I wasn't expecting that to be in the fragging department, but as kind of expected, honestly, of this series, it has to go to 3 maps. We've seen these two teams play each other multiple times recently in a best of 3 and a best of 5, and it always takes every single map to separate these two.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy we get to see a Sunset. I'm so happy that this isn't a stop. Nongshim finally woke up. That good
Datanya di mana? Walnut, sampingnya LE. Berapa tuh? Apaan tuh? Nggak tahu gua. Tidak ada mah. Beta hoax, clickbait, nyari ini ya apa namanya? Traffic.
That's the thing, right? My praise has to be as loud as my criticism.
Of course.
Because I know I'm incredibly disappointed with map 1. But map 2 so much better from RB.
Wah, gua ada yang ikut gak nih? Lupa. Alah. ACS paling tinggi, nggak mungkin. Arabi udah pasti. Patman 13-7 skor. Salah semua udah. Bener, apaan tuh? Tadi lu nanya apa ya? Lupa gua. Patman ya? Udah pasti salah anjing 12. Patman kan? Salah boy. Salah cing. Mau lagi Patman dead. 18. 19. AS tinggi. AS tinggi si Safi. Udah nggak ada, iya, udahlah. Belum rezeki. Namanya juga nyoba ya. Berapa prop? Nggak ada, Beben mana? Nonton katanya, istirahat. Lagi kah? Lagi. Lagi dong, parah gue udah nonton sendirian nih, ngantuk nih gue kok nggak nih, hoam. Lagi lemes nih. BU cat. Berapa sekarang Guatman? Kill ya? Kill bukan. Kill bukan cing. Tujuh belas. Ngecewain mulu. Capek gue. Nggak kena. BU juga prop buat kuliah. Tapi kan ntar lu balik modal kalau tinggal di sono. Gajinya dolar. Cuma enak. Bakal kalah lagi kah? Nggak tahu gue, sumpah. Nggak jelas beda nih. Nggak jelas banget. Cacing-cacing naga-naga performanya guys. Student loan, wah mahal banget. Kayak nyicil gitu tau gak sih?
Fits Nongshim so perfectly. We just saw what happens in Breeze when you simplify, play how you know how to play. I think Neon Phoenix fits the map and it fits Nongshim. So I think keep it chill if you're Nongshim. That's my advice.
And how's it gonna fare against what GE have prepared? Because GE, obviously, like here on the Sunset, it can be very defense-sided as well, and GE's defense is just continues to impress everybody all around. So it's just a matter of if Nongshim can be able to adapt that for this particular opponent.
Well, I think it's interesting. I feel like GE in a lot of their Sunset games in the off-season or in between seasons, whatever you want to call it, as well against RRQ, they've been very slow games. They've been against teams that have opted, that have really taken their time on the map. I wouldn't be surprised if Nongshim doesn't play like that at all and plays a lot more up-tempo. So it's going to be up to GE if they do run the same comp to see if they can adapt to that pace. That's the question of every team. I think it's why Nongshim did so well in the recent tournament in between seasons.
Kayak KPR, kuliah tapi KPR.
Yeah, and it seems like they are picking things up. Map number 1 was for experimentation. Map number 2, gaining more ground. And map number 3, well,
I have to fight Silkanon.
Kalau dapat kerja di sono mungkin bisa balik modal tapi tetap tahunan. Tetap aja sih.
This is a double duelist of an entirely different flavor. They're cooking up something different here on Sunset.
I mean, these double duelists have big ults though. These are going to be pretty big on the retake. If they can snowball these ults, you know, the dimensional drift and the conversion pass, they have some really round-winning potential. What I'm keeping an eye on here for Nongshim is the walk-down potential of the refract and the gate crash being active. It's something that GE are going to have to play around, but as I mentioned before, GE are fine playing a slower attacking side.
Oh, we know, we just saw on Breeze, their mid-round aggression was spot on. This is a comp that will let them do that on Sunset, so I want to see them use that to the max.
Well, RB's like, no, I'm not done just yet. I'm gonna run it back. We'll see who takes this map number 3 as we toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Elfish.
Oh boy, here we go. They're doing it again. The Yoru to come out for RB.
Yeah, and I think
RB Yoru
on the decks was probably the same reaction that you had when that popped up on our screen. So there's some questions to be had. I don't know if I'm sold, but I'm prepared to be proven wrong. Let's see what Nongshim have been cooking here on Sunset. We doubted them going into map 2. I think it's a mistake to doubt them going into map 3.
Now, so here's the thing. I'm looking at this. I have a bad feeling, but I'm willing to be agnostic about it. Prove me wrong. Show me that this has legs and that it can work. Because if not, I'm going to crash.
Emang Cap,
I love a man
pasti.
with an open mind. You know, you can really expand your horizons. You can think about things and see things from different directions, and that's exactly what Nongshim are asking of us, I guess, in this sense.
I think people know I'm very open-minded. But now, mid crunch coming through. RB will be able to find one. Autumn going to be taken down. It's going to be
Makin
trade,
pesimis
but
tinggal
now
di
trade
ya
up
semua
for
negara
Sabi.
sama.
Able to find a second kill, so player disadvantage
Mirip,
for
mirip.
Nongshim.
Now
equalized.
Oh, nice shot from Ivy.
Right before the door can shut.
Spike's going to be tough to retrieve. It's actually not inside of that dark cover. Okay, spotted there. As Harvey does recollect it. There's information at least for Nongshim, and they might infer from that that this could be a pivot back.
Nggak usah,
That seems to be what Nongshim are thinking that GE are going to do. GE are indeed heading towards A. So a little pre-rotate there from Extros. It's the split actually from Nongshim. Kind of trying to cover their bases. Really just relying now on Extros to have a nice moment here. He needs to get at least one. Maybe he's on his way.
Very silent approach.
The read's good from Nongshim. Ivy's close by.
Yep, kelihatan.
I was going to say hold the line here.
30 seconds left.
So Prowler has a haunt, but right
Good
clicks.
bait.
Eventually we'll be able to find it. And there you go. Both players, same frame basically.
Perfect ya
coming up with the
gerakannya ya.
goods.
Yeah,
Nongshim
really nice.
get another pistol.
Very good stuff from Extros. He knew what the objective was. He knew the responsibility was just slow this down. You could see he did.
Mending nyicil mana Valo di sela-sela kerja lah, gimana maksud lu?
Ducks back away.
Nyicil
Tries to buy as
Valo.
much time as possible because he knows Ivy's going to swing there.
Wow,
At that
pan-ending
point,
banget
it
ya
is
game ya.
almost
Bingung
assured
dah.
that Nongshim win it, so just ducking back and forth. Ivy, easy kill for him. Nongshim underway nicely here on map 3. Could it be a dream turned to a nightmare of a game for GE?
Still plenty more to play out. See though, as Cam getting the spot, RB having to back away, remove that dart. Molly from Autumn, not going to be able to find much of a catch here, as he's just going to be pumped on either side. Another one set up to try to scale forward, but there's that trip. Autumn going to be taken down, and RB still able to scale forward.
Anjir, anjir.
Okay.
Wow.
There's a part 4. Quick kills there with the Marshall.
I'll be on the duelist, huh?
Tukeran
I
role
mean,
ya.
let's be frank, that had nothing to do with him playing Yoru, but...
Arby might be the greatest Yoru in the server. He is the only Yoru in the server, to be fair. But,
that is true.
He's still the greatest.
Very clean. And that is huge. Particularly because now you're going to be able to get that dimensional drift online very, very quickly. He's 2 charges away from
Very,
that.
very
We go into Nongshim's bonus.
scary.
Big stack
Very,
over on
very
that A side
scary.
from Nongshim. I wonder if that's a bit of a read, a counter strat. He seemed to be expecting GE on that side of the map, and they're not going to get it. There is a lot of util still to kind of push through over towards B. You've got a couple of trips. You've got the cam there as well. And information, importantly, starting to go the way of Nongshim now.
Yeah, they are getting fast rotations in. Game Crash going to be set up just in case there's going to be a pivot back, or if this is all just a bit of a fake. Check in. Okay, RB not quite able to find that shot. Gibson does get tagged down to 2 health, though. And that's your hard entry.
Met papan bawah. Siap.
Cleared fast enough. Meanwhile, exploration over here towards A, and Francis nearly caught with util in hand. Takes quite a bit of damage to the box, but the pivot is being called for.
Yeah, GE playing this kind of slow style that we saw a little more on Breeze as well, where they're going to go back and forth. They're really going to try and toy with the rotations of Nongshim. Spike seems to still be dedicated towards the B side a little bit more so, but...
Yeah, they're trying to just repump this as another fake.
I mean, Yudotan 2 HP, he can cause a bit of a ruckus over towards A. That may draw some rotators.
Fast lane 10, but as soon as they see that recon, they say, okay, gamble in for the B side of the map, and Extros, he's got that Phantom in hand, he's able to find 1. It's a little bit more. Plan coming into play.
Jir, apaan tuh di jump shot?
Headshot on the Crystal Ivy. Gets rid of Autumn. The Spike now going to be stranded. It's 12 seconds remaining.
Nggak jelas banget.
Can they recover it?
No, it's over. The round is done. Javi will be able to find 1. Another charge towards that neural, but has to open the door just to try to escape.
Kurang firepower.
That kill that Bambi got away with felt a little criminal. So Nongshim steal the bonus round away.
Nggak pada nobar, nggak pada istirahat.
You don't want to get off to a bad start against Nongshim. We know how momentum-based of a team this can be. Obviously saw that on the last map. Nongshim very capable of doing that again.
Off kah? Langsung habis kah prime-nya?
This season for GE, I really did think that they would come into this matchup looking a little bit better than Nongshim, and I mean they did on map 1, but GE might be letting my prediction down today.
He's very well aware that he just got away with murder.
Harvey's got the dimensional drift that you talked about.
Harvey knowing where the bread is buttered, he's going to be passing that Vandal carried over from the previous into Patman's hands. As X-Ross watching for this massive mid push, going to be 3-2-1 up into the smoke, and Yudotan will be able to strike a little bit faster. Tagged up, yes, but still kicking as Autumn going to try to take some space. I mean, this is that ultimate in play, but it doesn't really matter too much. As this is just looking like another little round 4 cheeky little win.
Yep, aim duel after aim duel after aim duel goes wrong for Nongshim. The first one, you could kind of say, okay, that's acceptable, but you need to be hitting your shots. That flood coming through from GE is always going to overwhelm you if you're isolated and on your own, and that's exactly what a lot of those Nongshim defenders were.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Nonton aja Spurs lawan SWG. Iya.
Over the finish line with
Nonton aja,
RB.
iya, nonton.
Able to find anything else there. So Global Esports online in round 4.
Yeah, nice to see them come back on a little bit earlier than they probably ought to.
Kalah juga, iya. 2-1.
Nice kill from Yudotan. Had it not gone his way, there was definitely a trade in there as well. So that's good from GE, working in tandem, playing together. Spacing is nice. Ideas are working. They are going to have to go up against still a pretty hefty defense here, though, from Nongshim. Obviously, reinvestment will come through. RB this time has an operator instead. Well, that neural theft for IV2 if push comes to shove.
Tuker roll. Ngaruh gak? Ya tergantung pemain ya. Kalau pemainnya jago mah aman. Nggak ngaruh.
Francis solo anchoring A for the moment. Another smoke going to be cycled in. Should have spotted at the leg, and yeah, a couple shots going to be exchanged.
Oh, that's bold.
Yeah. Bold and ill-advised. Clear the recon, backpedals away.
Wants to bait the fight. Paranoia's gone through. Extron's on the line to swing.
Oh, he just jumped.
Now Paranoia back in the other direction. Francis has to hightail it back out to safety. He is now solo holding A.
I know exactly.
Scale forward, TP towards the street side. Hatman staying tucked away. Had that ping reveal, but decides to play it a little bit more quietly. But RP will be able to flush him out. The op shot going to be connecting. Spotting one. Professional drift. Trying to suss him out. The spike has been brought towards backside. Crystal now very much isolated.
Dambi sakit
He's
banget.
gonna get cleaned up. Dambi finds that kill, and I think Global had a decent start to this round, but it just very quickly fell apart.
I mean, it was a nice push and pull from Nongshim, isn't it? It really never felt like
Tukaran roll. Bila kemarin udah tukeran roll.
At all, because at any given
San,
moment there
monyet,
was a
tukeran
Nongshim player
kan?
that was trying to harass them and cause a little bit of a ruckus when they were still trying to clear that side. First, obviously, it's that
Game
shot that
plan-nya,
comes
guys,
through
lebih
from
penting
beyond,
game
but then you see
plan,
Dambi
game
come in with a
plan.
couple. He's over the top, causing a little bit of a concern and
Mending
trying to
nabung
draw
di
some
rumah terus
crosshairs in
kontrak
his
apa langsung
direction.
di rumah.
That's when the rest of the
Tergantung
team
cash
swing
lu
in, so
sih.
just a nice little 1-2 punch from Nongshim. It seems like that is working a little better for them now. They've come online, and Platoon, for probably the first time, I would say this split, is actually going to have quite a bit to say. He has had a lot of cheers to do.
Apakah baca telur? Mungkin lagi tempo.
But now it's getting a bit more serious for GE as
Nggak ada
they
yang
are
tahu
down
nih
in
momentum,
map 3.
sumpah.
4-1.
Membingungkan.
So he's got to give some words of wisdom to the team to try to recover this.
Earliest timeout call yet. Beating the previous map by a round.
Kalau punya $1 juta langsung beli ya, langsung belilah. Kalau $1 juta mah
What the adjustments end up looking like. I mean,
nggak pusing gitu mah.
cash-wise,
Kayaknya mending nggak punya
too
rumah
much
deh
to
kalau
work with,
$1 juta.
maybe about a half investment here for them, but
Nyewa aja, nyewa. Nyewa aja
would be
guys.
working with
Nyewa aja
Scraps.
cap.
Granted, Scraps worked in round 4, but okay, it's a hell of a lot better actually than I thought. Didn't quite get a glimpse there on the timeout screen.
There.
Still that off to try to contend
Amin
with.
cap. Mau gue juga cap.
Drive for Yudotan though could be a big boon.
Mimpi $1 juta.
Quick scale, wrapping through alley, one-way setup.
Punyanya mah
Check is
$100.
lobbed in, but now it's going to be a drone up and over the top. Overdrive invested, Yudotan sliding
Mantap.
forward into the side.
Nggak
Next Ross
kill.
able to hold his own, takes him down. Javi,
Oh,
however,
Safi nice trade
reaches
man.
forward, is able to find
Nice
2 kills.
backup.
Patman now getting a piece of the action as well as RP. Finally able to collect a kill. Little exit. Short hop away. They get this into a 2v2.
I mean, Spike's still in transition though, so you've got GE sort of somewhat in control of the site. Harvey, if he had the spike, could plant it, but I don't know how Crystal gets across here. You've got no smokes, no util to kind of cover the cross, no flashes even to try to take the fight. You just have to wait for this peak to come through and then win the fight, but that's
Anjir,
not
Ivy
easy when
sakit
you're down
banget
low.
nembaknya.
Not at all. And now they'll just
No chance.
double up on the angle, but Ivy will be able to just secure it.
Bikin kosan.
AK farm.
Dekat Birusan Wui.
Timeout, not able to find the
Putar
value.
uang ya.
Now the money's been broken
Mantap
down even
Ceskau.
more.
This is going from bad to worse for GE. They've had moments definitely where they've looked close in this map.
Bikin dapur MBG biar balik modal guys.
Fade away that you commented on right in the middle of the play there makes a huge difference. The fact that he gets this kill, this one here.
Ya jago tuh RB padahal.
Back to that 2-on-2. There's not as much of a coverage. And GE did have a lot of trouble getting that spike across to the site. Crystal was almost left high and dry there. Harvey needed to be a little more prepared to swing that line as well, and at the very least trade that down.
Kos-kosan yo.
Ivy does a really good job.
Passive income itu.
Reaping the benefits. Lots of info there as well for that cam.
Now trying to get on a water angle. Just for a timing shot, nothing to be found, but this all just plays in Ivy. Now striking RP finds
Stronghold.
another Crystal with a nice sheriff shot. Will be able to peel back a kill, but nothing.
Susah liquid tinggalin.
Going to be able to find too much more than that, but
Saya tinggal di sono aja udah.
Ooh, the drone throwing off the aim.
Well, this is going to get the convergent paths out. Yudotan finding the one, but
Dijongkokin.
stuck into the corner. Dambi will be able to clear it out. The op can be carried over. Now 6-1 for Nongshim, and I'm starting to get flashbacks to Breeze.
Yeah, me too. And that is not good news
Keras,
for
keras,
GE.
keras, keras. Nongsim keras
Found
banget.
a little bit too easy. I mean, there was definitely something in it for GE. That kill from Crystal made it maybe interesting, but the opening flurry of kills do come through for Nongshim, and then the convergent path, like you said, it pretty much sealed the deal. Dambi might have liked to have held on to that for the next round, but again, may as well toss it in. You're up 6-1. Got other tools in the arsenal to play with here for Nongshim. in for round number 8.
I'll be realizing that it's missed the timing to try to get that cam set up.
Another forward hold on A for Nongshim, and Francis bold here. He's just going to sit that orb. You can see that Nongshim playing with that confidence now. They are starting to disrespect GE.
He really wants his ult, and he hasn't been able to get a kill yet. He's 0-4 and 2, so he's like, well, I guess I just have to take the orbs then.
Sengit ya, Prop. Nggak kayak yang kalah.
Javi finding a very good timing. Right, as RB's trying to get a bit of a readjustment. Can't get that off shot off, so Francis now making noise through that cage, but X-Ross splitting on the opposite side. Will be able to find one, but now needs to find so much more.
Oh, wow, nice trade. Finally, GE. Find a way, guys. They are find a way.
Nami plays a little more elusively, and Javi gets caught in midair off that saturate.
Sedikit kurang sabar.
Dambi surviving, that's big news. It's back to the 2-on-2.
It's a massive slip of the net here for Dambi.
Yep.
Smoke down a fall, but Patman falls with it.
Keperangkap nih, keperangkap. Kena tempo. Kagetan, nggak dikasih setup.
Ivy still unaccounted for at this point as well, so Crystal doesn't really know exactly where he's coming from. Still worried that there's maybe a flank coming in from behind, and that is giving Ivy all the time in the world to just continue to work his way forward. Dambi happy to play it slow.
I think Ivy's going to continue on this trajectory. Thought maybe he would just re-wrap.
Bener, Cap, setuju.
That tap.
He's going to have to commit to it though.
Reksadana, kok nggak reksadana.
10 seconds.
Footsteps going to be heard. Can he separate them down? No.
Yes,
Crystal on his feet. Giant giving it
Saya akan lawan.
stage. And as a player of Crystal's caliber, you cannot allow to have those isolated fights.
Yeah, 100%. He does have that clutch gene. We've seen a number of them throughout VCT Pacific this year from Crystal, and in really important moments. This was another. It felt like GE was down and it felt like they were out, but Crystal gives them a lifeline. Just
giving a lifeline.
Positioning there from Dambi, couldn't quite swing to find the trade. So GE get themselves a second. This is not yet a done deal for Nongshim, but GE have to reward Crystal for his efforts. They cannot let that just be a one and done.
A huge round win for him, and now a gamble stack for Nongshim. That might not be rewarded. RB will make his exit though, reinforce mid here a bit.
I mean, particularly with the fact that Autumn's got the run it back, you would think that it should be pretty easy for GE to get some info on what the setups look like.
Nightfall and Paranoia.
Diusir kah? Disetir kah? Disetir, guys.
Grabs, so Dambi going to be 2 charges away from having another conversion. Pat's online. Meanwhile,
right back.
Spec does get popped. Trying to take some space into the
Wah, gue suka banget sih cross-crossannya ini. Bukaan jalannya fast lane TP. It's so much space, guys. It's a nice one.
Ends up getting caught by a stray. Autumn now able to find RB, but Francis arriving.
Francis with one.
First kill of the map.
Nice TP. Harus dipukul mundur dulu biar hati-hati. Biar GE kebuang waktunya ke pressure. Wow, Nongshim too good. Hey, once again, man! A clutch!
Wins it.
Well,
Red Bull clutch here from Global Esports. It's been a while.
2 times.
Starting to get back into that footing, that form that we were seeing from them on Ascent.
Yeah, and those clutches are the only things that are
clutch
keeping GE in the
against
map
all odds. Against all odds.
Go the other way. It is going to be a disaster for GE, but Crystal and Harvey
Safi with the swing, guys.
Giving them a chance. Honestly, I thought this was
damn, it's so sharp, so sharp, so sharp.
Get the right idea, get into the site, but Autumn, the run it back, it didn't end up actually really getting anything done. Now GE off and rolling on the attack. The belief starting to rebuild. They're
slowly. Slowly is back. Slowly. They are back, man. Slowly.
Than anything else, but any momentum is good momentum at this point. As far as GE are concerned.
Jago emang Ivy.
Ivy will be a concern.
Dambi? Wait, udah tan, why? Hampir. Waduh.
Conversion path's gonna be invested. Double dash over to the side. Crystal down the wiser! Dambi! No! That was immaculate! Capture it, frame it, hang it in the goddamn loop. That was a masterpiece of movement from Dambi.
Yeah, absolutely. GE had no idea where he went. They thought he zigged. In fact, he zagged. And Crystal had no idea. He had not a single thought that Dambi could be standing right behind him. Let's have a look at it again.
I mean, this is breaking their wrists, breaking their brains. Unbelievable.
bang, bang. And that is one way to crush the hopes and dreams of global esports and their fans, because the comeback, it looked like it was on, and now all of a sudden, you're back to square one. Nongshim in full control again. Money broken for GE. Scoreline ballooning back out. Nongshim feeling good, feeling confident. They've got a few ultis to play with here as well. Gets a little easier for Nongshim on defense for the last.
Crazy! Crazy, guys!
Starting to see why Dambi's playing well. Similar cage setup here. Getting that early alert on the Francis. We'll just give up the space. Going back away, Autumn. Trying to lead the charge with that Vandal, trying to find Dambi, the hero of the previous round, but eventually will just get taken down, so loses out on the ulti. Yudotan loses out on his life. Patman with a nice shot. Will eliminate X-Ross and make on that TP as well. Line connecting into Francis' space, Dambi. Oh, he's just dashing in. I mean, Paranoia, you get that near sight, you can absolutely see him, so maybe a bit of an overcook from him, but doesn't really matter.
Yeah, all too easy for Nongshim in that round, 8-3. They actually don't burn any of their ultis either, so they've still got quite a contingent to play with here in the final round of the half. GE will reinvest and desperately need this fourth on the attack. GE could still put things together. I think the defensive halves for both teams have looked a little bit better across the board today, so if you do get to 4, you do get that pistol on the board. I don't think this is over just yet. GE will still be saying, we can make something happen, but definitely the fourth round. Saw what happened on Breeze. If they had a little round or two more maybe to play with, that second half could have been interesting. Cannot afford to make the same mistake twice. Get underway into round number 12, taking a bit of mid control. Yudotan devices, but apart from that, the defensive side that feels like they're making the moves.
Ivy just slotting in so beautifully, finding that timing.
Padahal kan belum selesai match-nya emang.
Okay, final pulse will be able to hound him down.
Terlalu cepat ngejudge, terlalu cepat ngejudge.
Scouting out the whole rest of the team.
Mengerikan, guys.
Now has the operator to further reinforce B. Oh! Spotted, dealt with, dispatched. Javi having his work cut out for him, and ooh, very nice. Skill 4 just tucks in, crouched on the floor. Cleans it up. Javi just trying to keep them distracted. Let them know that it's not safe to try to go for this plant. X-Ross will put the spike down on
Anjir, once again kah? Once again kah? Enggak. Gila, langsung kuat banget, guys.
Who gets the job done? 9-3. Nongshim looking alive and well despite the changes here on Sunset.
Yeah, it's a very weird half there from GE. They're their own best and worst enemies in a sense. Two really nice clutches, one from Crystal, one from Harvey. You thought there was maybe something in that half still, and then they kind of let that next round slip, and in that case they're their worst enemy. So it could have been more, it could have been less. GE, I don't think are going to walk away from that half being particularly pleased about the proceedings, but Nongshim coming back into their own. Another 9-3 first half here. What they did in the previous map with a 9-3 was a convincing victory on Breeze. I imagine that is the direction that we're headed in again here for our third map. So Global Esports on the precipice of being handed their first defeat for the split. Maybe the man with the master plan, Harvey, can put something together on this defensive side, but it is looking like a tough go for GE going forward.
I mean, he's going to have to. You look back to when they played this, because this is a map that Global has like next to no experience on overall. It's been very few times that they were playing this, and we've only seen it once so far in Stage 2 versus RRQ. It was a 6-6 with them starting on the defender side. So for them to close out that map 13-9, the lion's share of that work was done on the attacker side. So the fact that they're only able to come up with 3 rounds.
Sumpah, Rakil lawan Nongshim 100% bahkan kalah. Ente dah sabar.
But if they can get that pistol, it can start to activate a little bit like we saw in the back end of Breeze. There is still a world where they can get this done. But right now, I mean, Nongshim, they have to be feeling so damn confident themselves to be able to close this out.
All right, pistol round all important for GE. Pretty standard setup, 2-on-2. Crystal wants to have a little bit of a look and doesn't actually end up spotting any of those Nongshim players. They're around the corner a little bit too slow. Still, looks like GE are going to stack this B side, so good call.
Curveball going to be sent, swing in the corner. Autumn able to find a headshot, but can't get the kill. RB will take him down, and now they have to try to just back pedal away. Yudotan will be able to find one, though. They can't play off the saturate. RB gets a second.
RB jago banget.
Crystal sees in position, decayed down to 1. But it's still going to be a 2v2 with a health advantage in the hands of Global Esports.
Nongshim playing with supreme confidence. They see all those numbers, but they still decide to swarm straight through that dark cover that did come through from Patman.
Oh.
Good tags.
60 health between them now.
Yeah. Need headshots out from Nongshim to clutch this here.
This should be GE taking the business for themselves. The rewrap over towards market. X-Ross drawing the attention. Francis, look for the backstab. Ah! Turn it off! Cut the feed!
Despair in that round for Francis. It was a freebie. It was on a silver platter, but sometimes the easiest shots are the hardest ones to hit in the end. Start was looking good. RB was putting in work as well. Got a couple of kills on this pistol. But in the end, GE have given themselves once again another lifeline. And that, unfortunately, is really the way I think you have to describe this map at the moment. It is just GE trying to hold on.
Karena layar gue pendek guys, di segini nih. Sambil lihat HP gue juga.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just try to laugh that one off.
It happens. You've still got a massive lead here. I don't think it should be a massive tilter for Nongshim, but that is how these kinds of recoveries start, right? You need a little bit of luck to go your way as GE, and I think it's fair to say that is a little bit lucky to win the pistol there. Yeah. Of course, you have to capitalize on it, and Yudotan doing a good job of that. Couple of taps straight away, picks up the opening 2.
Ivy with some decent damage on the Patman. But looking good for GE to just convert this, and if they can do it flawlessly, it would be huge for them.
Ay, Patman! No.
Bold move from RB. I mean, just CB right to his face. Ivy will be found in mid. RB should be dead on the sentry, but Dambi now scaling forward over to Boba, running out of bullets into the saturate, trying to buy some space. Meanwhile, RB dead. Spike can't be planted. And Dambi has to do it all. Any damage he can get is going to be very welcomed, but will just be some armor rebuys there onto Yudotan as well as Crystal. And Global Esports close out the anti-eco pretty cleanly.
That's a good start. But that's really all that it is at the moment for GE. Need to see some more. It's really the same story that we were selling on map 2. It's Nongshim's map to lose at the moment, but GE still fighting hard to try to make something happen here. First gun round yet to come. It's going to give us a bit more of an insight as to what Nongshim are going to put together on this attack, and it will be again towards the B site that it would seem they will signal their intentions. We'll get a little bit of a peek from Harvey. In fact, he's going to commit to the side hold. Forward hold. He's got a cam.
And this is completely unconditioned, but Prowler is not going to check for it. Nongshim.
I don't know if they are going to check for it.
How many can he get?
He's got the paranoia here potentially as well to help him out if Patman gets involved. They haven't
swing.
watched.
And oh, turn it off!
Not again.
Oh boy. Well, flashes out on both sides. Autumn and RB kind of missing each other like ships in the night.
It's a good spot to be in for RB. Drone's not going to see him
Drone
either.
Doesn't check him. RB, I swear, you gotta hit the shot. Surely he does. Connecting in with 2. Spam, but Crystal gonna be dinged to the wall.
That's it.
Chip down to 25 and Patman. So much weight on his shoulders.
No smoke, you crazy man.
They know exactly where he's at. Ivy finds that kill, and the second shot from Crystal will not connect.
Yeah, somebody had to restore some sanity to this game, and his name is RB. Those 2 kills, exactly as required. GE fold on their bonus. Harvey is going to be kicking himself because that was really the opportunity. Look, he's not happy.
Oh no.
Marah.
And for those watching, he was not whiffed throw the first stone.
Exactly, we've all been there. I've been known to throw in a table slam or 2 back in the day.
This is a nice spot.
I mean, especially given the performance that Javi's been putting up right now on this map.
Marah.
Global Esports is keeping them in this even remotely.
10-5, again, not over just yet for GE, but gets monumentally harder if they end up losing this round, because it will then be an eco round for GE. They'll have no money. This is kind of do or die for them.
on the market. Batman backpedals. Maybe able to TP past that one, but it's right into the open. He's trying to just avoid the util, but he can't avoid the players. Has to know that they're going to be scaling in quickly. Better just eat the ult and make an exit. Oh. Meanwhile, Javi corralled in, pinned, dispatched by the shorty.
Francis was just playing with Harvey and waiting for Danby to come.
They should save.
Well, they didn't save that round that you spoke about it on
Which is why I'm trying to hope that they can hear me.
Will it into existence.
Get the ear cup off.
Manifest. Well, it looks like they will hear you this time around. Yudotan and Autumn opting to take the rifles into the next round, but I don't know for all the good it's really going to do. It's going to be 11 for Nongshim.
Kok bisa? Karena emang itulah serunya Pasifik. Sangat.
Overdrive there for Yudotan.
Triangle. GG kan nih, GG sih.
You can potentially put together
GG gak sih, guys?
around off the back of that as GE.
Emang nggak ketebak ini. Yang bahaya RRQ guys, asli mainnya kalau kayak gitu bisa 0-5 yang gue bilang. Seru banget, seru. Soalnya kayak map 1 gitu kan, one sided ya kan. Map 2 one sided. Drop 1 map bubaran kagak lah. Secret juga bisa itu kalau punya momentum. Gak ada yang tahu bro, gak ada yang tahu bro. Toilet bentar.
Trying to see if he can start turning this one around. 6-round deficit at the moment. And unfortunately just not that much to really try to work with. No ultimates online at the moment. Close in the cycle, yes, but still a ways off and the credits are low. Autumn 0 charges, so we'll run it back. 1 away from having an overdrive, so maybe allows for Yudotan to drop the gun, pop the ult.
Exactly.
Make a go of it from there.
I think that's what it's going to have to be for GE. You do have to go for this round for sure. Feels like a lot of this rests on the shoulders of Yudotan, though. He has to find that opening pick, charge up that overdrive. And that is where, you know, you really build actually quite a decent portion of firepower here for GE. They're going to invest as well, so they are going all in on this. Not all in, obviously, but a lot in. Armor, pistol upgrades. They want to make something happen in this round. That's the indication that we're getting from GE. What does it actually look like in the server? It's not going to be an overly aggressive setup from them. 4 players over on A though. Again.
Supposed to be mid point nggak guys? Karena no hope Feral aja bisa makanya. Feral tempo itu nembak banget guys.
And if this gamble stack just ends up not working for Global Esports, shadows traveling. It's going to be a very dire situation for them. Avoid the potential catastrophe. So far, the answer is looking like yes. Then again, some exploration, maybe at least a re-clear towards A main. Stross does have that spike in hand. It may yet end up falling right into this 4-player trap.
Yeah, another smoke down. It might delay even further Nongshim.
Barbie takes that gate crash.
30 seconds
screwed.
left.
It's a shoulder to shoulder with Crystal.
Good setup here, paranoia.
Yudotan's got that right.
Ya, kuping ini tembak chat.
Haven't going to be saturated now. They're starting to push forward. Javi will be able to intercept in mid. One going to be taking down X-Ross now, turning him in the grave. The time getting away from them, but Francis still able to find one. Jumps forward into the smoke. Batman holding his own. Dabby dead with the shock dart.
Menang 3-15 loh.
Is a world away. That's the round over.
Wah ini seru sih. Kalau nyusul, G.
That's just a critical misunderstanding and misread here.
Yeah. All right, GE get one, and a pretty cheeky one as well. Keep them in this, at least for now. 11 to 6 reinvestment will come through for Nongshim. And how did this all go wrong? You thought with that kill, Nongshim had it done. That was the rifle taken away from Yudotan, but Harvey Perfectly timed on the rotation. I think that is the moment where, you know, you see Harvey getting that kill in mid, you think, okay, well, if I'm now
Kasian,
lurking on the
kenapa
other
lo
side
harus
of the map, I
kasian?
kind of need to pick the pace up here as Ivy. Maybe sort of thought Harvey was going to slow down and turn back around and try to find him. I'm not sure, but either way, it's a moot point as we head into round 18. Another attempt here for GE to hold on.
I don't think the cam's been toggled, or at least maybe Javi. He hasn't gone for it, I don't think. Spot on the one. Damage going to be seen. A little bit of damage on the shoulder. Refract out. And I mean, this is drawing some attention, but the spike is still a world away. But A has been given up, and now this time Ivy can absolutely.
Holy shit! Could be match point at this point.
Swings the corner, he's dead.
Oh, okay.
Javi,
Good trip.
little turnover to the side from Market. Will be able to find it. The neural depth going to be.
Yeah, but I think it could be match point.
Take the A side, but they're not there yet.
This is quite a quick rotate, it has to be said, from GE. They've done well to get back across.
Oh, this is still very possible for them. Convergent paths as well going to be invested very early. The spike's not even planted yet, but now Crystal's going to be struck down. Francis finding the one.
Yeah.
Swing in. It's a little bit whippy there from RB.
Yeah.
Smattering of damage on the Udaton. As this goes into a 3v3, the slide in. Dami with covering fire, able to find the one, but Autumn trading it back. Hobby.
Ya elah nge-wave.
Jadi
bisa menang dia
back over onto this initiator position. It's way too much damage and will get taken down. It's another round for Global.
Oh, I'm very impressed that Global Esports actually pulls that round back together, because that looked like it was absolutely doomed. You have 4 players into the A site. You have the lurk in there from Ivy, which is basically going to get a guaranteed kill. Yeah, he does go down, but they immediately make the call. As soon as Ivy gets this kill, they know that's the lurker, and honestly, they've almost beaten Nongshim back over to the site, which is crazy to think. Maybe you could argue Nongshim were just a little bit, maybe too slow on their entry into A, a bit too cautious. They weren't obviously aware that it was a free site, so those extra sort of 5-10 seconds that GE affords themselves making a big difference. And now a little bit of pressure shifts back onto the shoulders of Nongshim. This is not being done quite as easily as they would have liked it to have been. Again, maybe similar story to what we saw on Breeze, where first half it looked like a done deal. Second half, you see GE starting to come back together, and then it sort of fell apart for them. But
ada nama kos nggak? Udah diambil secret.
Shot at it. We'll see if GE can reward themselves here with a really hard-fought victory today.
Ewok.
To maintain their win streak in Split 2.
Ewok.
I believe this is the first time out of the series for Nongshim. As strange as that is to consider, given how that first map went. But let it ride, let it put the trust in the hands of the players. Let's see now, that intervention is going to lead to a match point established here for Nongshim. Global Esports are really going to make the things interesting. One charge away from the run it back. The Hunters here nearly online as well. It's just from the shadows for Francis at the moment.
Nongshim having a bit of a look over toward A. Clone's gone forward, not going to be fooling anybody. GE still on the push. Flash is good.
Dambi's even better.
Buset Dambi, that's it kah? Supposed to be, guys.
Both potential ultimates for Global Esports out of this equation. Depth gets the reveal, gets the information. It's going to be a TP over to an MDP site, and Udaton has been struck down.
Supposed to be match point.
Back for GE, they looked again so good. They were coming back into it, but immediately off the back of that timeout, Nongshim goes one better. And I don't even know if it was necessarily the timeout conversation or just Dambi having a bit of X factor.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a little bit of Ivy in mid as well. They're trying to hold on to the weapon, but no.
Mudah ngejebolnya. Emang udah menang nembak map ini, guys. Menang nembak, bro.
To get what does feel like a bit of an upset victory over Global Esports.
Yeah, back's really against the wall now, GE. Honestly, the setup looked good, the flash looked decent. You sometimes just can't beat a bit of individual brilliance, though. And again, that's the danger of being down at such a deficit, because those kinds of moments are going to happen at this level. GE have not given themselves enough room. This defensive half, it's been better, but it hasn't quite been enough to recover what was a 9-3 first half. So now, no more mistakes allowed for GE. And they do need a little bit of luck to get through this as well. The call is going to be to go towards the B site. They're going to send everything at this round.
He's going to be attacking Javi yet again. Tripwire going to be broken. Dami, a little bit of a more shallow entry than he would have liked, but still takes that space forward onto the site. Saturate going to be locked in. Spots him out. Javi dead, screwed. No options, no recourse. Just hounded down. The run it back already invested and dealt with. Unaton will be able to break forward towards market. As Dombey gets spammed down. Hunter's Fury now going to be called in. Crystal needing to deliver as Dombey tries to hold the door here.
Good bait.
Face forward, though, it's going to be X-Frost taking the first fight. 1 HP remaining.
Wah, low masih dapat, that's it.
Francis finds Autumn, and now it is just Crystal intercepted. Bow in hand. As Nongshim Red Force close this out. Well, a very rough start into two overall decently breezy maps. 13-7 on Sunset to tie things up.
Yeah, and this series almost a metaphor for Nongshim's season so far. Last week they had to play the back-to-back games. They had to play the Super Week, two matches in 1 week off the back of all of that travel coming back in from EWC. It didn't go well for them. They dropped 2-1 to Full Sense and then 2-1 to Gen G as well. And we all had our questions as to, what's going on here.
Enak zamanku enggak, sama aja. Orang kalah di Full Sense juga. Nggak ngaruh.
G, I should say, come in with the 2-0 lead off the back of this
week.
And you thought, okay, they're on the rise, Nongshim's on the fall. Maybe there's something there for GE, but Nongshim making a little bit of a
saya nggak bener anjing. Sorry Mako.
Gonna throw him some bail. This is the second series this week that Global's had to play. Everyone's gonna be going through this rotation, given the dead schedule, given that we were gonna have that path to champs as we bring in the tier 2 teams. Gotta get a lot of these matches churned through very early on, so understandable that they would stumble a bit in this series, but
terus kanan atau kiri? Biasa aja sih.
Especially given that the ones making overarching changes was Nongshim Red Force. But I gotta say, a bit of redemption here from RP. The Jet, maybe not it, but the Yoru, 7th time he's ever played it in a track game. Looked a hell of a lot better.
I gotta say, I think across the board, the Yorus have really impressed me so far this
soalnya
split.
cepat ini.
Again, wouldn't be too
Nggak cepat
surprised
juga
to see
sih.
if that starts to come into play. Just generally a little bit more. It feels like everyone's getting a bit more of a flavor of Yoru in the meta, but more so interested into seeing what Bella has to say on the stage.
And it's Nongshim Red Force taking their 2-1 win against Global Esports.
Like dulu guys.
Standing here on the stage with RB for our post-match interview. 농심 레드포츠의 RB 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Well, with today's win, you managed to cut off your loss streak, and I feel like today's win was a very much needed win for your team to gain back the confidence. And so, can you tell us how much this win today means for you? 이제 오늘 승리로 이번 스테이지 연패를 끊어내고 다시 이렇게 팀 분위기 전환도 성공하셨습니다. 그만큼 되게 큰 의미가 있었을 오늘 승리인데 승리 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
안 그래도
besok
경기
RRQ sama
경기
Peprex.
자체가 저희한테 매우 다 소중한 경기이기 때문에
Kalau menang lawan Genji. Kalau
쉽게 어렵게 걸린 게임이다 보니까 좀 이렇게 이기게 돼서 정말 좋은 것 같아요.
Needless to say, every match this stage means a lot to us because we are still making our journey towards the champions later this year, and it means a lot because with everything so much on the line, every win is so precious to us, right? And I do want to talk to you. It seems like a lot of the teams are making their changes, but for Nongshim's case, we see you making a lot of attempts on Ascent, and we noticed a little bit of a role change on it today. So can you walk us through what the decision-making process was like? 오늘 어센트에서 이제 농심이 원래도 다양한 시도를 하고 있지만 오늘은 좀 예상치 못한 변화를 봤어요. 역할 변화에 대해서 그 계기나 과정에 대해서 저희가 좀 자세히 들어볼 수 있을까요?
일단은 저희가 스테이지 2에서 이 대회 자체가 탈락이란 게 없잖아요. 뭐 안 좋은 성적이 나더라도 플레이인해서 시작을 다시 할 수 있으니까 일단 그거 생각해서도 일단 제가 좀 이 역할에 대해서 하고 싶다는 먼저 권유를 했었고 감독님한테 그래서 일단 권유를 해봤지만 과정을 통해서 이제 지켜봤는데 괜찮다고 얘기해 주셔가지고 그래서 이렇게 쭉 연습을 진행했던 것 같습니다.
I mean, the upside for this stage is that no teams are eliminated and we all get to play in the play-ins. So I thought this might be the best time for us to try new things. And it was actually my decision. I offered it to Coach Silkanon and I said, hey, how about this? And I think through
RB minta
practice and
ganti
today's results that
agent.
it's not going to
Ya, satu
bad.
map,
All right, well, next up, another team that's making a lot of changes for
Butuh
themselves.
semangat,
You're
butuh
facing
semangat.
Zeta Division, right? So what are your expectations for your next match? And what stood out for you looking at last Zeta's match? 이제 또 다른 변화를 많이 주고 있는 팀이 다음 상대입니다. 제타 디비전을 만나게 되시는데 또 다음 경기는 어떻게 예상하시는지 좀 눈에 띄는 부분이 있으셨을까요?
아무래도 일단 이번 대회 때 제타 디비전이 저는 가장 좋게 준비를 많이 해왔던 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 일단은 계속 경기하면서 다음 경기 때 저희가 꼭 이길 수 있도록 저희가 준비 빡세게 하고 오겠습니다.
I think Zeta Division is the team that has prepared a lot coming into this stage. So I think we really need to put our hours into our practice, and I am going to give it my all. All right, thank you, RB. Congrats on your win again today. 이렇게 해서 농심 레드포스의 RB 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Nongshim taking the series from Global Esports, and RB, that validation finally coming back. He's still got it.
Respect to the man. Look, I was a doubter, I was a hater after map 1, but you know, he came out swinging there. Map 2, he was fantastic. Map 3, back on that duelist, and once again I was thinking, oh no. But he really turned it around. I think he played a
Bisa
very,
satu map
very
gak?
strong
Mungkin
game
ya,
today.
kayak
So
main
full
Summit.
credit to Nongshim. This was an informed GE, and they managed to
Kalau
recover
nembaknya
something
kena
here.
kayak kemarin.
Yeah, I think this matchup in the group stage as well really makes for such an interesting kind of race to champs at the end of the day. Both of these teams are teams that have represented internationally over from Pacific. They're both really in the conversation about which one of these teams is going to be able to actually make that leap into champs, if either of them are, as we head towards the end of the year here. So you talk a lot about that 2-point swing, a point for Nongshim, a point taken away here for GE, but also this is kind of developing as a bit of a close matchup every time these two teams play. I talked about, you know, on the pre-show a little bit, their fates being intertwined a little bit. It always has some kind of impact about who is going to make it to an international event, in what seed, and also a lot of the time will actually inform, you know, who goes on a little bit of a run.
And you can tell how impassioned the players are in this kind of series. We saw Dambi really getting loud on that stage, really being that guy to give so much energy for Nongshim, and for Javi as well. A lot of frustration on his end, you can tell, as the IGL.
I mean, he was giving everything.
Anjing, ini Dambi keren banget yang ini.
He was awake and ready to
Asli.
go when the other
GG
guys
banget
couldn't
anjing
quite
gerakannya.
make it happen here on Sunset. So he'll be feeling a little bit miffed that they couldn't get this across the line. This is the first loss for Global Esports here in Stage 2. So now we got to look for that bounce back for them next week.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say this was still like too bad. I think that perhaps frustrations, perhaps like those little duels got the better of them. But I don't think this was all too bad of a series for Global Esports. They still are a very strong team. There is a lot of ground to cover, of course. And for Nongshim, what a way to be able to bring it back with, you know, RB coming back on the duel list and everything. It shows that there's still a lot that they have in their cards that they can play.
Absolutely. I do think Ascent is still a weakness for them. I need to see them either turn that map around or get a summit going. But this is good signs of life. They get their first win, their first champions point here in Stage 2, which we all know was much needed.
Oh, 100%. I think as well, you know, the Super Week is behind them. The hectic travel schedule is behind them. Maybe a little bit more of that kind of fatigue in that first map. But they did a really, really good job once again showing that championship resilience that you need to see from Nongshim. We saw some ridiculous comebacks from them recently, and this was a great turnaround to kind of reverse sweep the series. See the top performers here. Dambi doing a good job on the waylay. I think the double duelist pairing from Nongshim and top to bottom looking very solid there. And as mentioned before, I mean, great game from Harvey, but when you're the playmaking IGL, things can be difficult. I was so impressed with RB though. We've said it time and time again, but to go from that Jet performance on the first map and then back-to-back maps harbor Yoru and absolutely dumpster the other team to reverse sweep the series. I mean, that is incredible, especially with how long of a career this player has had. Like, he really is just such a veteran presence and has such a rock-solid mentality.
Sabar, nungguin Natsoran, sabar guys.
And the fact that this was his idea too. We heard it from the stage that he's like,
Sabar,
I actually offered to do this. I actually offered to get back into the duelist seat. So it shows also that he is able to take initiative. He knows when Nongshim needs a little bit more of that push. And while, you know, the first map may not exactly have gone according to plan, you know, you can tell that there's still a lot that RB has to offer here rather than just being a supportive role.
And now is the best time to experiment. Nobody's eliminated after this group stage, so I respect Nongshim going, hey, maybe we can try this, maybe we can see where the roles might land as we get towards the crunch time.
That's why we have a lot of surprises this week, because we have teams that are experimenting, that are doing this, and there's a little bit of that safety net because nobody's really eliminated, but it still can get a little bit scary, especially when, say, you're like a top tier team in Pacific and suddenly you have
T1 butuh poin T1.
Nongshim
dapat 1 udah.
Coming up, just like our
T1
second
T1.
T1 versus Team Secret. There was a time where I would have said there's a clear winner in this one, but I'm happy to actually say that this time around, I don't think it's that clear cut.
No, definitely not. Secret is in fantastic form. Top to bottom, the roster is looking really good.
Nongshim kalau menang
on this team, so I think
2 kali udah champs ini. 17 lah ya, aman banget.
Their expectations. We've heard it from the leadership of this team, both the IGL and the coaching staff, that the group stage is for the development of the roster, and they're really looking at play-ins. But so far, the run through this group has been pretty good, and we've already just seen T1 get upset by a team that has historically not been very successful in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. Team Secret
coming
off that super week.
T1 ada 1 poin. Iya kemarin.
Terrible, and that barrel game was very winnable. T1 on the other side, this is their super week. This will be their second game of the week. So Secret coming in with a little bit more time and a little bit
menang
of
2 ini aman nih.
That 2-0 against KRX looked very, very dominant. This is
kayaknya chance-nya kecil sih antara 3 ini nggak final. Chance-nya probabilitasnya kecil sih. Ini Nongshim makanya mesti menang. GE sih menarik, asli GE menarik. So far papan tengah yang underdog bisa masuk final nih kayaknya jadinya. Sayangnya kalah ya tadi.
To be the man to multi-frag and hold down.
Jago banget, jago.
Yeah, he was fantastic here on the Sunset. I'm loving his Cypher. This is where he was so strong over in Tier 2. I mean, I love that he had such a good recovery from that Game 1 to Game 2. It was a real turnaround here, so I hope they simplify it. I hope they keep him on that Cypher where he's very good, and this is for sure one to watch as we move
forward.
What
is it with Nats players and being great lurkers, being great sentinels? Is it in the name? Like,
I don't know.
You know, it just seems to all fit in naturally.
Yeah, I mean, he used to play Senti. The thing that I'm waiting for him to do, I don't know if he necessarily have the cojones to do it in Tier 1, but I remember in Tier 2, there was some games where he looked so good. He looked like he was
punya potensi.
Ya,
ini kalau Secret fluktuatif, tanda tanya lah, masih lah. Ada jagonya, ada kagaknya, bingung lah.
I mean, maybe we'll see some of that if they can manage to win this game, right? Maybe he'll get a little bit more of that confidence.
Against T1, I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I am all for the surprises. I'm all for these gutsy plays. And when we talk about these really confident plays, we have to talk about Zeus here. One of the youngest players that we have here in Pacific. He just turned 18 this year. He finally came into Pacific, and he is putting up numbers.
I mean, the Filipino Algaib, the man who was promised. He's coming to the league absolutely swinging. He's dominating by every single metric of which we would measure a duelist by. He's dominant right now over those 2 games. One of those was a loss. And like you say, Mika, he's young, 18 years old, specializing in that neon. I mean, this is somebody to watch for a very long career, but I love how Team Secret are using him. I feel like he's getting so much out of this.
Honestly, like, he really hasn't slipped up since he came in, so I think once again it's up to T1 to humble one of the rookies here in Pacific and kind of bring him back down to a level where maybe he's not going to be topping the statistics after this game, but if he does, I mean, quite honestly, already I'm super
Kadang
impressed,
kong
but
nggak
you're gonna
paham
really
dari
be
akademi
talking about
sih.
this guy as maybe Rookie of the Year prospect if he just keeps putting up these numbers. It's ridiculous.
No, definitely.
It's
And it'd be great
ridiculous.
to have him on your build diff today, but we have to talk also about the leadership change that we have here on the side of Team Secret. You have Styron and Spin coming in, and I have to say, Kelly S, who was part of that original roster of Team Secret, when you look at him in the press conferences and the additional interviews that he has, he's just like so much happier. He has so much confidence in this new leadership, and I think that kind of change coming from somebody from the old roster, that's a lot to actually be optimistic about.
I think that the coach IGL
Jangan lupa like,
relationship
guys.
is super underrated, and I think that people
Stream,
really
stream.
underrate
Sambil
success in
nunggu,
Tier
sambil
2
ngobrol.
and building teams, and these are something that we've seen from both Spin and Styron. Their win rates and success in Tier 2 and in challenges specifically across multiple regions has been really something to look at. So I think honestly they did get knocked out of Ascension, maybe a bit of a disappointing finish. At the same time though, that was a Nongshim on the warpath looking to re-qualify for Pacific, and they didn't look like they were going to slow down for anyone. So I think honestly the addition of Styron and Spin has been very, very invaluable.
Very,
And people
very
should stop
impactful.
comparing
IGL
old Team
menembak
Secret to this iteration of Team
man.
Secret. This is a new era of Team Secret, and you saw just how sick these guys' game plans can be against KRX.
And we heard it from Boxy9. He said this is an entirely different team, so I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing in today against a very, very big name opponent of T1.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite the test for this new Team Secret, because T1, despite the losses that they've encountered lately, they are still T1. This is still the roster of some of the most decorated players that we have here on this specific stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a super team. You know, they don't necessarily like the name. People don't like the name super team, but look at who they have on this roster. It's old school, huge name players. They lift the trophies. We know just how good they can be. That success last year over in Bangkok, but obviously less so this year. They're looking to put together a big run now to make it through the champs.
We've seen big sweeping changes in Team Secret. When it comes to the roles, we've seen a roster change, coming back into this team. But how do you wrestle with the fact that you're able to beat the best team in the league, some people argue the best team in the world, in a multi-OT thriller, and then come back and lose to Varel in your very next game? I honestly would have given Team Secret a shout in this series. I would have thought there's a chance that they can upset, but I think T1, after already getting 0-2 against Varel here, are not going to be letting another kind of upstart team upset them here. I think they're going to be in very serious mode, and I think they're going to be looking into what Team Secret is putting together.
Yeah, I totally agree that kind of loss, I guess, from T1 doesn't really happen to us, especially with the caliber of players that we have. But I think that T1 here, there's still a lot of chefs in the kitchen, so to say. There's a lot of personalities on the team that still have yet to come together.
And one thing we want to talk about is this is a team that
mau first kill, mau kill, mau death, mau assist, nggak ada itu yang angka 17. Bottom.
PRX, the number 1 and 2 team, but now they've just been handed a loss by Varel. So that either means Varel are about to go and do something generational, or maybe the team
adalah salah.
I think Varel's about to do something generational. We'll see what we get as we go deeper into this tournament. But T1 totally agree. They do not lose very often to teams that are not elite Pacific teams, that are world beaters, that are teams that are going over to some of these international events. So for T1, they're going to have to wrestle with that Varel upset and loss. And I think they're going to have to continue developing things and doing some more soul searching as they go through the rest of this group stage. They've definitely got their eyes on the top 2 to get easily into the playoffs, but that might not be the reality after a loss to Varel anymore. They might have to go through the play-ins.
Well, they also said they were taken aback by some of the things that Varel was doing, because it's a very different Varel now. It's also a very different Team Secret, and guess what? On the other side, you have Sylvan, who was previously on this T1 roster. He knows how these players like to go through this kind of matchup. He might be the key for Team Secret to be able to pull through for this series.
That's exactly it. It's a big, big revenge game here for Sylvan, with them for their win in Masters Bangkok, but he's removed after a poor performance in Stage 1. DH has been one of the replacements that we've seen. They've had instability across this role, but you gotta put your eyes on Sylvan for this, because he's not going to be content with a poor individual performance.
I mean,
today.
he had a pretty horrendous kickoff, let's be honest. But stage 1, Sylvan was sick for Team Secret. He was one of the most underrated controllers in this league, and against his former team, he's really going to have a point to prove. And I think, honestly, the form to do it here. So I want to see a big game from Sylvan today. But DH, he's honestly been a little bit shaky since he came back into the team, even though he had initially some really good form for T1 the last time that he was in the roster. I don't know how he's going to necessarily perform as we see the rest of the group stage. Maybe he's got some consistency issues at the moment.
I mean, Spin also said it on the desk, right? He said this one's for Sylvan. Sylvan's our boy.
This is the one they wanted.
Yeah.
You see him here in the T1 colors walking out in Bangkok. There's no doubt he's been a pivotal part of this organization's success in the past, and now he's looking to be a pivotal part of its downfall.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, we have gone over and over throughout the last couple of years, and for T1 more generally, the controller role, you know, in T1 rather, you know, who is necessarily filling that position. Sometimes maybe they've been scapegoated a little bit. Sometimes maybe they've been looked at with a bit of criticism, and I think that applies to Sylvan in the case that he has a point to prove. And for DH, I think we saw him on the way out, now he's come back into the roster as well. So I think there's a long story there with a lot of different points to look at, and that's why.
Woi, Superior, thank you 5. Wah, ini semangat.
We see a lot of players really come
dikasih
alive
semangat,
with their, big revenge kind of stories, and as we can see here, DH
Sylvan,
taking a role in.
Dikasih semangat, Superior, thank you.
That would have been poetic, but it is going to be Zeus in the skirmish.
Yeah, they want to get Zeus nice and warmed up. We just spoke about how fantastic he's been statistically.
Apakah Sylvan akan menjadi Uchiha atau Sylvan adalah benar?
So let's see how many DH can get against him if he's able to eke out a win against the young Filipino talent.
Yeah, I mean, DH, a young talent in his own right, definitely has a reasonable chance in this skirmish. We'll see which way it ends up going. I think the veto is going to be an interesting point of discussion here. We've seen T1, as you mentioned, they've got their Super Week on their hands. For Secret, they've already played a couple of games, so I think the T1 do have a chance to kind of prepare a little bit. Secret have a chance to kind of prepare a little bit better for this veto, so they really would love to win the skirmish here.
And I think that's massive for Team Secret. We saw how great the prep was against KRX. Yes. It seemed to win them the game before anyone had even connected to the server. So I want to see what that preparation
Yang kill Sylvan pasti bas semua.
Is like here. Zeus moves up 4-2 though, looking pretty calm and confident here.
I kind of feel like this is also a send in the youngest. Or what do you call it in Korea?
The Maknae.
The Maknae, yeah.
Send in the
Maknae for the skirmish. But yes, you do have Zeus come out on top there. So I feel like going into this map veto, Spin talked a lot about how this was one of the pain points for Team Secret, and he really wanted to work on their map pool. We are starting on Ascent first on the side of T1, followed by Haven on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Team Secret pick Haven in both of their matches. It's clear that they just love this map. They feel very confident there. So not shocked to see them pick it. And also Sunset as well as that map 3. We know how they like to play it stylistically, pretty much exactly the same. So I think they'll be happy with this veto. But, you know, T1 picking Ascent here is a little bit different.
Oh, I think we've seen a fair bit of Ascent from them. They've been running the meta comp and things like that. They've been swapping around the roles. We saw Meteor back on the Jet. For me, I think I look at all 3 of these maps, and you've seen at least games for both of these squads. I think that, honestly, Secret are going to be reasonably happy with they've got Haven and Sunset in the veto. We've seen what T1 has been putting together on Sunset as well. They're playing the double duelist with Meteor over on the Chamber. So I think the big question mark is, as you see on the left side of your screen, Secret playing Ascent, having banned it once, and not really showing what they're going to be putting together here. They have left it in the veto knowing that they had that prep advantage, and T1 have already shown their changes.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see Neon Phoenix. That's what they're playing on every other map that they've shown so far. I feel like a lot of it is about simplification. That seems to be the name of the game. It seems to be about specialization, everybody being very good at what they do. But who knows? I do think Ascent plays a little bit differently. I wouldn't be shocked to see Zeus maybe even go to something like a Jet. I think his operator is fantastic. So I do think there's room to explore.
Lucu kalau TS kalah, tapi ACS Sylvan lebih besar daripada Basa.
That Zeus and Kalias have, it fits Team Secret where they are right now perfectly, especially because, you know, they do have that.
Aduh, baru 1 menit, gua ngantuk nih. Pengen ngaso dari ini dah.
Here, our
Does it feel like it's
predictions.
going to be a good game today? Is that why
I
the
get a feeling if I do this and I can feel like what they think in the telepathy. But we have our predictions over here, and yes, Team Secret might be coming in as the underdog. But in the Philippines, you know, we do have a saying: "You've got to believe in magic." It's a
You
popular
got
song.
believe
You
in
won't-
magic.
they
Okay.
won't know what it is.
No,
T1,
no.
I don't blame you guys for really favoring T1 here, but
he's right. We're with you.
I'm with you on the secret.
Yeah, you guys
I'm
are
saying,
on the secret
I'm saying
bus.
you guys,
Oh.
these four over here.
Yeah.
You guys
I'm
plural.
Yeah, T1
just
nggak
like
live, nggak tahu.
generalizing
Yeah.
over here.
You
I'm not
guys
talking
who
to
don't get it, you know, you
Yeah.
guys who
You
believe
frauds.
in
Big
things like
time believes.
Masters trophies
Yeah, he
and,
believes
you
in
know,
magic. But you know, I have to. I have to be able to believe because this is so exciting. This version of Team Secret is so exciting. And on side of T1, I feel like this could be the moment where if they strike, they could catch them at their weakest.
I think that T1 really needs this win, especially after getting upset by Varel. I think that they're going to be kind of dotting all their I's and crossing their T's here.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're going to find out who takes the second series of the day. We have T1 and Team Secret taking the Pacific stage.
Pada nggak niat ya WP ya? Kacau. Pada nggak semangat anjir nontonin Secret. Parah banget.
Back on the
Nepu
stage
katanya
for our
rame.
second
Nepu mulu
matchup.
kerjaannya
Team
anjir.
Secret taking on T1. And sometimes you can't really tell with Pacific matches. This matchup, it should have a clear winner. These days, we're not exactly too sure, but Team Secret, they're a team that has long been in the last leg of the standings. Now they're an entirely different team. They took down KRX last week. Are they ready for another Korean team?
A very
Well,
close
bagi
game
harga.
against Varel. A dominant win against KRX. I think this is a team that's finding its footing. I think they've had real high highs here. And of course, that man on your screen, Sylvan, he's looking for revenge today against his former team known as T1.
Oh, definitely. Those faces on the other side, very, very familiar to Sylvan. But T1, much like Nongshim earlier, they need this win to sort of reaffirm the pecking order here in Pacific.
Yeah,
Malah
absolutely.
pacaran
They
di
need as many chance
museum.
points as they can get. They've undergone some pretty significant
masuk mana?
changes. I think, as I
Oniki,
mentioned
Oniki.
before, the failure to qualify for the second international over at London, as well as in the in-between season event, they didn't come out of the
T1 menang ini, nggak usah
qualify for
tonton
the
lagi.
international spot.
Anjir, serius lo.
T1 are going to have their eyes focus on making it over to champions and being kind of representatives of Korea after the first international ever where there wasn't a Korean team present.
Yes, on the flip side of that, it's a long road to champions for Team Secret. They're not exactly swimming in
Balik
touch
Val,
points.
amin,
They need some
amin.
momentum for the time the play-ins and the playoffs hit. They need to finish top 1 and 2. Can they start that climb today? Coming off the back of a very, very strong win against another storied Korean team.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see it like that, to be honest. I think for Secret, this will be a game about improvement. This will be a game about testing your mettle. I think, as we've already heard from them, they have their eyes kind of set on the play-ins to make that run. This is all about improvement for them. But T1, it's quite the opposite. They don't want to let an organization like Team Secret stand in the way of their champs prospects. They have their hopes set much higher here.
But I think for me, T1, this is their super week, and they're coming off the back of a very tough loss. I'm not sure what things are going to be like inside that camp. Yes, they need this win,
but I worry that that adds to the pressure of this game. Team Secret, you know, they were already kind of expecting to be in the play-ons. They have no expectations for this group stage. It's T1 that needs these champs points. It's T1.
They don't have expectation, yes man. Tuh Joki atas spin. Lebih kelihatan strukturnya.
You talk about Team Secret playing without pressure and T1 playing with a lot of
Joki
pressure.
tuh kayak baru tactical timeout, baru kelihatan ada impactnya dikit.
Probably perform best when there is no pressure at all on them, and T1
bukan dari start, bukan dari awal. Kebiasaan jadi jelek, selalu slow start gitu.
We also have seen them shine so much when there's such important things at stake.
I also think, for me, I think Varel gave a lot of keys on how to beat T1, but we are moving here to the first map, T1's pick of Ascent. So I think the big question mark for me is the Team Secret composition. That's something we really want to touch on. Are they simplifying for Munchkin his 200 map?
Yeah, and it's going to be starting out attacking side on a map that he has kind of defined how to play. He was previously playing the KO. You're going to see him playing the KO again for T1. They haven't seen what Secret is going to do on this map, but I can tell you, they don't care what Secret is going to do on this map. Munchkin knows how to call this map, and he's looking to lead T1 to an early...
Malam ada EMEA, ada Amerika, ada. Kalau gua WP ya nggak tahu, WP atau enggak.
Double Duelist, Zeus on the Neon, Kelly S on that Phoenix. I like that they're simplifying things. They've shown positive signs with this comp, so they're tripling down.
Yeah, I love that Team Secret are leaning into something that feels a bit more comfortable, or that they're making more comfortable for this style. And T1, we're gonna see if this new and revamped roster is actually the one to be able to take them back into an international. We're gonna toss it on over to Kilios and Elfish to take us into Ascent.
Masa nggak easy gitu guys?
Okay, here we go. Another Ascent loaded up and ready to go. T1 going up against Team Secret. For everybody asking, Paper Thin is dead. I've gotten rid of him. Elfish Guy, my new permanent co-caster.
I don't know why that's...
We'll never see the bald man ever again.
I don't know why it's 2 big thumbs up for Paper Thin being dead. I feel like that's a bit grim. Paper Thin is alive and well. He will be back next week.
Well, unfortunately, that is the case. But for now, I can pretend and live in this little fantasy that I have created for myself. But yeah, another series here today. You're going to the ringer this weekend. I mean, all 4 days. Back to back to back. We'll see if T1 can maybe speed things up a little bit for you, or if Team Secret can very much do the same, because this squad has been on the up and up. And you know what? I've said it on Pot Chat, I've said it on this broadcast, and I'm gonna say it again. I have been enjoying watching and casting Team Secret.
Nggak pernah nonton gue dua-duanya.
Say that since 2024.
Hey, that's fair and valid, and I gotta say, I
Abu-abu
wouldn't be too mad about this being another close game. I echo your sentiment. I think Team Secret, for me, have probably been the most exciting team of this stage. We jump into their next match, and I think T1 is in beatable form at the moment. That's what's been the conversation on the desk. They struggled, obviously, earlier on in the week against Varel, and actually did get taken down. So what's that mindset going to be looking like for T1 at the moment? This is the time to strike, if any, as Team Secret. And I really like the composition of this lineup, too. I think they've got...
Ini T1 masih abu-abu soalnya nih, Meteor pakai duelis. Kayak belum ada kepastian, belum ada kejanjian, belum ada gambaran.
It is hard to go past the legacy that T1 have forged over the years. So we'll see if it's more of the new maybe for Team Secret picking themselves up a win here today, or more of the old in the likes of T1 with that experience that they have put together.
I think it's impossible to not give it that consideration.
Rp10.000 dari
Wah, mana ya lu,
@siluman.
Man. Thank you, Man. Temannya, Man. Halo, ses boy. Jagoannya mati.
Hold there from Team Secret, isn't it? They want to really take that fight to T1 and start to dictate how this game plays out.
Wow. Quick little check there and a double glance from Meteor, but will be able to line up the shots. Styron going to be taken down, so 1 for 1 thus far.
Saya pergalak. Ya elah, kakinya kelihatan, Jack.
Secret's favor, but DH is able to find Nats.
That's a pretty critical kill in mid there. Meteor was carrying the spike, so if he had gone down, this round would have been a bit more chaotic for T1. In the end, though, starting to look like it's covered pretty nicely.
Nyoba.
4 on 2. Buzz can't quite recalibrate. DH will find the trade onto Sylvan.
Siapa yang menang ya? Nggak jelas gini.
But a cam here to see if he can maybe just get the info onto Kelly S. There it is.
Yeah, I'm not going to give him the options, not going to give him Any 1v1s, clean shot there from DH. 3 in the round, and the pistol goes the way of Team 1.
You have to be happy with that pistol. Early start was pretty good for Team Secret. Little mistake there, obviously not getting out of the hot hands quickly enough, but it sort of felt like one after the other, right? The dominoes kind of falling for Team Secret. Maybe just a little bit of a mechanical diff in the service. Some of the shots not clean.
Oke, Sheriff, nembak lah, nembak. Tembak aja, bro. Nggak usah pusing.
Not the end of the world here. Team Secret, though, going to have to be on the receiving end of what will ultimately be another investment from T1 here. And
ke A,
the A side
2-0.
is free for the taking.
The H going to be under a ton of pressure, and that should be him dead. We'll be able to find the 1.
Lumayan lah 1.
Given the early health disadvantage, not too bad for him to be able to find that kill, but the Sheriff will be collected into the hands of Kelly S, who wants to just try to get whatever he can. Quick little recheck there from Meteor, does get the spot out on the 1, but will just be rerouted.
Downgrade kah? Enggak. Glow up dikit. Hilang jerawatnya guys 1.
For the moment, yes he can.
Saya akan lawan.
Cuek anjing Uchiha.
Swing the corner to die. And Meteor just gonna be looking for a little bit more. He's dashing right into the lap of Natsu. Says thank you very much for the Marshal. He's gonna see if he can find anything else with it, but Munchkin is widely looking to play in Buzz, who will go on this push, get the kill. And overall, T1 will keep most of what they needed carried forward.
Yep, it's the expected result, really. There's nothing too much to comment on there necessarily.
Mata-mata, guys.
To look forward.
They're learning. T1 has decided, you know what, when we win the pistol on attacker side of Ascent,
mataku.
Full Sheriffs into this one. Let's actually buy some guns so we can win out the anti-eco.
You would generally consider it to be a good idea to convert on your pistol round wins.
Jawabnya 1 si JC Face.
2-0, Team Secret though with the guns in hand. This is where things really kick off for them. Setup again looks to be a pretty standard 1-2-1.
Baru downgrade, baru round 2 ada downgrade. Nanti kalau menang upgrade, jago. Tai, gitu aja terus. Jadi karbit anjing, nggak punya pendirian ya guys.
Fairly reserved setup over towards B. It's going to prompt a bit more of an aggressive hold over on A. You've got that one-way smoke out from Sylvan. He's just jiggling on the line to see whether or not T1 are going to try to push in his direction, but so far T1 not making a whole lot of noise. Happy to just allow DH a bit of time to work in middle, and he's getting a lot of space.
Cheeky change up there from Buzz as well as far as the angle is concerned. We'll have to drop back very quickly as Izu's able to find that.
Downgrade.
Meteor,
Upgrade.
Kelly S not quite to be rewarded. DH going to be caught though in mid over at Pizza as Meteor would have certainly died to that fragment had that connected to him. Team kill certainly not something you want to be seeing, but door.
Jago di tes siapa? Nuts. Pembantai fanatik.
Let's try to get this plant going. Tap of it. Izu, quick little cursory glance back up towards heaven.
Here to try and allow Team Secret back.
Ditanyain WP atau enggak
diving forward, will be able to find Buzz over at Switch.
Sama warga-warga.
However, trying to hold their own. Meteor going to be good for the 1, but Izu not yet displaced. Should be good for the counter.
Dari tadi gue bilang WP pada nggak nongol. Nggak passion warga, udahan lah abis inilah.
Under the balcony, if either of them go down, if it's even a 1-for-1, that actually provides so much more room for Team Secret. But because
pada nanya WP atau enggak, udah ganti WP,
there's just no
begitu.
space created. There's nowhere to go. The crossfire still remains. And so Team Secret not able to forge their way back in onto that A site.
And it's going to be a very early time.
Apalagi area-area ini nepuk mulu kerjaannya.
Spin, not liking what he's seeing.
Masa pundung donate dulu anjing. Oh, udahan gua abis ini.
The players zoned back in on this game.
I think that's a valid point. It's obviously early days here, but this is still a pretty young, new, fresh lineup.
Solo era, iya. Lumayan enak.
Rp10.000 dari @Heliuman Elme.
Lumayan enak. Lu yang enak man. Lumayan enak mulu man. Laga amal kah? Kagak, kocak butuh poin T1. Sibuk prop, maaf ya, siap. Ketinggalan apa nih gua? Ketinggalan donate tuh kayak siluman. 3-0 guys.
Credit to him, I think, given the artwork and the signs that we've been seeing, T1 nailing it with the mascot. Saying, I'll just make a thing that looks like a Pokemon. It'll just
I hear that's all the rage these days. Yeah, that's the rage.
It was the rage when I was a child, and somehow it still is.
Me too, funnily enough. Goes back a few years.
Ada BT1 nggak ada kayak.
Get ready to take a listen in, Team Secret. See if they're going to be able to pull off at Thrifty. But Sheriff's across the board side from Kelly, yes. So we'll have a listen in to Team Secret and see exactly if they're going to be able to pilot this one to success and get on the board.
Jump spot mid. I don't see anything on mid.
Ada di flash just, okay.
But I'm gonna recon outside B and I'm gonna move to A.
Okay.
They take market.
He updraft.
Updraft. Jet is mid.
Jet is mid.
Yep, Jet is mid.
Running short. Running short.
Okay.
Let's go in.
Can you fight the shot?
Can we come and fight this mid? He updraft last scene, okay? Maybe on top. We can come and flash and fight this. Come closer.
Can shot?
Wait. Space. Ready, boys?
I'm ready. Go close. 47.
Nothing here.
I flash again.
Top mid.
I mean, it's good from Secret. You can see the gears are turning. They're assessing this and figuring it out. Unfortunately, Meteor just scaling forward a little bit more than they were ready for. Flash not able to catch him, and of course, playing the Jet. Just dashes out.
Nggak ada perlawanan, guys.
Away with murder.
Busuk. Nggak ada senjata yang bagus.
Not really much for Nats to do here, apart from attempt some economic damage. Nothing to be had. 4-0 for T1. Starting to see this come back together for T1. I was certainly worried about them earlier on in this week. We know the level that they can hit, and it's kind of good to see them getting underway nice and early here. You don't want to see them really roll over and die in a super week either. Maybe in the same fashion that Nongshim faced in week 1. Went down 0-2 there. T1 will be a little bit of a mishap for them to suffer the same fate here as well. Nor would I really want to see Team Secret get like a quote-unquote freebie, you know, against T1. If they're going to beat T1, I think they will have to work for it, and I'd like to see them at their best. Right now, Team Secret don't really seem to be given too many options.
Oh, DH is low on health.
It's good damage for sure. Nice little set piece from Team Secret. Doesn't quite get the opening pick, but it gives T1 some pause for thought.
Well, Odin's still in position to try to slow things up, but that's going to be the drone.
Gila, ngehajar blindly kayak gitu. Oh, permainan pintar kah?
DH, he's slipping the net. He's going to get this backstab on the Phoenix.
Backstab Phoenix.
Actually, maybe look for Nats. DH does get Kelly S in the end. As he ports back.
DH dengan timing karena nggak cek corner.
Didn't go full-blown scream on him, but still is able.
That's big.
Get that big punish, and that is so smart.
Has got the site control as well. You can see that deep trip that he's been able to put in.
Buzz gets orb, picks up spike, plant on the B site.
Dikira ke shot all in itu. Sabar gak sih, buset.
T1 very comfortable, as you can see, just working through this like it's really nothing. Everything going to plan. Obviously not 100% sure that this B site is clear, but they are reasonably under that impression.
Apakah langsung back to default dari Secret setelah kemarin menang lawan KRX? Gimana, chat?
And we're now going to be cleared out, and it's going to be 3-2-1 forward. Sylvan able to find the one, but damage suffered down at 33. Izu has that Hunter's Fury if it does come down to it.
Might well.
I'd love to just rely on Buzz to be able to seal the deal on this, though. Push game ready to come in, finds the first, finds the second. The ult can remain in the back pocket, and T1 can remain flawless in the round count.
That is best case scenario for T1. Ripping the Hunter's Fury there. As you said, it would have been the insurance policy, but if you can hold it, you can use it in the next round. Buzz makes it honestly look kind of easy in the 2v1 as well. It seems as though everybody on T1 is well and truly switched on.
Kena lu Sylvan, wah kacau.
Sylvan,
do you even shoot Sylvan? Why not trade? You know I'm here, Sylvan.
I mean, it's a couple different factors here, but the team you're playing against, a caliber player that is
seru banget anjir. Ngelawan banget guys.
So I'm willing to withhold lion's share of judgments until we get to that haven. If they're not able to find their footing there, then it's going to be pretty rough around the edges and not what you want to be seeing. For now, Kelly S considering a peek. We'll just go for the molly. A little mild exchange of them here as Izu taking some damage, but this time not to be burnt to a crisp. DH on the scale forward. Will lose his life to Sylvan. Very nice shots out. That's going to be a weapon recovered.
Not going to change the plan for T1. They still want to look for this B side.
That's found Munchkin. Meteor. He wants to try to close the gap. Goes up and over the top. But now they're widely boxed in. That's another 3 kills.
CyberGalak is back.
It's Buzz. Having to try to clutch it out. Finds the first
Masa iya?
would be a
Udah ulti aja,
monstrous
Nats.
round for him. A backbreaker for Team Secret. Face in and Buzz. Oh, he gets
Sylvan membalas. Let's go Sylvan.
Did in fact shoot, and that's going to be a thrifty to get Team Secret their first round win.
Man, he was so close to recovering that for T1. But you're right, I think the big important point is that that is the thrifty for Team Secret that gets them finally on the board.
Aman, Nats jago banget Serik. Ini cakep sih, Secret langsung nge-swing, Natsnya enak deh. Belum. Belum. Tadi Bas menang, satu sama guys, satu sama guys. Dihina-hina, saya diam. Dibilang, do you even shoot? Saya diam. Tapi ketika 1 lawan 1,
saya akan lawan.
Pam. Wih, Nats nge-kill mulu anjir. Anjir Nats, CyberGalak guys. Wah, TP-nya GG sih jujur. TP-nya Bas nggak keduga sih.
Flash in, Kelly S catching DH.
Nggak apa-apa, nggak tahu, nggak apa-apa, suka-suka tim.
Quickly shutting it down.
Yeah, 0 damage done as well, so Izu can definitely think about getting this one done. He'll be able to rotate quickly over to A, beats Zeus out of that line.
Tergantung tim.
Can go through, doesn't have the Hunter's Fury of course, so just has to get it done the good old-fashioned way, but a couple of shock darts still in the back pocket here. If he brings this down to a 1v1, maybe there's something on for Izu.
Double approach from Heaven.
I think that's the way to go if you're Team Secret here. Just trade each other out.
But not breaking the door really limits the angles of approach. Molly up and over the top. Now he knows exactly where they're coming from. Stunned. Just waiting this out. Tucked into the corner. Wanting to give his position away. Fast lane set up. Tap of the spike. No, full stick. It's Recon. Keeps Kelly S from trying to scale forward. And Izu, I think he's got this one done. Shocker to try to find some additional damage. Oh, what a fadeaway shot! That is absolute filth from Izu.
Izu just styles on them. He made that look so easy. I would have thought he was the one in the 2, not the 1. That was too clean, and another clutch going the way of T1. Similar again, obviously, to Buzz just at the back side there in the Roadhouse. An easy 2K.
Pahit.
That is so intelligently played by Izu. Zeus wanting to try to just get that hold the half, maybe thinking that he was playing from main, has the fast lane to try to obfuscate for now, but Izu waiting out that relay bolt. Absolutely sold that round, and Zeus has just sold his ult for nothing.
I just wanted to full send it down mid alone. I guess the plan here for Team Secret was just to try to crunch T1, but
apaan main berdua niatnya push bareng tapi ngebait. Sabar.
Nats, who was the hero of the last thrifty for Team Secret, this time would have to win a 1v4, and obviously that is a pretty intolerable prospect for him.
DH has this red though. Yeah, quick cleanup, a merciful kill. 7-1.
Gimana mau nyolong satu map? Cuman kayak mapnya emang bolong deh Sen nih. Kemarin kan mainnya ini kan guys yang jago. Apa sih? Summit ini ya? Summit Haven ya?
Only that one thrifty to really speak of does not bode well.
Timeout.
That's the second timeout call.
Yeah, 8 rounds in, we've got, well, now 9 rounds in, I suppose. We've got the 2 timeouts already
Haven
gone.
Sunset.
Even if they do put together a bit of a recovery in this half, it means there's nothing to work with in the second half. So it will be an uphill battle for the 5 players alone. But, you know, there's no point holding on to that tack timeout into the second half because there might not be much of a second half the way we're going at the moment. Everybody having a good day today for T1. 9-2 for Izu, the standout, but Buzz there, 10-4. DH and Meteor also delivering.
And compared to the first outing, already, massive improvements for Buzz.
Yeah.
Moving back over, it seems like he's, kind of shaken off the rust quite a bit. I was talking about it before when we saw him move over to playing the Omen of the Harbor. This was basically his original role when he was playing alongside Munchkin back on C9 Korea.
On the other side of the coin as well, Zeus, who has kind of been the centerpiece of this Team Secret roster so far this season, has been pulling off some really nice maps, some very nice plays. He's just not got it going so far today. 2 and 8, and that is a huge lack in firepower for Team Secret as a result. So they're going to have to find a way to turn that around, otherwise this is very quickly going to be a map 1 in the bag for T1.
Setelan pabrik
Not going to be able to quite suss out that
Acen.
Sees nothing at Pizza. Meanwhile, answering drone. Meteor just is trying to stay tucked away.
Enemy tag.
2 targets going to be seen, so decent information gathered here by Team Secret.
Here.
Meteor about to walk right in face to face alongside a judge here potentially. Even if that full flash connects from Munchkin, assuming that he chucks one in there.
Yeah.
Just hold down M1, you should be good for at least a kill.
Shotgun versus shotgun off. Which one wins?
Well, considering the jiggling, I think it's going to be Meteor, but no.
Cakep
Shots
sih
end up
jiggle.
going wide on both sides, but damage is still going to be suffered. For now, a bit of a stalemate.
Meteor's still keen for it.
30 seconds left.
Well, DH at the same time trying to see if we can find an opening here at B, but no avail. Time is ticking away. 20 seconds remaining. Spike is here on this tree side. Zeus able to find Meteor at long last, but Munchkin swapped to the shorty, able to find that kill, but now has to get himself forward onto the site to get that plant in play.
Yeah, Buzz is already so deep, so T1 know they've got that site.
There's the molly. Quick reposition though. Munchkin now going to be committing for this.
Oh!
What a coverage shot.
Gile Bas.
Absolutely
Calculated
necessary.
banget, coy. Wah, calculated banget nih orang. Ngamuk dia kalau ketemunya Sylvan, guys. Jago banget.
Well invested. 8 bullets remaining. Munchkin, a little bit of ring around the rosy. Swinging here at Jen. Spot out. Nats isolating it down. Shock dart going to be chucked in. It ends up going a little bit past him, but Izu eventually will be able to find it a labored spray, but it connects all the same.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Nats because it's pretty much unwinnable at that point. You have to make a mistake.
Wah, ini mah emang bapuk, guys. Masa cyper carry udah kayak liquid aja.
To be fair, I guess you're right in saying that Izu, it was a labored spray, but it's still such a potent position for him that it is pretty
Ini
much
pas GG sih,
unwinnable. This
gila.
time from Buzz,
Timingnya
I
bagus
really
banget,
love
predicted.
the position that he found
Dia
himself
tahu
in,
ada
the 2K that
flash
he got there.
Phoenix.
Enough to pretty much seal the deal for T1, and again they are just giving no quarter over to the new kids on the block in T1.
No.
Spin is devastated. It's tough watching, I'm sure, as the Team Secret fans have to take heart in the fact that Haven is their map next. Even if Ascent is not going to go their way, there is still hope in this series, as we've seen from Nongshim in our first. Another easy start for T1 here, though. They get themselves the orb over towards B. A lot of space in B main there as well, and even Meteor pretty progressed up in middle, so lots of options on offer here for T1. You'll start to see DH making his way forward as well, if need be, over towards A main. They hear the steps from Team Secret.
Izu just backpedaling over the tiles, faces forward, clears the drone. Trying to give him a little bit of bait here. And, well, they're latching onto him.
Gila di tapping-tapping. Paman bermain Izu, anjir.
Something to say about it, perhaps. We find a volley, but nothing more.
It's a bit of a jump scare there for Styron, turning around and there's a guy behind you.
Mana ini? Nggak ada saya akan lawan, guys.
For a moment we're going to have a problem there, but it's
Aha.
We've seen the tiles crunch so many times. This was a tiles bait. Perfectly prepared for this push out. Izu just giving him enough of a glimpse.
Yeah, nice, really nice stuff from Izu. And good coverage
Hanyong
from Buzz and
Hamasemida.
DH. Insurance fund. This is going swimmingly for T1.
Tapi overall cara mainnya Secret lumayan ketebak sih. To be honest ya. Siren. Patternnya masih kelihatan karakternya. Agresif banget. Agresif banget. Buat gua cara main mereka cacing-cacing naga-naga guys. Kalau lu lagi dapet, lu GG banget. Lu pasti menang. Cuman dari tadi nggak ada menang fight, nggak ada duel yang dimenangin, nggak ada samsek. Kemarin HP jago granatnya dapet mulu kan 2 main agresif sapernya.
Jump off the top of heaven this time without dying. DH is going to be intercepted though. Sylvan wise to read that flank. Finds the one, but Meteor. Here we go again. I mean, T1 are just dancing around Team Secret. Oh, hello.
Iya cocok kalau yang lawannya polosan. Main off angle, aim lagi kuat, pas banget momentumnya jalan. Kalau lawan tim yang sabar, gunain util, mirit di backup, trade kill, lu main sendiri, kelihatan sih karakternya. Emang cacing naga-naga. Pisau bermata dua. Dari pertengahan round ya maju terus kan, ada setup respon, Cuman T1 overall naro pemainnya di semua map. Sabar, kalau sabar jadi ya. Emang mau ngadu iya. Ya gitu, emang main cowboy yang gue bilang di match kemarin, main cowboy. Kalau kena udah. Cuman kalau miss ya udah dah. Cowboy glass cannon memang cara mainnya.
Team Secret going to try something a little bit more proactive in this final round of the half. It was very similar to their early start. Aggressive into middle. This time a crunch.
Great peek there from Siren. Zizu, okay.
Akhirnya mendingan nih setupnya. Tapi A-nya dapet.
Spike is at switch. They still have the crosshair. But Buzz barely able to find it. Doesn't step forward into the molly.
Can't get the plan here.
He's alone though.
Gini masih 2-2 coy. Dapat 1 bisa TP anjing.
Oh, an elbow showing Zeus trying to find that kill.
Ya, dia
will be able to get
mati,
DH, and now it's all down to Buzz, and Zeus will manage to make it happen. So 2-10 at the half. Team Secret trailing behind T1. Give themselves as much of a shout as they could.
A little bit of fortune at the back end there for Team Secret. That swing from DH, if he cleans up Zeus, then that again could be another round that goes the way of T1. But they get themselves something. I don't know. I want to have some faith. I want to try to give you guys an idea of maybe Team Secret being able to come back in this second half, but it just seems like everything is against them at the moment. 2 rounds is really not enough, even with a pistol round win. T1 are on a bit of a rampage at the moment. They've got individuals firing. You're getting multi-kills through from Buzz, from Izu. You know, you're getting good coverage from the rest of the fellas as well. 304 ACS in that first half from Buzz, 15 kills. He's having a phenomenal time, and it's very hard to stop that kind of train. I mean, another, similar result, I guess, to what we saw in that game against PaperX yesterday. That was a huge comeback from DFM, 7 rounds in a row. You need even more than that here.
Yeah, I mean, you need everything. You need this to be absolute perfection. So we do exactly what we saw T1 do.
Asking for perfection from a team that is, in their infancy still is, I think, a little bit ambitious.
Let Meteor snipe. Oh, he's moving to the defender side, so I think that fans' wishes shall be rewarded eventually.
Particularly if I was, well, actually,
if the game goes long enough for him to be able to get one.
I was going to say, I'm not sure he's going to get time to get an op here, but
Marshall counts.
Yeah, it's the pistol version, I suppose.
We're in a new era. We don't need the air stats like that.
Well, imperative pistol here for Team Secret, I think, is.
Dikasih paham cara main Omen.
Meteor round the corner into 3. Will lose his life immediately to.
Apakah Cowboy bisa? Aduh, paranoia miss.
Team Secret.
Zeus able to find Munchkin. Buzz tagged to 20. Grab up that sheriff, but it's gonna have to be.
Anjir, Buzz ngelawan depan dong.
With it, and we'll be able to find Zeus, giving DH and Izu as much of a shout as he can. But look at Sylvan. He is reading these flanks incredibly well at every twist and turn.
Somehow Izu's gotten out of there alive. DH.
Itu loh Sylvan.
Wise to it yet again, and now it's Izu. And here's the frenzy. Okay. Exact start that they needed. Pistol goes the way of Secret.
I'm not sure we're back just yet. But that is about as good as it's going to get so far for Team Secret.
This is going to take a while before we start to become convinced.
Yeah.
But we'll see. This is where you should be able to extract the most amount of value from this composition as well as from Zeus. You've got the double duelist, you've got him on that neon. I want to see the aggression coming through. That's where he has been thriving. It's all one kill in the pistol, but prior to that last round closeout, that 3K he got, he doubled his kill count, so. Start to come online.
No real investment as to be expected from T1 here. Just the 1 and 4 split. You've left Meteor to his own devices over in mid towards B to see if he can maybe dissuade Team Secret from heading in that direction or at least spot out some information. And so far this seems to be to an extent playing into the hands of T1. If the hit does come through to A, that'll be really the only way that T1 can actually win this round. You would still need a bit of a fumble from Team Secret to actually have that happen. There's a trip there, you go through that, maybe things get a bit awkward. Still
sends out the 0 point. They can start to make some rotations, but he's just keeping it tabled for now. He wants to try to shut down that executil, but it's instead going to be leaning over towards B, where it's just Meteor with a bandit. Meanwhile,
well, who brings a knife to a gunfight? Apparently Munchkin.
Dead, and now that they've seen the neon, they're still going to continue to think that this is going to be that A hit.
Strong juga asen ya T1. Ya ini emang apa? Harusnya emang T1 sih. Secret belum main asen kan? Mungkin emang efek tim baru. Mapulnya belum kuat banget. Emang Cowboy-nya udah.
What are you gonna do? It is like going into the playground and 1v9 in short. Really there. Nothing he could do. Couldn't see, couldn't do anything, couldn't move anywhere. Izu though gets the better of Zeus.
Ya minim prep ini, yang ini minim prep. Berasa. Minim prepnya berasa. Cowboy emang cowboy.
Maybe put a little bit more of a dent in. Need to get 3 kills to really find any kind of economic damage.
If they're given onto Nats, whether that helps T1 all that much, this setup is looking really strong.
Yeah, it seems like they just want to keep him boxed in, trying to play this for exits. See what they can get. Weapons to be juggled over as Kelly-S wants to try to get this ult online one way or the other, whether it's in a kill or death will be the former. As Izu, okay. He definitely does make them feel the pain a little bit here. Another couple kills found will go down to the spike, and Team Secret carry over a Vandal.
Pretty routine stuff really in the end for Team Secret, but losing a couple of guns on the back end there will be less than ideal. It's going to force the sort of weaker bonus round out. See what they end up with. Reinvestment coming through. Costly. 0 in the bank for Sylvan.
Yeah, way less behind this if they can't get this bonus converted.
They're not messing around though, they take that immediate A main control.
And the runner back going to be sent. Relay bolt clears out Heaven. As Kelly-S storming his way forward. T1 just playing this very safely, very patiently. 4v4 for this retake, given that the Cypher's still a little ways away. Styron is lurking, trying to see if he can catch anything in mid.
Yeah, still got the drone as well for Styron here to see if he can just slow T1 down a little bit.
Styron at Nats.
Blaze walls up. As well, T1 gonna have to get a wriggle on now.
Zeus.
Oh boy!
Contact there at Heaven, able to find the
nice flash, BTW dari T1.
Able to find one in exchange.
Nice trade Sylvan, nice Sylvan 2-1 melawan Bas.
Sylvan picks up the 3K, and Team Secret pick up a bonus conversion of their own.
Okay, now you can maybe start to at least hope or believe maybe that this could be possible for Team Secret. It is a monumental comeback required, but that is the way to do it. Yes, it was a little bit more awkward in the anti-eco. We did have to see a bit more of a reinvestment into this bonus round, but they need every round they can get, and they've got this one at the very least. Job gets a little bit easier going forward now that they've won one. They have that self-belief. It will be and Eco coming out from T1. So you won't be expecting too much out of them here, but we are going to have a listen in and see how T1 go about putting this round together.
Winnable. Nyusul bisa, nyusul bisa.
나이프 찍히면 잡으러 가자 해볼래? 이 라이프 한번 찍어볼게 타이밍으로. 앞에 나가 있으면 안 돼. 타이밍에 캠 한번 해줄래? 캠안 보여. 깎게? 이러면 나 삐 A 간 거 같은데? A 간 거 같다. A맨 조심해봐.
Apakah sama-sama tidak bisa defense?
A 채우자 이제 나머지. A맨 빅리콘. 나 연막 8초. 이렇게 해줄래? A 올라간다. A 올라간다. 나 플라드 메인. 나 플라드 연막 안 돼. 마이너스 이거 A 올 거야. 블레 오른쪽 있다 형. 연막 방.
Nuts.
Oh, Nats not ready. Spotted at the one player, thought he closed off that sight line, but Izu was able to find it meanwhile.
Yeah, now they're going to get a little corralled into the A side.
Wow.
He's just got them all lined up. Izu.
Power Ranger-nya.
What a monstrous Hunter's Fury.
Power Ranger-nya
Like
bukan
fish in a barrel, to be
Fury.
fair. They're all down the lane, and he just said, thank you very much. I'll take 2, please.
Oh, just everyone stuck in a hallway.
30 seconds
He's
left.
old boy with a hammer. Knocks him out. Buzz for the follow-up will end up falling to Sylvan when Munchkin's got it, and that's a thrifty for T1.
Yeah,
to punch back.
Don't show the reaction of Spin, because I'm sure that one he would really have not been happy with. You know,
Ini
just
jangan
when you
topoki.
start to believe, just when there's some hope coming back on in, Hunter's Fury ripped out here, and it's almost impossible to miss at that point. Double kill for Izu there with the Hunter's Fury. One obviously to start the round out, and then at that point it's pretty much over. You've got players already on the site, ready and waiting for T1. They pull off a thrifty of their own. 11-5, and this map will be very quickly coming to a close, you would think. Team Secret had their opportunity and they've let it slip.
Fight in towards mid. Minor damage going to be suffered by Kelly. Zeus having to backpedal away, and Buzz TPing into the corner. I'm not sure if that would have been red. Paranoia was out, so Zeus might not have had the audio on that one. Meanwhile, DH trying to take some space outside of B, but there you go. I don't think they had any idea.
Masa that's it?
That corner. Kelly with the trade, but now traded out.
Yeah, that mid-crunch just a little bit too good for T1. Team Secret now running out of options. Only place they've really got any control, any semblance of control, is over towards B, so that ultimately seems like it's going to end up having to be the decision that they do go for. Altor is collected, still no movement from T1. This is really on the shoulders now of DH.
Pretty reliable shoulders. Drone will spot him out.
Not the easiest thing to do to hold a site alone, and now you've got this late lurk from Sylvan. Munchkin's watching for it. Easy one tap. Now just 2 remaining for Team Secret, and I think the jig is up. T1 pretty aware.
Tajam.
Clearly very aware.
He's got all the info that he needs. Can't quite find that kill, but gives his team the best possible chance. Recon will be avoided, but there's only so many places that he could go.
Siren's got the dart of his own. It's really all he's got.
Tajam.
And it's too much to ask for. So T1 get to 12. Seemed like a bit of an inevitability in that round. They just had way too much control from the outset. Team Secret have faltered here against one of the best teams in the Pacific. Can't necessarily blame them, but I know that we had hoped for more. They were such an impressive looking force in that first week, but perhaps some work still to do. That said, I'm not going to judge them off of this first map just yet.
Yeah.
I want to see what they bring to the table on their own map pick. You heard the desk sort of saying maps 2 and 3 were a little bit more favorable, obviously, for Team Secret. Map 1 was the wild card. It was the question mark. I don't think we can write them off in this series off the back of what potentially here will be a bit of a thumping defeat on Ascent. Let's just wait until we get to see what Haven looks like first.
Oh, looking for a tiles crunch. Meteor will end up onto the wayside, but Buzz, he's TP'd in behind.
Oh, that's it. Contekannya banyak banget. Contekannya banyak banget, guys.
T1 here. 4-on-1. They're not going to be letting this one slip. DH from behind will get Styre, and map 1 goes the way of T1 with a nice set play out of B. They had that in the back pocket for a good while, and it has worked out to perfection to finish off at least this first map. There's really not a whole lot positive to take away for Team Secret. They were, again, I'll say the same thing as I said for GE. I think their own worst enemies. Definitely some moments where Team Secret ought to have gotten a little bit more done. but they didn't. T1 showing they were a little bit more experienced and obviously a little bit sharper in the server as well. Izu, I think, just mentally breaking them as well with that Hunter's Fury down the line round. So T1 in a great spot for this series, but it is not over just yet. They'll go back into their room, have a chat with Spin, hopefully recalibrate for this second map and give us the series that we were hoping for.
As brutal as it is, the way this map went for Team Secret always brings a smile on my face to see a classic Vision Strikers tiles crunch to close out a map. It's catching them completely off guard, so excellently done here overall by T1. Just a couple rounds surrendered over. That bonus conversion in the second half, certainly something that they wanted to avoid. But just have to look forward to this Haven now. See Team Secret are going to be able to turn their misfortune around. This back into a positive position for them. But man, what a map from Izu. I mean, buzz of the half, well out in front, but this second half was just gorgeous from Izu.
Yeah, 100%. Again, someone that you can always rely on, and I think that's very much the case for a lot of the players, obviously, on T1. Maybe not earlier on in this week, but back to their usual strength. And it was good to see, but the question obviously still remains, what can Team Secret do on map 2?
We'll find out. For now, let's send things back over to the analyst to break down a set.
Mapnya T1 banget ya. Terlalu kuat, guys.
What can they do, especially with T1 looking as dominant as they do here on Ascent? It just didn't seem like Team Secret could shoot back, actually.
Yeah.
It was just really painful to watch, especially with how high our expectations were for this team, given the results last time.
I mean, you got yourself a 2-0 to, sorry, a 1-1 at least to start off Pacific. Very much could have been a 2-0 in the groups, but this is where I think T1 is basically telling Team Secret, like, you're playing.
Gak ada perlawanan, anjir. Pesennya Cowboy, nggak berketik ke Cowboy.
I think that's the best game we've seen from him on the controller. Like, insane, and Izu is always Izu. We saw some crazy stuff from him this game. That round from Tiles where he's Sova ulting, exactly like Achilleos said at the end of the cast there. That Tiles crunch was perfection, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see why T1 picked this map. They understood the macro, and then they had several really well-drilled set plays. I think they understand this map really nicely with this very old-school comp. So I think this was a very strong
First
show.
kill 9.
The top of the scoreboard there. I mean,
Poin 5, Cowboy emang Cowboy. Nggak ada setup sih.
T1 came out on top. I think
Modal pede, Cowboy.
Of this old school
Apakah bisa jual satu map at least, guys?
When it gets messy, T1 come out on top.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just those tiny little mistakes that we saw maybe on the first week for Team Secret started coming back, right? You caught some of the Team Secret players in awkward positions, you caught them in awkward timings and everything. That was all to T1's advantage. And T1, they just managed to keep this sort of momentum going and going and going.
That's exactly it. We see them with a pistol, we see them with a bonus, and then every time it looks like T1 are going to be able to win a map, we see Buzz here. This is one of the rounds Team Secret do win, but Buzz makes it so expensive. It really hampers the economy. Team Secret are a team that need that momentum, but T1 held onto it every single time. This is the 1v3 for Izu here, just back-breaking for Team Secret. You know, it really just, it's so difficult to win when these rounds are going against you.
Yeah, I mean, you got these superstar players on the side of T1. It's the reason why a lot of people have referred to them as a super team, even on a Sova or an Omen, the role-playing kind of agents in the entire comp. The veterans really are clutching up big rounds or making Team Secret a little bit rattled in this particular game. And I think that the big individual plays that you got from these veteran superstar players, as well as just how well Munchkin called that attacking side, was phenomenal to watch. The way he used the KO to read the map and always kind of put T1 in a good position really made things difficult for Team Secret, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. T1 just played that perfectly. And on the side of Team Secret, we just expected so much more. Especially Zeus, for example, who's been putting up numbers for the past few games. Unfortunately, come into this match with T1, it just is not looking good.
I mean, look, we were hyping this guy up. He was topping the league in almost every metric before this. This map 1 was by far his worst performance. That first half especially, he was incredibly slow. He missed a couple of very easy shots, so I hope he doesn't get too in his head. It's okay to have bad maps, but you can't let it turn into bad matches. I want to see him rebound because he's been such a force for Team Secret, and if they're going to reverse sweep this series, he has to come online.
Yeah, totally agree. I think at the end of the day as well, though, I mean, he's had so many good games in Pacific. At some point, you have to come back down to earth, especially as a rookie player. And we've talked about the fact that this format might be a little bit more forgivable for a team like Secret, who is looking towards play-ins. I think that even if they lose this game against T1, as we talked about before, expectations-wise, this is not a terrible game to necessarily learn some lessons as a player like Zeus, as a team like Team Secret, and kind of refine things more as you kind of go on. But especially picking into their map of Haven, that's where you want to see them at their best. We've already talked about it. They've picked it into multiple series so far. They've already discussed it themselves as the map that they have the most depth on. So this is where we want to see the best of Team Secret.
And that's what I'm also looking for with Zeus. He's such a young player. He still needs to build that kind of resilience when it comes to being able to come back from a very, very bad map. You need to be able to reset, go back to, oh, this is the first map that I'm playing for today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in game 1 here. We saw RB have an absolute stinker, and then he turns it around. But RB is an old man. He's been here and done that.
Yes.
He was on that old Vision Strikers with some of these
Clearly.
Mid-20s, by the way.
But my point is it's a skill that can take time to develop. Some rookies come in having that ability. We need to see that from Zeus right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the rest of Team Secret as well, because this is still a new roster. They're still feeling each other out. How are you going to react, and how are you going to come back, lift each other up after a very bad map, right? You're going into Haven, somewhere that's a little more comfortable for everybody, so hopefully they can reset. And on the side of T1, again, they just keep on doing this. They just keep on building all of this momentum, and it should be smooth sailing.
Yeah,
it should be smooth sailing. Okay.
In the mix, that's something that Team Secret will be able to at least prepare for and be cognizant of. We'll see what their game plan is going to be. As mentioned before, again, this is another example of Secret playing the meta. They're playing a lot of Phoenix Neon at the moment, but I think T1, particularly on Ascent, used that against them a little bit. They understood the tendencies, and I think a lot of the teams that are at the top of their leagues understand how to play against the meta very well. They're scrimming all of the best teams. They're practicing against these kind of styles. They're playing international events against the teams that are the best at kind of pioneering the meta. So as a result, they learn how to play against that. They understand the tendencies of how these comps want to play stylistically. And I think particularly that Ascent attack side was a great example of T1 just really understanding how to break down a Phoenix Neon.
And I think that's a really big point because Team Secret have picked this map twice now. T1 will have known that this is coming. There is no doubt. So, number one, what is the prep like for T1? How are you trying to counter? And then for Team Secret, how are you changing up what you've already shown? Because you can't play a third game in a row showing exactly the same things. You have to have some mix-ups. You have to know that T1 are a step ahead here.
Yeah, that's my worry with Team Secret too. And given that Munchkin is on the side of T1, he loves this map. He is incredibly smart. Everybody keeps talking about how goated he is as an IGL. So I'm curious to see how Team Secret can manage to throw him off.
Yeah, I think that they have had some mix-ups on this map and some set plays, but we saw them on the defensive side of a set. They had a lot of actually aggressive set plays. They had the mid-cruncher through A. T1 played around it so nicely. They played slow. They were able to punish that aggression. So for Secret, they need really good fundamentals. And if they are going to mix in some of these rounds, we've seen some really good aggressive plays. I think in that opening game of Haven against Barrel, where they actually did some big mid crunches and sent it through Garage as well as a lobby at the same time, or some mid walks and things like that. If they're going to mix those things in, they're going to need to have some better timing against T1 and really read the fact that T1 can play a bit of a slower paced attacking side.
Yeah, and Munchkin isn't exactly somebody that you can like sort of, outplay sometimes. He's just too smart. He's just too familiar with this game. And on the side of T1, again, you have such amazing and decorated players that also can contribute to this. So as we step into Haven, I want to see Team Secret bring out their very best. They've been working so hard towards something like this. As we bring out the agent comps now, what are we thinking on both sides?
There's no shocks here, especially for Team Secret. This is their bread and butter. They love to play this. I think when we talk about the individuals, though, Zeus is someone we want to see bounce back. He's had huge maps here on Haven. We know he has it in him, but he has to turn this series around right now.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, Secret starting out on the defense. We talked about their aggression. We'll see if that's going to be more effective than it was starting out that game of Ascent. Once again, T1 will set the pace on this attacking side. It's really just a question of how quickly they're going to go. Now that they're also almost playing a MURAH here, the only difference in comp between these two is the Sentinel choice.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed. And Meteor on that chamber. Oh, that should be a treat for sure. We've been seeing Meteor really step up lately compared to how he's been in stage 1. So it's been so exciting. We're going to step into Haven right now with Elfish Guy and somebody who cannot wait for the Team Secret comeback, Achilles.
I mean, yes. Unironically, yes. That would be great to see. I want to see a much more competitive map from Team Secret coming into this one. They've been looking very much on the up and up as of late. The additions of changes being made ahead of stage 2. Off to a very good start in their initial series. T1, yeah, huge team, big name, but still want to be seeing them punch above their weight.
I agree on all fronts. I really want to see Team Secret at their best here on Haven. I think when they play well, they are one of the more exciting teams to watch in Pacific, and they've definitely displayed that over the first week or two. It's just not come together there on Ascent, maybe unfamiliar territory, not too comfortable there. I think we give them
Woi, absen guys, absen. Bangun, udah mulai.
We have seen a little bit more success.
Kacau lu pada S.
Again, his confident self looking to push his way down C-Long with the backup of a couple more teammates.
DH about to be under a good amount of pressure potentially, but no, will back away. And meanwhile, slide in from Izu, able to find a kill. Nat's dead. Zeus now gone as Buzz as well. It's a piece of the action. It's all just falling to the wayside.
No. Oh, no. Unfortunately, it seems like it's going to be more of the same from Ascent because T1 have picked up where they've left off. Kind of just rolling on in and shooting them in the face.
Hacker side pistol, and maybe even a flawless one at that.
DH
just lingering here within the smoke. It's all a bit of a trap, but oh, let's get caught off guard. I think I just heard him scream bloody murder.
Yeah, he definitely did scream.
Hopefully we have that in the replay. EVS, if you're listening, you're not, but
not to us, certainly.
Chuck it in there. Okay. I mean, the spike, unfortunately, is not here. But Kelly, yes, absolutely is.
He's retaking the wrong side, but hold on. Does he?
He's got time. He's got plenty of time.
No way.
I mean, Izu.
Nah, no way.
He knows where he's at. And
No
Izu
way.
will, or Munchkin. I'm so used to seeing him on the Sova now.
Yeah.
Munchkin secures around, my bad.
I was saying
Izu's
no
on
way.
Neon.
I was saying no way, but I was kind of like, you know what? There is kind of a way here.
That would have been a hilarious and mental breaking way for them to surrender.
Oke, izin radio, Prop mau lanjut tidur. Oke.
That first kill.
Yeah.
Malas Prop, mending besok full beras. Kacau lu S.
Yeah, look, I imagine Izu after that last map was feeling pretty good. So happy to probably be on that Neon, get the opportunity to have a bit more of an impact in the fragging department once again. Just going to go back over the top there of A-Long. Just a little spot in from T1. Cursory glance, really no commitment there. Happy to take a bit more of a reserved approach again to this round, just to see what Team Secret are up to. See if that drone spots any information out. There's nothing really going at the moment. Team Secret happy to hold themselves back towards that B side at the moment. It seems like the curveball is really going to be what they're looking for to try to actually open this round up. But T1 doing a good job of exploring over towards C. Just got a couple of guys.
Lapar lama.
Meteor over towards C.
Mainnya sabar, Cowboy nggak sabaran. Cowboynya kena tipu di mid, COD mid. Para Cowboy dengan fight.
We'll find a kill. Kelly S going to be taken down, and so far T1 doing well to just push them back. Zeus falling means that flawless is looking decently likely here.
Back to default kah guys? Guys. Back to default kah guys? Guys. Back to default kah guys? Ke bawah temponya. Iya, Cowboy. Ngarep ketemu musuh aja. Cowboy guys.
It's just a question of who gets that ult charge, and it will be DH. 2-0, the start. A good one for T1.
Doesn't need to scream this time. Gets the kill. 2-0 into the bonus. And it's going to be a hell of a lot of weaponry in the hands of T1 to try to make this one happen.
what's the option of choice for Team Secret now they've got the guns in hand. They can have a little bit more of an impact on how this round plays out. Kelly S has got runner back charged up pretty fast.
Well, that pistol, the kill's coming through, doing wonders for him. Zeus holding back, but it's going to be Sylvan from up above there on the B side, able to find that opening kill. So Izu going to be taken down. Damage suffered though with Sylvan. Tag to 11.
Good high-low setup though for Team Secret. Really unwinnable for Izu. The best case he could have gone maybe 1-for-1, but he was always a dead man there. The initial setup much better for Team Secret this time around, and for T1 they now have to start thinking about what plan B looks like. Blaze Wall up into Garage to try and add some pressure to that C side of the map. Meanwhile, Spike is back on its way over toward A. Feels as though this might just be a round that comes down to the contact plays from T1. They're going to walk their way towards C, they're going to walk their way towards A at the same time, and see if they can find themselves a pick on either sides of those maps.
From Nats. Meanwhile, Meteor, silent skill forward, doesn't have any exit strategy here.
Hampir. Oke, satu. Aman ya. Nats, Cowboy. Awas saya bergalak. Area ini baru ini.
Starting to come into his own. I think he was probably the
awas saya bergalak.
For Team Secret, not that it was, you know, anything too outrageous, but at least his performance has been picking up after week 1. A little bit of a slow start, but now that he seems a bit more comfortable on the stage, starting to make a bit of noise, feeling
wake up, boys.
Heard a lot of good things about Nats coming into Team Secret from the guys that have been covering the Challengers region for a little while. I think we are starting to get to see a little bit of that. Again, a pretty rudimentary round there from T1, frankly. They didn't really put too much into it. They didn't really show their hand to Team Secret. That was very much a, okay, we're down 4-on-5. We're just going to see if we can win this by walking into a site. And obviously, you're not going to get away with that at this level. So Team Secret punishing T1 there and now asking a few more questions of them in the following round.
Pop at Garage. Not really able to try to shoot forward, just going to be maintaining position outside of that as T1. Meanwhile, pretty suspicious about this position as Izu. Trying to clear him out. Full confirmation now as Relay Bolt's going to be exchanged, but it's going to be DH, that added little layer. He's able to find the kill. Styron having the backpedal away. Field out Paranoia. Forced back. Will fall. Nats again delivering. Gets rid of that flanker.
Stack ke RRQ ya? Iya.
Around. Catch them off guard. Quick rescale back though from Munchkin. Watching for this, gets tucked away, and this is not going to be red whatsoever. Oh god. Sunset of the previous series.
Cowboy tidak melihat Cowboy. Our Cowboy.
Izu could get some work done as well. It's been a potent position this week and often remained uncleared.
Joke's over. Paranoia going to be sent through, looking to try to clear the corner, and will be able to do so. Kelly,
Sylvan.
The ultimate, but Buzz now dead. Sylvan doing wonders. Is now Munchkin trying to clutch it out. A 1v3, but
Sylvan adalah benar.
2-0, and that's going to be us tied up at 2-2.
That was looking very good.
Sylvan adalah kanan.
But in the end, T1 just whiffing a couple of shots. Izu, this time obviously not getting away with the cutout hold. Something that we saw a couple of times working out for the person in that position over the course of this week, but it seems like Team Secret not going to be making that mistake. Good clearance from Sylvan, and you know, a couple quick aim duels for Sylvan going the way of Team Secret, and T1 immediately find themselves with Munchkin solo. So just one thing after the other kind of going wrong for T1 in that post plan, and
ini baru retake.
In the conversation at 2-2.
Males retake, mereka maunya duel. Tuh, duel.
Conclusions from that opening map of Ascent, but yeah.
Why Media took full armor. Oh, break of the wrist though. Izu smoothing that movement, but Styron.
Nice, Tyron, nice. Good double.
Blaze Wall gonna be pushed up. Sylvan takes that timing through and Buzz.
Sylvan adalah benar.
Video with the headhunter very low, trying to walk his way into B, so there won't be anything to come from that round for T1 in the end, despite the start. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying is Team Secret maybe starting to look a little bit more comfortable here on Haven, showing us a bit more what to expect out of them. The new guy of the previous split, Zeus, coming into this Team Secret lineup maybe the last week or two of the stage. A couple of highlight moments for himself there and at the early parts of this stage as well, but as of yet 0-4. So if he starts to come online, then this Team Secret roster is really on here on Haven.
As Sylvan, where were you off to, Sylvan?
That's not worked out.
Okay, I mean, a cheeky attempt here, but unfortunately it just completely falls to the wayside for Team Secret. Zeus now trying to break something open on the safe side of the map, but instead we'll just get broken down. And it looks like a bit of a set play ends up getting botched, and it's just going to be T1 tying it at 3-3, you would suspect.
Yeah, that really does seem like a mis-executed play into middle. That was certainly something that Team Secret had intended, but whether or not maybe a piece of util missed, a flash didn't connect.
Speaking of missed,
a timing was off, I don't know.
Styron has gone missed.
For now.
But they read this. They're still very cognizant. I mean, and that's just, I have to suspect Munchkin making the call saying, okay, there's a gap here, Meteor scaled, we didn't clear sewers, watch for this.
Yep.
And they're able to find it brilliantly. So now Matt's nothing really more to do but to try to just hold on to this weapon. But for T1, cash isn't super great, but I think
Perang sih perang sabar.
Having that run it back online again, but he's still just going to be stagnating on A for now.
Yeah, might as well have a little bit of a look here. DH seems to be pretty aware, and he has spotted him. So
ya, cowboy kita buta, guys. Wih, masih menang anjir.
Turn it off.
It happens.
Cut the feed.
16 HP. Who's going to get the kill in the end? It is going to be Meteor. So
I mean, that was kind of a bad from DH, but a win-win whether it was Buzz or Meteor, because now he's got a tour de force online.
Correct. Could just drop that rifle over and play with the ulti in this round, save a bit of cash on the behalf of T1.
I just got beaten into mid there.
Very heads-up play from T1. It's very strange, isn't it? Like, it looks like Team Secret, you know, they're coming back into it, looking a bit competitive, and then a round just goes really quite pear-shaped, and T1 close it out easily. In the end, Meteor is going to hold on to that
patulti. T1, gawat. Biasa Porter, Zeus. Nuts, Cyper galak, come on. Ah, buta. Sylvan adalah kanan. Sylvan adalah kanan, guys.
As the Team Secret players jump their way out of the dark cover is where that round starts to fall apart for T1. It's obviously not over just yet. Meteor has scaled his way up into the B site. Munchkin is on his way, although not too quickly. Doesn't want to make too much noise. It seems as though Team Secret are happy to play for the retake either on B or on A.
4v2, there's no reason to split up from here. Just play like a pack.
Meteor, I wonder if he wants to just try to activate somewhere here before the plan. If he could try and look for a 1v1, take a bit of space, even if he gets into the defensive spawn.
Well, in the end, that's going to be a rendezvous that he's not going to want to take. Put him right there pretty much into the open, I do believe.
Really got to isolate some duels here. Meteor unable to do so.
Munchkin now a 1v4, one single shock dart. Plenty of noise being made, and Styron to hold his own. Okay. Off the defuse, back into the lead goes Team Secret.
It's a bit more like it as far as they're concerned. No timeouts coming through just yet either, so all
skor personal maksudnya.
T1 have a bit of cash to play with, and even if they didn't, they have the overdrive, they have the tour de force, they've got a lot of tools in the arsenal here.
Oh, nggak hitungin gua. Tadi kayak sama dah, Asen. Yang ini gua lupa, nggak hitungin.
The peak comes out as he's kind of like at the point where you would ordinarily reset the spray. So he just decides,
head to head.
I'm going to commit to the spray, but we all know that that's often not going to go your way. Doesn't go there for T1, but a bit of a half reinvestment. Obviously, Meteor going to take a little bit of a cheaper approach with that tour de force.
Somehow, not losing that ult, and Buzz just
rontok.
Runs Zeus down. LES from Heaven trying to stay alive. Tuck back into the blaze wall, get himself a bit of healing. Site is going to be taken. All three players.
Zeus masih 0, tapi Ronnya menang di pen. Masih oke lah guys.
It's going to have to be very swift. It's going to have to be precise. Kelly's just going to be spammed out. TH able to find him. Buzz cleans up the back into it.
It was swift actually. They were already kind of retaking that site before the plant even went down.
Nggak nemu nih, nggak nemu temponya Zeus.
But in the end, the coverage this time a bit too good for T1. Having said that, it kind of uses everything in the arsenal there. It was run it back, it was overdrive, it was 2 at a force. T1 used all of their ultimates in that round. They had to ensure that they got that over the line, otherwise it would have been a bit awkward for them going forward. Happy to see that they do get it. Now, just going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way. Nothing in tow moving forward. Team Secret, though, have a little bit more to play with. And again, Zeus wants to get aggressive.
I don't know if he's quite going to be ready for this.
It would be a hard clear.
If Meteor swings, he's dead.
Yeah.
But Meteor stays in place.
It's just, there's too many angles there that he has to clear, and you're not going to choose the super hard angle to be the first one to clear. So 0-7, Zeus, you know, he's still trying to make things happen. He's still trying to play his role, but it's not working.
Meteor, oh, he gets another one. I was going to say he's scaling out of his rendezvous, but he just wins the fight. Siren now just going to be completely overwhelmed as he realizes that this has all just been Meteor doing Meteor things by himself.
Bas adalah kanan, Bas. Did you even shoot? Did you even shoot?
One player left standing that has to go for the save. T1, they're going to gain the lead, and despite the fact that this is still very close and you are starting on the defender side of Haven, I think we should
Bas adalah kanan, Bas adalah kanan.
See what a problem it is for Team Secret when Zeus is off his game. We haven't really had to deal with that thus far. I think most of what we've seen from him has been good.
Electric.
But now that he's 0-7, you know, he's typically that guy that is making those early plays in the rounds, especially on the defense with the op and opening it up for the team, getting the 4-on-5s, getting the space. Somebody else has to take that mantle. And I don't know that there is anyone really capable of filling that role on Team Secret.
They just had it so narrowed down. Swoop in from Buzz, this time able to find it with a spray and pray, and yeah, the timer will get stopped, so seems like Spin and I very much on the same page here.
Ah,
as far as Secret needing to
matinya
get a
mudah
bit
guys.
And I do wonder what you say here, because obviously you want Zeus to be playing his natural game, and that aggression is his natural game, but
bener kan, sesuai pattern, tinggal ditungguin kan.
So I almost wonder if you're in the coaching booth right here.
Iya, emang kan gue bilang main cowboy, batu lu.
Let's take a step back and see if we can maybe play a little bit
Gue
more.
nggak pernah dengerin, parah.
See if we can get you into the game somewhere.
Main cowboy, kalau mereka dapet, bagus, enak, space, rotate, info.
You know what I mean? Like these things happen. You're in a role that has to make aggressive
Emang main
plays.
cowboy, mau nggak mau lah tim baru, pede udah.
But if it's not working, what's plan B? What do we do here to try to fix this? Because we need to make lemonade out of the lemons right here as Team Secret.
Kenapa Phantom? Nggak tahu. Ini aja, personal preference.
What we have come to expect. I mean, young gun going up against a team that is full of, you know, probably the most veterans that we have here in Pacific, aside from, you know, perhaps.
Emang mainnya ya itu.
The performances that we've
push ngagetin, cuman nggak cocok lawan T1. Sabar banget T1.
So, this is a guy who, in off season, put up one of the best performances in a best of 3 that dropped the most kills that you could have seen.
100%. I have to say, I'm a big Zeus fan. I want to put that out there as well. But it's not going to come together every single game. Let's see if Team Secret can get it done, though. Off the back of that timeout. Quick play from T1
Great
and
shot.
Styron. Makes it interesting. Pushing mid.
I am clean. Yeah, triple push and noise being made on the T1 side. All quiet on the Secret front.
Oh, this is a diabolical setup from Team
Styron
Secret.
can just try to maybe bait them forward. Munchkin starting to assess this. Doesn't have a recon to check it, though.
Surely you can't be jumping out this window.
Oh, he is teetering on the edge.
They're going back to A. Timing's brilliant from
And they are right in behind him. A couple cursory glances back here as Buzz. Yep, he will be watching for it. Munchkin. Oh, he finds Kelly. Yes, Buzz gets Zeus. It started off so well with a belter of a shot from Styron. It's quickly crumbled to pieces.
You have to give credit to Team Secret for that round.
Absolutely.
Nggak bisa nih, ganti adaptasi lah, ganti gameplay lah. Kalah sabar ini. Kan main kontak mulu tuh, player round nuts aja tuh. Player round duelistnya baru set up.
Munchkin
Ah,
making no
Cowboy.
mistake, although it looked like he was dangerously close to
Kalah
going
sabar,
fishing out that
Cowboy.
window.
Awareness-nya tinggi, T1 bos.
Pretty comfortable in the end for T1. And this half once again leaning in their favor.
I don't know what Munchkin did during the break after missing out on Masters London, but
Bukan kena mental, kayak udah main pede aja, agresif.
not really certain.
Aim lu
but this is
sakit.
him looking like his old self as far as the calling and his understanding of his opponents. Just reading those gaps, knowing exactly what space they've given up. Speaking of which, see sight. Given up here by Team
5 ulti, best chance guys.
As Hunter's Fury will interrupt the plan and actually does get the tag and the kill. Munchkin gonna be
Ya
dead.
lompatannya pocong anjir, Munchkin.
Reads is good. His dodging of a Hunter's Fury, not so much. Question to be punished though. He's trying to get a catch on that Sova. Meanwhile, facing the corner, Buzz able to just deny the ult away. A fadeaway shot on that Lance's head. What in the hell is that? He's looking for more. And he will be able to find it. Gets Kelly, yes.
Mehmet
That
di
was
bos.
the higher HP member on that angle.
Oh, he's 1 HP.
Oh, he's just a hair off of it. Meanwhile, Sylvan on the scale for the defuse being
Sylvan
stuck.
adalah benar.
And Sylvan will protect. And after Buzz got away with murder there, that's a big round win to be found here for Secret. A chance to tie this 6-6.
What a heart stopper of a round for the Team Secret fans though. That could have gone a very different way if one of those headhunter shots would have connected through the smoke. It's a completely different round. As you say, fade away there from Buzz. Made it look very interesting. But in the end, Team Secret making that retake happen and in with a chance of getting themselves through to that 6th. It has been an up and down half for them, there is no doubt. But again, when you consider that Zeus is 0-9, they have still put together 5 rounds. This is a Team Secret that is fighting hard for this game at the moment.
Okay, minor spam damage. Nothing that Buzz can't heal. For a second, I thought they were just going to stick to that spray and find a quick little kill there in window. Always going to be made outside the garage. Consideration on the wall, but nothing spotted on that drone into A long, and that's got Styron feeling very comfortable to keep his players situated on the other sides of the map. He himself is actually going to rotate. They're giving up a lot of space and just trusting in Zeus with that operator to hold things down at Sewer, and that's exactly why Munchkin will look to just try to clear him out.
Meteor getting on the line. If Kelly S makes a mistake of a little bit too wide of a jiggle, he is going to be a dead man. This is some really good space taken by T1. They might start to think about putting some pressure on B as a result, though that smoke comes through.
Oh, this is all just easy, trying to sell a fake. The overdrive is going to be popped. They won't be able to find anything for this, but quickly, Secret are going to be able to assess that this is not the site that they had intended to strike.
Indeed, too much to cover with the 5 players they've got.
Meanwhile, it's a very slow push. Ooh. Curveball at the ready. Meteor tucks around the corner of the molly, going to be layered in at his feet. Snaps back, and Nats will.
Cowboy. Aduh. Angle-nya nggak enak banget.
Paranoia has the rest of Secret scattering back.
Somehow we're back to a 3-on-3.
Timing. Value banget Swiss and bait-nya.
Moving forward, so now goes into a 1v1. Sylvan versus old IGL, but his old IGL has him outdone. Munchkin there at Garage locks up a 7-5 half for T1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's looking down long there, because that would have been a very long rotate if he had gone all the way from the B site down to long.
My brain's not working today. Why did I said Munchkin his old IGL? They weren't on that same team.
Doesn't matter. Don't you worry about that one.
I'm supposed to know these things.
Listen, if I've learned anything, no one cares what you say. It's just how you say it. And I think you say things pretty good. I don't know what you say sometimes, but it does sound good, and that's what matters.
Clearly, I don't know what I'm saying either. Either way, 7-5, T1.
Indeed. Wow, that sounded great. 7-5.
Advantageous position here at the half, but if Secret can find that second half pistol, much like they did on Ascent.
I feel like we've been trying to sell this story all day.
Terlalu penakut. Buset, dikata-katain. Pokoknya kalau kalah duel, dikatain terus.
It hasn't really come to pass. I mean, GE, same kind of story in those second and third maps of the first series. Same story in the first map of this series as well. And it's just, I don't know, it's not coming together.
So, obviously, the elephant in the room.
Right.
Zeus.
Yes.
Hasn't been able to get a damn thing.
I don't love harping on about it, but it's impossible to not talk about.
But here, this is the angle.
Ya jangan ngomong kayak gitu, masanya kan nggak bisa dapet.
they still managed
Lu
to
mah
make this
ngomongnya
simplified
seandainya.
from the vendor side.
True.
Ngomong
Without
seandainya
any
juga RRQ
impact,
seandainya.
aside from maybe some utility.
Ewok nggak cabut,
So,
taktiknya masih bagus.
If we can get anything at all from Zeus now that he moves over to this attack, Team Secret's still going to be in a decent spot.
I want to believe. You ever watch the X-Files?
Yeah.
I want to believe, right? I want to believe in Zeus. So, from an 0-10 scoreline, let's see what he can do. It was a good attempt.
I kind of botched it. Apologies. The voice is not in a great spot.
Yeah.
At the moment. Going through a recovery phase at the moment. Munchkin though. Okay, scale forward. We'll be able to make that a 1-for-1.
Big push coming through from T1 though. I mean, look at Meteor's position.
Yeah, watching for this. Reading it very well, but
Sabar banget.
needs to get the catch. Styron, well, a shot to the shoulder. More bullets to work with here for Meteor. Meanwhile, I mean, Styron is just drawing attention, buying time.
Yes, indeed. He's buying a
Dibikin
lot of time as
sibuk
well.
tuh.
I mean, just dancing around.
Dancing with them. Meanwhile, Nats camera
Menang
situated
kayak
watch
nih.
for this push down. It's just going to be tucked away in sewer. If he finds any value, then okay, Secret going to be very well poised for this.
How have they managed to swindle past these two? I mean, it's still going to be a problem.
Well, there's a pace forward. A Meteor took all the rest of his headhunter bullets. He finds that kill. Sylvan now dead.
Kok kalah sih ada smoke? Oh di smoke, backside-nya di smoke guys. Anjir pinter banget.
The rest of the team just couldn't hold the line.
Masih kalah loh.
Backside-nya
di smoke, crosshair-nya jadi hancur. Mereka lompat berdua, yang kanan mati. Satu lagi di backside nggak ngapa-ngapain jadinya. Smart guys. Nggak, bukan masalah aim, Masalah kesabaran, masalah pembacaan ini. Lihat tuh, smoke backside guys. Damn. Smoke backside.
So T1 get away almost with the retake that they wanted to, even in spite of the fact that Team Secret have two players in unorthodox positions. So not ideal for Team Secret.
0-12 ini mah.
Oh boy. Well, I was gonna say information game.
Hard game.
Find one full blind connecting on the DH, but it doesn't matter. Plus, he's got him covered. Meteor back after the headhunter. Flawless round. Move on to the bonus.
Moving on indeed. I don't think Team Secret are going to be liking to move on this quickly, but it is what it is. This is where it has to come together. You're starting to run out of options.
And see, now I'm thinking about when was the last time we had a player get 0 kills in a game.
Don't do it to him.
Because the last one that I can remember was Jimkin, but that was Ascension in 2023.
Well, hopefully Zeus can avoid that. Nat's here to open the account onto DH.
Very cognizant of this pressure that's coming his way.
Yeah, Cage making a lot of noise.
And they're not cognizant of where he could have gone. They thought that he maybe just re-wrapped, joined in with the rest of the team. Meanwhile, they're Munchkin and Meteor gonna hold things down on this side. And okay, LES will be able to find that kill. Zeus hot on their heels, and Munchkin a little bit too trigger happy.
Ah, this could be big from Izu. He can deny the plan. Oh, there's no way. Such an open plan, and now T1 are back in control of this round.
Oh shit, I don't like this.
Munchkin just locked in.
How is this happening? Team Secret are finding ways to lose out of nowhere.
Oh shit, I don't like that, man.
Might have been able to have it, but now Munchkin all the wiser to it.
Yeah, another rough round for Team Secret, another round which probably by rights should have been theirs. They got into the site, they had the player advantage, or in fact a 2-player advantage, a 5-on-3. Zeus just goes sending into under balcony, and nobody really there to trade him down, and it starts to go from bad to worse from there. Spacing maybe needs a bit of a look in for Team Secret in that round.
Cowboy. So hard for Cowboy.
Today, and T1 not even really getting too excited about that round. It's just like a formality at this point, it would seem. Concerned face, obviously, on the coach. Spin here for Team Secret. And that's just rubbing salt into the wound, really.
And I think that one of the things that we might be seeing here is just you do get this young player, this prodigy, as the sign just said, comes out very good starts, explosive performances, you know, in the off season, in between the stages.
Expectations everywhere.
Exactly. Starts to get amassed. All eyes on this guy to be the new hope.
Yes.
And I think that we're just kind of starting to see that pressure build up and compound. So it's about just alleviating that, letting him know that it's okay. We're allowed to fail.
Yes.
We can always bounce back. There are more games to be played. It's easier said than done.
Or the way that I view this Team Secret roster is that it is the long play, right? This is not a team that you're expecting necessarily to come out and win this split, or maybe even make playoffs, for example. This is a team that's built for the future, and hopefully they need to.
Wonder Kid 0 kill, gimana cerita? I wonder why. I wonder how. Yesterday mainnya kagak gitu. And Zeus play 0-13. I wonder why.
And he'll know that, I'm sure, but come back next week stronger.
Pretty much all of the team corralled and silent here. Meteor again, putting himself out on an island. His rendezvous just now getting ready to come off cooldown. Doesn't have a placement for it. So he is fully committed. So we'll just slide back over to relative safety. That, however, not a great rendezvous when there's a Neon on the other side. So unless you can kill Zeus first.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Takut.
Instead, 3 peek. That's dead.
No, he's gonna keep going.
Takut.
Zeus is
Ada yang rakus.
He's gotten one.
Zeus, welcome back.
I think everyone was cognizant of what was going on there.
No one wants to see that happen. No one wants to see a guy go kill this.
Exactly. Not really going to be enough to
Except you heathens in chat, I imagine.
I'm sure there's a few. It's not really going to be enough to get Team Secret back into this round, though. They still need to bust their way into A, and now you've got 2 players ready to defend. Buzz, easy.
And that should just be the rest of the cleanup. Buzz looking to run him down. Don't you dare. Okay. I thought he was going to go for the knife.
Me
At
too.
least had a shorty behind it. Is Kelly S. I mean, he's got to run it back online now.
I mean, gun's lost.
I don't think he had that before.
Ulti built, potentially. Maybe something there, but round is, of course, still going to go the way of T1. You're up 11-5, so in a commanding position. This was, again, almost hubris from Meteor to be sticking around after that first shot. Goes for the second as well, and then decides, you know what, I'm going to have a crack at a third. That's very much giving us the mentality of what T1 is thinking of this series right now.
나이스. 맛있어. 나 제우스 이렇게 줘버려.
So, last chance saloon now for Team Secret. Have to get it done here. Do get that tour de force pulled out by Meteor. Rush around the corner. Team Secret not messing around, trying to go quickly into B.
Oh, that running back is in a very forward position. And Meteor, I mean, he's just absolutely destroyed him.
There's a fast flank here.
Terima kasih semua yang sudah meramaikan, menonton, dan juga donate.
Really
Ya,
are
bantu
disrespecting Team
like.
Secret in terms of how they're moving around the map. Munchkin will get in behind Nats. That's a freebie. Getting away with everything. Styron's now been spotted out as well. Does win that duel.
Okay.
Styron will mount
Kepala gue udah nyut-nyutan, keleyengan, ngeliat Secret, nggak ada fight back-nya guys. Balik setelan pabrik, ketebak cara mainnya guys, ketebak.
Third for him, and yep, there's the shoulder spotting. I say third, Phoenix shut down, basically counts. The T1, they move up to match point. 7 in a row is what it's going to take for Secret to try to push this, that third and final map.
We saw it yesterday at the back end. Can we see it again today? I'm not really getting the sense, but then I guess I would have said the same thing yesterday in that DFM Paper X game as well. Never say never until it's over and done with.
One hell of an uphill battle here. As Hunter's Fury off the rip, the dive forward into window. DH will find the one, but Nats holding his own for at least they kill. Izu going to be taken down, but Nats has now been found. The Hunter's Fury confirming the kill. Zeus backstab on the one. Molly at his feet, slides past that, but will fall.
This is the end.
Buzz is still lurking and looking for Kelly S. Can't find him.
He has been contained.
T1 really wanted to get it done. You could see that was an aggressive forward hold from them. They're very keen to close this out 13-5, and it seems as though they very well should.
Para Cowboy ditahan.
Spanner in the works, but he's got 3 players that he needs to get past, and one of whom is Buzz, and one will be enough today.
Nonton enggak. Udah dulu lah. Udah menang juga itu, cuma nyari seeding kan, tai lu. Udah ya, gue thank you dulu guys. Sorry banget, lagi tidak bisa berekspresif sangat banyak karena lagi gak enak badan. Kayak gue bakal skip ya. Thank you semua sekali lagi yang udah donate. Join membership, bantu like, subscribe, jangan lupa subscribe. Thank you udah bantu like, easy gini. Iya nggak ada perlawanan guys. Kita ketemu lagi besok hari. Bye bye semua. Kok gitu sih, kan udah matchnya selesai kok.